Looks good, Michelle. We're live.
Thank you, Bob.
Good morning, everyone. We're just going to wait another minute or two. We have another commissioner that we're waiting for, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Or if that person isn't here, we might start without them, but we'll give them another minute or two. So thank you, everyone, and we'll be with you in a minute. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all of you as we go back to a virtual platform for today's meeting. We do plan to be back in person again in June in the ODFW offices in Salem. Appreciate all of you who are here, and a special thanks to those of you who helped develop the 23-25 budget to the point it is now, and to our beaver management work group representatives that we'll hear from later. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call the Friday, May 13th, 2022 Commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on the south coast of Oregon in Congressional District 4. We're appointed, as I think most of you know, from different parts of the state, but each of us represent the state as a whole. Introductions, if we could, of the other commissioners. First, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, will you go ahead?
Yes, this is Jill Zarnowitz, and I'm in District 1, living near the town of Yamhill.
Thank you. And Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, good morning, Bob Spellbrink, District 5, Sleds, Oregon.
And Commissioner King.
Good morning, Dr. Leslie King, Commissioner for the 3rd Congressional District. I represent Portland and surrounding areas.
And thank you. And Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, Dr. Kathy and Khalil. I represent Western Oregon at large.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Good morning, I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I represent Congressional District 2, and I'm calling in from Paisley, Oregon this morning.
Thank you. And Commissioner Labhart.
Good morning, colleagues. Mark Labhart. I'm the Eastern Oregon rep at large, and I live in Sisters.
Thank you. Director Melcher, will you introduce yourself too?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm here in the Salem headquarters office.
Thank you. And Michelle Tate, will you introduce yourself and give us anything we need for the platform or for the logistics today?
Good morning. My name is Michelle Tate. I'm here today providing technical support for the Commission and the Director to provide this meeting virtually. Today, we do have a few folks signed up for testimony, and when it is time for you to testify, I will pull you over into the panelist portion of the room. You'll experience a slight blip on your screen. Just be patient. It will reappear in the other room. At that time, when you're called upon, you may unmute your microphones and your camera to provide your testimony. Thank you, Chair Wall.
Thank you. And for today's meeting, just a couple updates. We're scheduled to go from 8 to 1. We will take occasional breaks, including lunch, depending on how long the meeting runs. We added this meeting originally to focus solely on the 23-25 budget, and we're not doing some of the usual items that people would expect to hear in a regular meeting. So we have just a few items, and then we'll go back to our usual approach at the June meeting. So thanks again for being here. It's an important meeting and topics, and we appreciate the engagement. And it looks like we have a hand up from one of the commissioners, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes, Chair Wall, I would just like to respectfully ask that I would I have a legal matter that I'd like to discuss at the end of the meeting today, and I just wanted to put that, just give notice of that right now, I think, if that's okay with you.
It is, thank you. And we do have an executive session notice, so we can do that at the end of the meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. So let's go right to the temporary rules. Director Melcher.
Well, thanks, Chair Wall. Commissioners, yes, we do have 4 temporary rules that require your ratification. Of course, the statutes allow the agency to adopt temporary rules, but the commission must ratify them at each regular meeting. And so these 4 rules are before you here today, and I'll stand by to answer any questions you might have about them.
Director Melcher, I do have one quick question. I'm supporting the ratification, but could you just mention there is a limit that we're waiving on the derelict crab gear retrievals. And I'm just curious why we have the limit for how many they can bring in per trip in the first place, and so that we need to waive it now.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Wall. And we do have in members of the commission, we do have in permanent rule a program that allows crab vessels to retrieve derelict crab gear essentially during the summer months. And of course, historically, that was not permitted. It was essentially considered theft if you had or possessed anyone else's gear on your vessel. So in an effort to clean up lost and or otherwise derelict crab gear, we adopted permanent rules that allow the limited retrieval by individual fishers. This particular temporary rule it allows us and some vessels that we are using to actually exceed those otherwise regulatory limits that are in place. And as to why we have a limit in the first place, I would have to, my memory banks don't quite go back that, I mean, they do go back that far, but they're maybe a little less sharp in this topic than in many others. But I believe it was just concern from the crab fleet that they didn't want, they didn't want to be opening the door for essentially wholesale, what they would consider theft of crab gear that was on the ocean, because the fishery is still open. There is still vessels participating. And so they were just trying to contain that. And I know Commissioner Spellbrink, with his history in that fishery, he may have more detailed history, or he can correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you. Actually, that was real helpful. So we can go ahead, Commissioner Spellbrink. Would you like to add something?
No, I think Director Melcher had it right. I think that was just to prohibit someone just going and getting a whole boatload of gear, and because there is legal crab gear in the ocean at that time.
Thank you. Any other questions from any other commissioners? And if not, then could we have a motion on this one, and then we'll ask Michelle to call the roll for the vote. So is there a motion?
Okay, I move to ratify the 4 temporary rules set forth on today's agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Spellbrink and seconded by Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde to ratify the 4 temporary rules as read into the record. Seeing no hands up for questions, Michelle, will you call the roll?
Hatfield-Hyde. Labhart,
Labhart votes yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Wall,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Cahill. Khalil.
Thank you. Yes.
So that one passes unanimously, and we can then go on to the budget. So we will hear from Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director, and I think also Roger Furman on this one. And then we do have some people who are signed up to testify. So could we go to Deputy Director Hearn?
Good morning.
Morning.
All right. Let me share my screen so we can get going this morning. Okay, tells me that you guys can now see my screen. Can someone confirm that?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I can.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for time on the agenda today. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission, and Director Melcher. Today, we're bringing you the presentation on where we're at with the 23-25 budget development. And I've tried to really take a high-level look at the Budget 101 at ODFW, because I know several of you have been involved in the budget process through the public process that's been ongoing. But really, we're trying to get you all up to speed on how budgets are developed, how they work, how they operate, ahead of coming to you in June with a draft agency request budget that we'll be asking you to approve. So here's the presentation organization. I'll cover the budget development process and timelines. I'll talk about our structure here at ODFW and our fund types. And then I'll look at the preliminary effort around the 23-25 budget development. And then we're going to switch gears a little bit and break this up, so budget heavy. And Roger's going to talk about what it means to serve all Oregonians on the communication side. He's going to tackle this time the request from the Racial Justice Council to really engage on R3 and our budget development. And then he'll talk about how we are engaging community across the agency. And then, of course, everyone really wants to dig into the policy option packages and the new investments. So I'll spend the bulk of my time there. I'll let you know what we've heard from the public to date and then where we're going next. So looking at the budget process and timelines, this graph really is provided by DAS to highlight how executive agencies form their budgets. In July of the odd years, of course, is the closing of legislative session, and that's when we received a legislatively approved budget and we begin budget execution. And we're about 6 months in before we start developing the next biennium's budget. So we have those two efforts going on. We'll have a short session while we're engaged in developing that agency request budget. And our target really is to get to DAS a constructed budget that can go to the governor's office. And then we expect to see a governor's recommended budget usually around December, but when we change administrations, that will be as late as February sometimes. And then legislative session will kick off. And again, we're working our budget through that process. This just lays that timeline out with our need to bring to you in June of 2022, the agency request budget for approval. So following all those timelines, backing them up to getting your approval, which is actually required in statute, we have to do most of the work to build the budget in the winter and spring of starting the odd year into the even year. And that's where our public process takes place, that spring through that June period. So this timeline really lays out the public engagement that we do as an agency. Not every executive agency does this the same way or does it at the same level. We open public comment on our budget as soon as budget starts getting developed. But we form what we call an external advisory budget committee. And this is a group of well-known stakeholders that we engage to get really substantive comments on our budget. And so we hold 2 external advisory committee meetings, one in March and one in May. And we really are asking of this group that they dig into the budget deep, they get a substantive comments now, but that they're also engaged through the governor's process and then engaged during the legislative process. And this helps us avoid surprises, really get Oregonians engaged in the budget, because we also hold virtual, not virtual, we also hold town hall sessions. We've done 4 or 5 across the state when we could do them in person, trying to gather input from the broader public. Often we don't get great attendance, especially if we're not promoting a recreational fee increase or a commercial fee increase or something like that that really draws attention. We do get good feedback, we just don't get great participation. So the External Budget Advisory Committee really helps with that. And then again, the whole target here is to take in all this feedback and public testimony for the commission meeting at June and to end up with an approved agency request budget. So ODFW does have a very complex budget. Part of that complexity really is our fund types. I don't think we're significantly different in agency structure. Maybe size would be different, but really our fund types kind of make up the majority of the complexity. So here we've changed this graph up from what we've been presenting the public to simplify it. The first thing I want to know is if you look at general lottery funds on the bottom, that's 11% of our budget. The reason we like to highlight that is that we have human dimensions work that shows most Oregonians think we actually are funded through general fund, which is tax revenue. And while we really appreciate that funding, it isn't the bulk of our agency funding. That comes from the license sales from angling, hunting, shellfish license, et cetera, as well as the federal fund excise tax on the equipment that's purchased to participate in there. And that's from the North American Conservation Model. Additionally, we get a lot of funding from contracts, and those can be federal funded contracts, and they can be non-federal contracts. Example of that is the ODA agreement we have for fish passage and screening. The importance of this is, so much of this fund comes as we call it dedicated or obligated. It's either from a contract for a specific purpose, or in statute, there's a surcharge and requires it spent on this species or this habitat or this work. Really the area where we have some flex in is that license revenue minus the surcharges. And that's what we build our ending balance on, which you guys have heard quite a bit about during my financial updates. In building state budgets, what we're doing and what we really need the legislature to consider is they need to provide us limitation to expend those fund types. And so whether it's state general fund or lottery fund, we need clear amounts provided for that fund type for that purpose. And they actually provide the expenditure limitation by division. So it gets really complicated as this money is pushed out. And we have multiple programs and positions that have 2, 3, 4, sometimes up to 5 fund types as we're building these budgets and looking at funding sources and funding these staff efforts. The other thing I wanted to clarify on this slide is that we also have to ask for position authority. So when we want to add positions, change positions, we have to go through the legislative body to get that. And of course, our first step is to go through the governor's office to get a blessing on that request. You guys have seen this agency organization chart before. We, of course, are an executive agency. The governor appoints our commission. The commission appoints our director. Our director has 2 deputies, one over administration and one over fish and wildlife programs. And then I like to highlight the Oregon State Police here. We're one of those states where the biological side is not incorporated with the enforcement side. But we, of course, do provide funding to Oregon State Police to enforce wildlife laws. Overall, we're at 1,364 positions. That's total positions, but if you look at full-time equivalents, That's a little over 1,100 positions. And many of that's due to seasonal staff that we bring on for short-term purposes to do data collection, et cetera. Real briefly, Habitat Division, Fish Division, Wildlife Division are always discussed as to their components. So I put these 3 slides in. I'm not going to cover them in depthly, but really the structure is all very similar. We have an administrator, we have a deputy. In Fish Division's case, we have 2 deputies, and then we have programs laid out under this. And as I've mentioned in the past, some of these programs can be a single position, like the avian predation program, but other things like game management will have multiple programs under, and that's the layer of complexity as you're building these budgets. So Habitat Division is 85 positions, $22.82 million. They're in the 21-23 budget. Fish Division is much larger, 935 positions, 215 million. I always like to highlight this one because we have significantly more anglers than hunters. We also have many more listed species and much more federal funding, and that has just grown our Fish Division because the state of Oregon really has made an investment there. Wildlife Division is at 195 positions with 83 million going in. And again, remember these position amounts, because the real critical factor here is there's a look at wildlife divisions as divisions here at headquarters. Really, most of these positions are not seated here in headquarters. They're seated in the field. So of those 1,364 positions, 844 of them are in the regions. We have 2 regions, 10 watershed districts. Those are broken down into fish and wildlife districts and field offices. We also have 22 wildlife areas, 35 hatchery facilities, and 4 screen shops. In addition to the positions being in the field, which is critical and where we want them, I also like to use this slide to highlight the amount of infrastructure that Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife is charged with managing. Not a lot of land, it's about 200,000 acres, but really a lot of buildings and structures. So developing a biennial budget, you first really start looking at the 4 revenue forecasts we get a year and trying to predict what the solvency in the state is going to be around general fund, lottery fund, and where we're going into the future. And so this is a March 2022 revenue forecast. It highlights that general fund and that lottery fund, which is 11% of our budget and where it's going. We anticipate having another one of these in May next week. Actually, it will come out. So we'll be adjusting our look at that revenue forecast. DAS has told us really they're expecting a trend down, but not in the May forecast, maybe as early as the December forecast, but they'll be factoring that into their decisions when they look at our agency request budget. And really, we have to go back to our base budget, which is what we consider really, we have to go back to our ending balance review, and we have to look at 1921 and how we projected and forecasted and came out of the very last biennium before we start building the current biennium, not current bienniums, the future bienniums budget. So 1921, we came out very well. Our projections and revenues held consistently, and we had $57 million in license fund ending balance. That's 4.5 months operating reserves. This has been critical to develop as an agency because it mitigates against revenue volatility. We have a lot of seasonality in our license purchases. May 15th is the deadline for controlled hunts. So we've seen this big uptick in license sales and control hunt applications, but that will fall off. Then we'll see another uptick on the hunting side when folks actually begin purchasing those licenses, those tags, and start hunting. And then again, many of our programs are supported by contracts. And so oftentimes we're making expenditures to fund staff or equipment, waiting for reimbursement. So we see a lot of volatility there. And really the purpose of having a healthy ending balance, as any business knows, is that you can be strategic if emergency situations rise, revenue shortfalls rise, or in many cases, it allows us to be more flexible around recreational and commercial license increases. So this graph just highlights that volatility. It highlights back in 2013 where we were with a very non-existent ending balance and how we've built that up and the importance of that. The red line is really those dedicated and obligated funds that we know are going out for specific purposes. It's the blue line really that we're trying to keep healthy and as high as we can, reasonably, with legislative and others focusing on what our ending balance is. This slide really just shows the inflation factor that we see across the agency. As I mentioned, most of our positions are in the field, so the bulk of our expenditures is personal services. This is our greatest resource is staff. We of course see an 8% inflation per biennium on personal services costs. Most of these are outside of our control. And then if we run the projections on hunting and fishing license trends, our greatest revenue here, on a linear trend model, we have seen over time a pretty steep decline on the angling side, and then more of a slow trend downward on the hunting side. If we project this out further with exponential triple smoothing and really look at projected what we anticipate happening, we don't think this pandemic bump is likely to stick around. That's still being worked upon, but the calculations are coming at that we will continue at best to see a modulation or a flat trend of these at best, and then potentially a downward trend in angling. I will say angling is really tied to ocean conditions and returns of fish and et cetera. So that's where you see a lot of volatility in that line. So those are hard to predict as well. This slide just brings it all together. You can see our revenue flattening out in the blue line. You can see the expenditures, especially with personal services costs trending upwards, and that will eat into our ending balance. So this just summarizes up what we saw. We ended 1921 with a healthy ending balance. We're tracking right for 21-23. We still think at the end of this biennium, we'll have 53 million or 4 months operating reserves, which puts us in a good place for the 23-25 biennium build, that we think will end that biennium with 32 to 37 million, which is 2.5 to 3 months operating reserves, and that we can go ahead and delay a recreational license fee increase. And so our next opportunity for a fee increase will be the 2025 legislative session when we're building the 25-27 biennium budget. So this slide really I brought up several times. We're statutorily required to do a 10% reduction across all fund types, federal funds, et cetera. We think it's very unlikely that we would ever see the legislative request for us not to accept federal funds at a 10% reduction level. But really, we have seen impacts through these reduction lists from general fund and lottery fund shortfalls. So we take them very seriously. We've compiled this list. This list will go out to managers this week. In the next 2 weeks, notice will go out to staff that are in these programs or in these positions so that they hear it from us and not through a public process. And really, we're anticipating that this is probably very unlikely given the health of the general fund and lottery fund, but we treat it very seriously. I put up the 10% targets based on the 21-23 biennium. You can see them there, and you'll see the list in the June packet. So before I turn it over to Roger, again, I just want to say we're shifting gears quite heavily here. We really want to talk about what it means to engage all Oregonians. If you looked at the public record that we've seen, that was one of the main public comments here. And also we've had frequent conversations with commissioners and others about how the agency communicates the work that it does. So Roger's going to highlight that for us. Roger, go ahead.
Thanks. Commissioners, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, for the record, Roger Furman, Information Education Division Administrator. As Shannon said later in the presentation, she's going to be touching on some of the POPs and the priorities. And so what I'm really going to focus on now is some of the work that's underway on some of those high priority issues like habitat, climate change, diversity, wildlife conflict, some of the work that we're doing now, and then how we're communicating that and how we're engaging the public, and then how some of those policy option packages that we're talking about will help in those efforts in the future biennium. Next slide, please, Shannon. And of course, I'm going to focus on the communication side. I'm going to start with a comment that I heard years ago. It was made by a woman who was the director of the Michigan Department of Natural Resources at that time and is now the CEO of the National Wildlife Turkey Federation. And she was making a presentation and providing her perspective on how fish and wildlife agencies become more effective in doing their job and managing fish and wildlife for the public as a whole. And what she was pointing out in this presentation was that on most fish and wildlife issues, and especially the ones that are most complicated, there's two really big components to this. There's the fish and wildlife part, and then there's a human component. And that human part is because of the impact that people can have on fish and wildlife through their actions, either positively or negatively. And as agencies, we struggle with that part. How do we encourage the behavior that benefits fish and wildlife? We have a number of approaches that we try: regulations, incentives, providing information, encouraging actions, and all of that comes down to effective communication. Next slide, please. And so that's the role of Information and Education Division and the communication effort, is to help the fish and wildlife staff with that people part of fish and wildlife management. We do that through a number of tools to communicate with customers and stakeholders. We use the news media a lot to try to get the word out to as much of the public as possible. Last year, we put out about 300 news releases on a variety of topics, ranging from regulation changes to management plans to opportunities for people to get engaged in fish and wildlife habitat restoration and projects, or just get out and recreate. We manage 2 websites: my ODFW site, which is part of our R3 efforts to try to continue to recruit, retain, and reactivate hunters and anglers and other wildlife enthusiasts. And then we also have the agency site, DFW site, which is where most of the information related to some of these topics like climate change and habitat will live based on our current structure. That site was built about 20 years ago, and it doesn't meet current standards. So our concern is that as we rely on that to communicate on some of these more current and important issues, that it may not be the best platform anymore because it's not user-friendly and it's not mobile-friendly and people are beginning to migrate that way to get more and more information. We communicate and engage with the public through social media. Facebook is our biggest reach with about 100,000 followers, 26,000 on Instagram, and on Twitter about 14,000. We also have some accounts on Twitter and Instagram that focus just on conservation and on marine resources. And we're continuing to monitor those sites, see what's occurring, what else is coming online, and seeing if those tools will fit our communication needs. We've created and posted a lot of videos. A lot of them are on YouTube, and a lot of them are embedded in different in our website and other tools. And it's a good way to communicate some of these fish and wildlife issues. We've increased the direct communication with customers and stakeholders primarily through email. Some of the emails that we can send out can encompass everyone that we have an email address for, and others are just more focused on maybe a specific location or a group that bought a specific tag or license. We do print publications and brochures and flyers, although we've stepped back from that somewhat more recently as we've seen declining demand for that printed material and more demand for online content. We've also had to take into account increased costs of printing and distributing that content. And there's a sustainability factor too. We really don't want to print a lot of stuff, hand it out, and then find it in the trash can in an area somewhere else, or it gets outdated and we end up recycling it because it's no longer useful. We started a podcast, and I'll talk more about that later, so I won't spend any time here. And we do some advertising. Sometimes it's as simple as just paying to boost a post on Facebook so we get additional reach. Other times it's a full-blown advertising campaign. And the next agenda item outlines a plan that we have. So we'll talk more about that then. And we do education. Right now, most of our education is focused on teaching people basic skills about fishing and hunting. We'd like to expand that to include topics like wildlife viewing or conservation education, or do more work in urban areas and areas where we haven't been able to get that reach. We hope that Recovering America's Wildlife Act money will help expand those efforts. And this chart doesn't include all of the other communication that occurs at our field offices, our staff, and others out and meeting with the public and stakeholders across the state. Next slide, please. As I said, we're constantly having to monitor how things are working, and we're having to adjust to changes that we can't control. There's been a significant change in the media business over the last 15 to 20 years with declines in employment and traditional media outlets, whether it's newspapers or television, and more shift to people moving to getting their content online. We've seen the startup of several digital-only services. Often they're focused on just a specific location or a specific topic. And so the big challenge of all of this is that we are now creating more content as opposed to relying on reporters and others to help generate some of that content for the public. And there's more fragmentation out there. People are getting their information from many, many different sources, which required us to adjust our strategies. Next slide, please. I'm going to show you just one example of how that fragmentation plays out when it comes to selecting tactics and what's the best way to identifying the best way to communicate with people. So if you look at this chart, Facebook seems to be the best social media tool to reach the 65 and year older crowd. However, if you look at deeper in the numbers, it's not used widely. So while it can be used as a tool to reach the 65 and older audience, we have to rely on other tools like print and television, which is still pretty common and used by that age group. And if we're trying to reach the younger audience, then Facebook isn't the tool. They're not there. So we have to engage with them over Instagram. And a chart like this could be put together for just about every demographic breakdown you want, whether it's income, where people live, gender, ethnicity, et cetera. So as we think about our communication strategies now, we have to identify the audiences that we want to reach, and then we have to identify the best tool to reach them. So there's a lot of thoughtfulness and research that needs to go into developing effective communication plans these days. Next slide. So for many of us that started in this business, the old thought process was you could reach the general public by working with a few media outlets in a community or in an area, and you could reach a good percentage of the population. That's no longer the case now. With so much fragmentation, people get different information based on, and can and do get different information based on where they live, on their interests, on their age, or how they receive it. And so now, again, we have to go through this process of identifying those audiences and selecting the best tool. We've had to adapt our content to, as it moves online, we have to remember that it displays differently if you're looking at it on a smartphone versus a desktop. And that's why one of the reasons why we want to replace the old website. That can be done automatically now, but new websites adjust for that different format automatically. That website doesn't have the capability to do what's called responsive design. So it doesn't meet the business needs moving forward. Online writing has a different writing style. It has to be concise, direct, descriptive, active, and it has to be skimmable. People want to be able to look at the content, find the information they need, and move on. So you've probably seen these articles in your own news feed with 12 tips or 5 reasons or 6 things to consider. There's actually a name for that. They're called listicles. It's a combination of an article and a list, and it's a way to package content in a way that people will take the time to read it, skim it, and then if they want more information, go find out how to dig deeper. So again, another adaptation we've had to make. We've moved more to videos. I already talked some about that. And we're now creating what I would call customized content, where we're figuring out who that audience is, crafting messages and crafting campaigns to reach them, get that information in front of them and get them to open it. And then hopefully they'll read it and take that message to heart. And then we're moving more onto social media. But as you know, in your own feeds, there's a lot of clutter out there. So we're having to find ways to make our stuff stand out. This image on the far right is one example of how we've created a tile or an image that gets people's attention and gets them to dig in and read the information. I want to step back for a moment on that customized content and talk about one example of how we've done that. The Messenger is a newsletter that we put together every month, just targeting hunters and anglers, provide them the information that will encourage them to continue fishing and hunting. Every month it goes out to about 700,000 readers, And this April edition was opened by about 45% of those who received it. So it's getting read, and we know people are acting on the information that's in there. There were several thousand clicks on the buttons to buy a license or get more fishing information. And 64 of the people who got that article then clicked on a link to find out more about the income tax checkup. So it's a great tool to provide information to folks who have an interest in some of these other topics, but their primary interest is fishing and hunting. With all of these new tools, they're great, but one thing they miss is the ability to provide that context that's so important in understanding fish and wildlife issues. They're pretty complicated. And right now we don't have the best tools to provide that background. Next slide, please. And the Beaver State podcast was one effort to provide that context, to provide that background. And those of you that have heard it know that every episode dives deep into fish and wildlife issues, and there's a lot of conversation about the nuances of managing fish and wildlife in this era. And it's also the opportunity to work in some of those big themes. Pretty much every time one of the podcasts focuses on game populations or wildlife populations, the opportunity also to talk about habitat changes and climate change and how that impacts fish and wildlife populations. This chart shows the interest in the growth and interest of that, but it also tells another story. It shows that how much of what we do when our communication techniques these days are impacted by things that are outside of our control. That big spike on the right-hand side is because Facebook started allowing podcasts to be downloaded directly through feeds. So our downloads increased significantly. But what Facebook provides, it also can take away. We just learned that next month, that service is going to stop. So we expect that will impact the number of downloads, and that will see back to a slow but steady growth in the growth of the podcast. It just points out that we have to continue to monitor all of the things that are occurring with these social media tools, with their rules, the way they do things, their algorithms, and how that affects what gets presented to people. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the POPs that we're proposing will help give us the capacity to monitor the communication that we're doing and adapt. And it'll also provide the support for those new initiatives that will require reaching out to people that we don't communicate with regularly on topics like climate change and diversity and wildlife coexistence. We'll have to reach out, establish connections with new audiences, identify them, build those communication tools out, monitor them, and continue to grow the support that's going to be necessary for those programs to be effective. We've seen this approach work with a dedicated communication staff for these topics. In 2020, we set up a communication coordinator position for a Stop Poaching campaign. And that position has been able to significantly increase awareness of poaching issue, the impact of poaching on wildlife populations, and how people can act and take the actions that they can take to help stop that. We expect the same possibility and the same results with establishment of these positions. And that would be especially important when we talk about diversity. Next slide, please. And that position, this diversity and equity and inclusion positions, will be important as we implement the community engagement plan that we developed. And the Racial Justice Council directed all state agencies to develop a plan to increase engagement with underrepresented populations, especially from the BIPOC community. And they also, there were two parts to that. One was to engage folks in the budget development. So we had a number of opportunities for the BIPOC community to provide input on the agency budget. The second part was to identify a program that aligned with this desire or this goal of increasing participation and engagement. And so our R3 program was a natural fit for that, because R3 focuses on recruiting, retaining, and reactivating folks who are interested in the outdoors. And that's a gateway to get people involved in the other work that the agency does. And we're really aiming at trying to create new participants. So it was a natural fit for the community engagement plan. And the strategies and some of the things that we're doing are listed there. The other thing about the community engagement plan and R3 is it definitely fit with our strategic goal to increase, and that our diversity of our customer base reflects the diversity of the state as a whole. Next slide. And if this is shows where we are in reaching that target that was set by the strategic plan. The chart on the left is Oregon's population as a whole. You can see predominantly white with Caucasian, with the Hispanic community, the second largest population in the state. On the left is the best information we have on our current customers. This was information we got through the survey associated with the 2020 pandemic increase in hunters and anglers during the pandemic. The top chart shows that we had some diversity in our returning license base, but we saw a significant increase with those new customers in 2020. So we know that the interest is there, and our goal and our effort has to be to reach out and engage with the BIPOC community to increase interest in fish and wildlife management activities. Next slide, please. And we believe that the POP will help us, but we're not waiting for the POP to be approved. The work is already underway. This is just one example. In April, the agency worked with a group out of Medford, and we recruited participants from UNITE to come and participate in a turkey hunting workshop that was focused on adults, and it was offered in Spanish. And the goal was to recruit some of these participants to become volunteers so that they could help provide or conduct these workshops in the future. We've done similar efforts with people of color outdoors. We've trained a number of their participants to be angler ed instructors. Hunters of color, we're working with them to co-host some events and have some of their volunteers trained as hunter education instructors. We're also working with OSU 4-H extension instructors about teaching fishing skills. And today there's a meeting in Portland to talk about some work with the Asian and Pacific Islanders Association about meeting with them and presenting some material about how they can fish in a sustainable manner. And so we'll be working with a number of groups to put that on. So that work is ongoing. We're working hard to engage folks in not just hunting and fishing, but also all wildlife-based activities and getting involved in fish and wildlife management in general. Next slide. And this work on diversity, habitat, change, climate change, wildlife, conflict, et cetera, is going to proceed regardless of whether the POPs get approved. But with this additional capacity, I think we'll move much more quickly and more effectively to establish those relationships and communicate with new audiences and new participants and new people about the great work that needs to be done and the things that they can do to help solve that people part of fish and wildlife management. And that's the end of my presentation. I turn it back over to Shannon.
Thanks, Roger. Okay, so I got two more topics. One is policy option packages and then public input, and then we'll wrap it up. I just want to highlight for you before I go into policy option packages, this is one of the big asks of approving the agency request budget in June, is that you'll be asked to prioritize these policy option packages. And just like the reduction list, it's really good effort to take it seriously and a critical look at it, because things can happen. And most recently, I remember a biennium we were told, well, we're going to fund this amount, so everything above this line that you prioritize, we'll consider, and anything below, you're really going to have to advocate to bring back up. So I know that there are a lot of POPs here. We're trying to disseminate it down very clearly for you today, but you will have narratives, about 4 pages describing each of these POPs in your June packet. And again, at the end, depending on how much time we have, we'd really like to hear from you about how you'd like to see things grouped and what's most important. So what are policy option packages? There really are requests for new funds. So we look at our base program as far as the biennium we're operating in, and then we adjust that base program funding amount to a current service level budget with salary packages, inflation adjustments, other things that we got in 2022. That becomes our new agency budget for the 23-25, but then you add in these policy option package, and that's your agency request budget. People get really excited about these because they are new program investments. We kind of have 2 types. One is a continuation of previous policy option packages, and then of course there's the new ones. The other thing that I like to highlight is this is really our opportunity to take on major construction or deferred maintenance projects. We of course can fund those through cost savings in regional and divisional budgets. But really, if you're going to take on a big project, a POP is normally how most agencies fund that. You just heard from Roger from one division. He's an information and education division. The look that they had about the conversations they've had with stakeholders and commissioners and the governor's priorities in looking at developing POPs. It was very similar across the habitat, fish, and wildlife divisions in the strategic look at how you develop these POPs around implementing our mission. So they took a deep dive into where are the bottlenecks to the desired outcomes that we know we want, as well as our stakeholders and our commission wants. What new resources have we acquired recently? And 2022 was kind of banner setting as far as new resources, and there's some new federal funding opportunities. And then what support systems do we provide? You guys have heard regularly, we have the authority to manage fish and wildlife. We don't have a lot of authority to manage landscapes, but we assist many agencies in their decision-making with our science. So the team went through the look at science about data gaps and existing, where our plans are and what they're calling for, and in looking at resiliency and what the future will bring, what we're regulating or assisting in regulating, and then the on-the-ground work and how we can coordinate better what's happening and be more strategic about it. And then again, these funding types, we need to critically look at what available funding is, what strings come with it, and build on these opportunities that we're seeing in 22 and 23 through some of the federal funding opportunities. And really the end goal here for that team, Fish, Wildlife, and Habitat team, was to protect and restore habitats to make them resilient and provide opportunities consistent with conservation. So drilling that down, the outcome really was these themed POP packages, if you will. And this is kind of the first time we've done this, and it really was their look critically across the landscape of making strategic investments. And flow restoration and water, I'll use that as an example. That's kind of a critical one. You guys know many of our plans already identify that water quality and quantity is a key limiting factor for fish and aquatic wildlife. And we know that climate change is going to exacerbate those issues. So in recognizing this, the department made significant efforts to prioritize investments under this theme in science and staffing to hasten those protections and the restoration. So this resulted in them requesting for a POP. Ooh. Well, that's a bummer. Oh, it only went one slide. I thought it went like all the way back to the beginning. Let me get back. Okay, sorry for that. So this really looked at developing POPs to engage in statewide planning and permitting, as well as developing new science products that understand the current and future water situation. Recently, there's been 2 additional funding streams. One is the private forest accord package, and then the other one is the drought package we received during the 2022 legislative session. So this team focused these resources at data collection. We already collect vast amounts of temperature data that's currently difficult to access and therefore can't really be used by science and implementers for managing fisheries and habitat. So an investment there on the data collection side, also looking at restoring water in stream. As you guys know, we're in-stream water right holders for the state. There is a team out there that collects data on in-stream water needs. This takes that further in looking at actually water restoration efforts, and then also funding through the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund for inflow stream restoration. And then the last component of this one really was around protecting water. I mentioned there's a number of statewide planning efforts. This puts a coordinator on the ground looking at water availability and positions us better to focus on ensuring fish and aquatic wildlife needs are represented in that decision. So I won't do that for all of the themes, but that gives you a context for how these were developed and what was considered in developing them. As I mentioned, there's 2 types of POPs. Continuation POPs are really where the state and the legislature, through the legislature, has made an investment already. And so we really typically prioritize these POPs very high to continue this effort going on. They can be anything from maintaining current efforts or adjusting use of positions and funding for better coordination. So very quickly, on the Oregon Conservation Strategy theme, we have some continuation pops for the Farm Bill biologists, moving Farm Bill money out onto the ground through these liaisons. One is focused on coastal coho habitat. We have one in shrub step. These folks are critical for getting that money in Oregon. Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund is very similar. It's been going on for now 3 biennium. We're looking at a position, an NRSD would act as a coordinator, the continuation of the state $1 million investment. And I should mention at this time, these were all open to refinement through the public process and conversations with the governor's office. So we're talking about that general fund investment and what it should be. And then also, nope, that's it for that one. Under the Habitat Protection and Restoration theme, we have the Good Neighbor Authority coordinators. This again, 3 biennium, we've had a coordinator available. At one point, Department of Forestry funded it. Then we had some general fund from a legislature investment. This really looks at using the federal funding that's coming through IIGA to put more positions on the ground, that liaison to move that federal money and do this federal landscape restoration. Folks could work in wetlands. I know that there's been meadow improvements, thinning of timber stands to put more forage on the ground for ungulates. We just want to continue the investment there. And in this POP Act, there's actually a request to increase that investment. Same thing with Klamath Salmon Restoration Coordinator. This came out of the ongoing talks for dam removal. We've seen an investment of lottery fund and PCSRF funds there. This is now the 3rd biennium, so we'd like to make that position permanent. Salmon forecasting and habitat modeling. We have sport fish restorations to continue an existing limited duration position that really focuses on modeling stream flows and fish species distribution in Oregon. Infrastructure was a big one 2 biennia ago that we heard from many of our stakeholders. And I mentioned we have a lot of infrastructure. So we're now in our 3rd bonding continuation here. This one goes towards regional offices. Part of the first round, which was 10 million for hatcheries, we initiated and through an opportunity the legislature provided, we have a real property manager now to do actual infrastructure and assessments and determine how we prioritize these projects as we're working them through this bonding funding opportunity. Same with fish passage and screening. This is a continuation. You've heard about the ODOT 10-year culvert agreement. Additionally, there's limited duration position requests in there so that they can continue to evaluate fish passage project proposals, getting connectivity in consideration here as we see water and climate impacts. A lot of continuation pops are limitation or position reconciliation, as I mentioned. I won't touch on all of these, but the avian predation program is a great example of what you see here. This is long-term permanent position. The funding and how it's provided isn't really in alignment. And also we want to upclass that position to an NRS 4 from an NRS 3 because of their heavy engagement on federal planning around cormorants and other species, avian species. I mentioned private forest accord funding. There was a lot of positions that came through private forest accord. I don't highlight many of those because they came in permanent. We don't have to request them. This position was limited duration, and it really looks at moving over the data set from Department of Forestry to ODFW around stream classification and which streams are fish bearing. There was a plan needed to facilitate that effort, and we want to continue it past this biennium because there's a rapid timeline for this data to get moved over. And then last but not least on the reconciliation packages here, Roger mentioned the anti-poaching fund. There was a permanent position established in Department of Justice to prosecute wildlife crimes and assist counties in prosecution. We're getting the salary for that position, so we just want to move it over to them directly so they don't have to go through us. Their salary doesn't have to pass through us. And I only highlight this one because nothing else changes in this POP. The anti-poaching effort still remains at the funding level. The positions still remain the same. It's really just becoming more efficient. Okay, so looking at new POPs, Roger mentioned the diversity and equity, inclusion, and language access coordinators. I won't touch more on these. I just say this is a great effort to get us more coordinated and going to those underserved communities to engage with them more. Continuing on the habitat protection and restoration theme, the Habitat Division, of course, was reestablished last biennium. This looks at giving them a division operations manager to really focus on their budget tracking and implementing all this different funding type that's coming to them. It also looks at reducing an NRS 5 position in there, similar to the other divisions that could work on climate adaptation and drought planning, and then GIS specialists to really focus on habitat needs and modeling what habitat looks in the future for species. There's also base funding in there to cover legal fees. We're involved in a lot of discussions around land and water permit reviews and challenges. Boardman to Hemingway is simply a position that Idaho Power funds as they're working on that project, so we can better coordinate with them and be available to them. I've already touched on the flow restoration and measurement and water planning in my example of the theme. This just highlights better the positions that are going in there and what they're doing. We want to be heavily involved in integrated water resource solutions and planning. We also want more focused effort around stream temperature monitoring and using the existing data. More investments in fish passage and screening. This is the theme around climate resiliency, both on the fish and the wildlife side. We know landscapes are changing. We want them to have accessible passage. The North Canal Fish Screen is an agreement we have in place with an irrigation district. So this is really the request for general fund to meet the terms of that agreement and have the state of Oregon invest in this passage structure and screening. There's a need and a request for one permanent position that would be funded by general fund to look at meeting the demand for quality, up-to-date fish habitat distribution and barrier information. And there's also the request, we have the position authority for an NRS 3 to look at acting as an assistant fish passage coordinator that was funded through a surcharge. But the decline in that available funding means that we no longer hire into that position. And so we'd like general fund to backfill that surcharge amount and actually establish this fish passage coordinator position again. Fish Division came up with some research and restoration projects. You guys are familiar with the Rogue South Coast winter stillhead monitoring and where that funding comes from. You've heard about it before, so I won't go into it in depthly. Non-native fish management, this focuses on the Copill River. In addition to climate impacts and drought impacts, there's smallmouth bass impacting the native fish populations there. So this would fund 2 seasonals to work directly on that effort. Then Klamath restoration monitoring, I talked about the coordinator. These are 3 positions that would go on the ground to start the research and monitoring pre-dam removal and post-dam removal of anadromous fish returning to the upper Klamath Basin. And then of course you hear often about Columbia River fisheries. The last pop here in this theme would establish a new permanent position under general fund that would interpret data and help be more responsive to rapid changes in that river around in-season fishery management issues. We of course have what we're calling emerging species issues. Whale entanglement, you guys have heard plenty about this at the commission meetings. You're familiar with the fisheries management plan that's being developed. This would establish a position that works on implementing that conservation plan, and then also make sure that incidental take permit terms under the ESA are being followed. Mule deer effort, big in this state. This looks at using Pittman-Robert funds to actually establish a coordinator position that would work on updating the mule deer management plan and also communicating to the public how they can assist and be involved in that plan, but also in development of projects that make mule deer habitat more resilient. You've heard extensively at the last meeting about the Wildlife Coexistence Program. I won't go into it too heavily, but this is a great effort from the stakeholders and the agency to really look at urban wildlife human conflict, how to mitigate it more, how to get ahead of it. And also there's funding in there to support wildlife rehabbers. And we very much appreciate our wildlife rehabbers in the state. Most operate as nonprofits. So Oregon conservation strategy is an ongoing theme. In this package, there was a request for 4 positions, 3 from lottery fund, and a new position under general fund. That's a conservation strategy herpetologist, a west and an east side wildlife conservation biologist that could work across strategy species and strategy habitats, and then a wildlife passage biologist. And I think you guys know this is going to be critical because there's going to be federal investment in wildlife connectivity. Our wildlife areas, we have, I'll start at the bottom, Coquille Valley Wildlife Area. This has been a successful project and acquisition. It's a fantastic wetland supporting beaver and coho habitat. There's a lot of monitoring that goes on there. We've held off for a while and considered this for a long term, but there really is a need for a permanent position funded under PR to manage and monitor what's going on there on a more focused level. And then you guys have heard about the Minam Wildlife Area acquisition. This would be phase 3, hopefully the final phase, funded through Forest Legacy Act to complete the acquisition of that property. Continuing on infrastructure, we own Jubilee Dam. There's been there's been an assessment of the dam. There's some critical repairs that need to take place. This asks for general fund to make those critical repairs. And then electric vehicle charging stations. This one is a POP that is really designed to get 4 to 6 here at headquarters that could be used by the public and staff. Of course, there's potentially federal funding or funding coming from DAS or ODOT that might make this broader in the ask, but we're keeping this in place and is written for now. Just keep focused on that effort and getting as many of these out to our facilities as we can. Core agency support, you heard a little bit about the ODFW website and the need to upgrade that DFW website. This is 2 positions to really run the analytics of how it's being used and how to better build that site for sustainability. You heard about the climate and habitat communication support, so I won't cover that one. Definitely needed effort here as we're focusing our climate resiliency efforts. There is also a request to have a heritage restoration specialist. We have a lot of old infrastructure. A lot of it is considered by SHPO to be very special. And we need to have a specialist can tell us what we can modify as we look at modernizing these facilities. Continuing on core agency support, growing the agency, growing another division. There's a need for another human resource analysis. We're also putting on a significant number of positions. So these folks would be added to, this one position would be added to human resources to assist with that level of addition. I've talked about the federal funding that we anticipate coming in, so we can put a pop in for a procurement contract specialist that would work on getting those contracts out. This position would only come to fruition if we actually receive those federal funds. And then last but not least on the core agency support, cybersecurity, we have a very small team here. Things are obviously ramping up and heating up on cybersecurity issues. So there's a request to have one permanent position added to that team. Getting close to the end here, 2 more pops. We have one in development, which I mentioned with several pops, this the integration of climate consideration into this. So we have established positions in the field working on this, more communication and implementation in science in the other pops, 11 pops that I've already mentioned. But this one would augment those pops and complement it with another 5 to 6.5 FTE, which costs about $2.5 million, depending on what we land on. And it would really look at further coordinating efforts around implementing the climate and ocean change policy. So that's a new one most of the public hasn't seen. And then last but not least, we, for the first time ever that I'm aware of, we put in a placeholder pop similar to other agencies because we do expect investment from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to come either to the agency or through the agency to work on the bulleted points outlined here. And I mentioned EV stations. There's a lot of fish passage and connectivity money, and then a lot of forest health money. And I mentioned that under Good Neighbor Authority. Okay, a couple last slides. Public input to date. So we had a couple of meetings. We met at the ODFW Conservation Open House, which has a 400-member listserv. We held that first external budget advisory committee, and we set them up with a forum so that we could get substantive comments section by section on a slide deck that we had provided that's very detailed. And then we also hosted the public town halls. We were invited to the Oregon Sportsmen's Conservation Partnership, so we took the opportunity to present on budgets there. And then we have had materials posted on our website since, I believe, the end of March. So at the first EBAC meeting, we heard, yes, we want to hear how you're using the DFW and my ODFW websites, how customers are using them and what improvements can be made. We heard continued support for deferred maintenance. There's always interest in the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. New one, big consideration around public access, where the public can go to wildlife view, hunt, angle, etc. There was concern over the commercial fish fund solvency. We also heard support for continuing the 2022 legislative investments. There was a comment about linking our R3 efforts with the outdoor school initiative, mention of using federal funding for EV charging stations, maintaining the dedicated surcharge amounts on hunting and angling licenses, and support for our existing outreach programs. And the one that was specifically mentioned was Salmon Trout Enhancement Program. At the town halls, we didn't take in as much feedback, and it was pretty general. We did hear about IIGA funding for infrastructures, particularly around our Klamath office, and that we should look into that as an agency. We heard about concerns over private land elk damage in Northeast Oregon. We heard questions about how much funding is provided to wildlife services for predator animal control. Again, interest in Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and then interest in learning what the trend is for Pittman-Roberts Act, and potentially if we were going to see a funding shift there. In the EBAC forum, again, we get more substantive comments. So the R&E board representative who was there was very supportive of our fish and wildlife related POPs in general. We heard from a Pacific States Marine Fisheries Council representative. They're supportive of the agency POPs, especially the ones around climate change, well entanglement, Klamath restoration coordination, and many of the other enhancements for fish and their habitats. They also mentioned they support ways to cooperatively, sustainably manage our valuable Pacific Ocean resources. Water Watch commented. They had commented on the water, habitat, and fisheries divisions and support there. But their top priority, they mentioned, was the Habitat Division's water program, including new POPs around integrated water resource solutions, stream temperature monitoring. They also support new positions in the Habitat Divisions, including the legal fee adjustment, and support Klamath salmon restoration, the forecasting and habitat modeling for salmon, the rogue winter stillhead modeling, and the fish habitat barrier distribution stewardship. Last but not least, Trout Unlimited provided support for the Habitat Division policy and operations proposal, really supportive of the integrated water resource solutions and statewide stream temperature modeling, the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund, and the new $5 million investment they were very instrumental in helping us obtain. Klamath salmon restoration and coordination, the Rogue South Coast winter stillhead monitoring, the Minam track transition, and then that hydrography data collection, which we renamed to Private Forest Accord data coordination. So purpose of today was to get you as much information as you can so that you're feeling like you understand the base of our budget, how this is evolving. We've talked about the current service level budget and how it's built and how we're expanding that with POPs. And what we're really looking for today is like some alignment of some input on our alignment of requests with the desired outcomes you wish to see. If there's any place addressing gaps and needs, and then also a discussion about trade-offs and priorities if you want to have it now. We do realize we're putting a pretty big list in front of you, so it's going to take some time to prioritize it. Last slide I always put up, we're still taking public comment around budgets. You see some of it in your packet now. We'll continue packaging that up for June, and our target is that June 17th commission. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Shannon and Roger, both, and to all of the staff that have been scrambling to put all of this information together for this meeting and for EBAC and for the town halls. It's a huge amount of information, and I know that I appreciate, and I think I speak for everybody, the connections you're trying to make and the roadmaps between these different efforts and how they all connect. I think what would make most sense is if we give each of the commissioners a chance to ask some of their burning questions, or if you have a point you want to make now, that's great. We'll keep it fairly short, and then we'll go to the people who would like to testify, because we have about 10 people who would like to testify. So commissioners, would you like to ask some questions now? A few key ones or points you want to make? And it looks like we have a hand up from Dr. King. So go ahead, Commissioner King, and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and then Commissioner Khalil. Looks like everybody. Go ahead, Dr. King, and we'll come back to the rest. Okay.
No worries. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Shannon. For the record, so that everyone knows, I'm the rep on the EBAC committee, meaning the rep of the commission that's on the EBAC committee. So I've been involved with some of these meetings and will continue to be so at the May meeting. So dear Shannon's probably sick of me. No, it is a lot of fun. I mean, you know, it's hard to make the budget fun, but we do have some fun with it. So, so I just have a couple questions. And that is, we've talked about this briefly, and it's come up with wildlife coexistence, and I always keep asking you, where is urban ecology? It's like, where's Waldo? So where in there, which POP are we putting it in, or does it need to be somewhere separate? Because I guess what I'm wanting to avoid, you know, I know eventually we're going to have to rank order. So is it best to place it in with something, or, you know, name it as a thing and then you can fund it? I just need your input on that one.
Yeah, that's a fabulous question. Because we've been asking ourselves that. How do you strategize grouping these POPs and putting them together and theming them out with their best likely chance of success? And what we've really done is kind of tried to limit them to like very dedicated small requests, but group them in themes. And so I think for me, urban ecology really is coming into those communication asks, either around climate resiliency or habitat and climate public affairs specialist, but also in the coexistence program. So that's a couple places it could already be emphasized that we can talk about more, or you could add.
Yeah. And so would we be doing that, say, at the next EBAC meeting, like, or when we're having further discussions? Because I agree, it could go in any or all of those places, but it sure seems like we need to call it something and name it, and then that's how we fund it.
Yeah, and today is really about, if you guys are going to add, you know, for Chair Wall, do we have agreement across the group to inject that, and then how to inject that, and then I can do that before the June meeting.
Okay. And then some of my other quick questions, you talked about construction, but then I didn't see them. I know from other meetings, we've talked about the Pendleton office, the Clackamas office, the Newport office. Where are those in the POPs, or are they separate under capital construction?
Yeah, excellent clarifying question. So as I mentioned, we had three bonds. So we have one, the first one was around hatcheries and $10 million. That one's actually still just wrapping up. And then the 5 million bond we got for last biennium is just now being implemented. And so that's where the Pendleton and potentially other East Side offices are. It's always this mix of like, yeah, 5 million, how many projects can you fit in under that off the tiered list, right? So things do swap around. Clackamas building is still on that list as well. It's come off and it's come back. But that's just one office. That's not the Clackamas complex. And then I just want to highlight, because you're giving me the opportunity, that does come with positions, engineering positions that really do look and assess this. And we need those resources in order to get this money implemented in the time frame.
Okay. And then you talked about the EV chargers. And I agree with you. We're keeping them as a POP, but we're also pounding ODOT and DAS and whatever, because it may come through them to us. So essentially we could get them two ways. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, that's exactly what we're hearing, where, you know, there's the direct, well, there's an interest by DAS in having this already. And then IIGA funding brought money to ODOT and DAS to implement them. And so we're hearing there's actually 3 funding revenues here, and some of them align. really we got some kickback early on about like, well, we're looking for facilities that are within a 1 mile of a federal highway. And we're like, well, we have 86 facilities, so I'm sure. So we're matching that up with the request. But it's just amazing that all of a sudden in the last 3 months, we actually have more than one funding source to potentially consider this. So we'll keep going after it.
Okay, thank you. And then the climate pop, because we talked about it, the quote climate super pop, and then Chair Wall and Vice Chair Zarnowitz kind of made their the new one that we're just hearing of today. Are those things aligning? Not hearing the whole story. I mean, are we all sort of saying the same thing without getting into the details?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, that I think we are all saying the same thing. Yeah. And I think strategically here, this is something that the commission should look at doing is, as I mentioned, there's 11 POPs that already have some climate resiliency consideration in. There actually may be more. I mean, it's pretty easy to link it up. EV stations aren't considered in that, but it does, obviously. And then with this new POP, and so do we want to group them under a theme and move that up in prioritization as a theme and have them numbered that way? That's something to consider doing, because I'm hearing there is a desire to see that. So.
Thank you. Thank you for answering all of my questions. I'll allow someone else to have some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King, Commissioner or Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and then Commissioner Khalil.
Yeah, I saw Bernadette's hand go up and then go down. I don't know if she was planning to respond to any of Commissioner King's comments or questions.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz. I was just going to also add on the wildlife coexistence POP that we are specifically targeting those positions to be in the urban areas. And, you know, the intent is that they would be doing some outreach and education work. So that might get to some of the urban ecology need, although it's not a dedicated urban ecology program. I think a lot of what they would be doing would be along those same lines.
Thank you.
Yeah, and those are all good questions. I really strongly support this, the many packages that all are pointing towards internal agency working together within as well as without, particularly addressing climate change and ocean conditions as much as we can, I guess, follow them rather than we change them. But so I see a lot of potential here for the kind of not just a new direction, but combining our existing direction with needing to address new issues that are arising constantly with fish and wildlife and their habitats. So that's all I have for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil.
Yeah, I'm happy to see the climate focus woven through. My question goes back to Roger's conversations about the diversity initiatives. And I'm wondering, it seems like mostly the focus has been on racial and ethnic diversity. And I'm wondering if there are other dimensions of diversity that we're considering in some of those communications plans, approaches, etc., gender diversity, oriented, there are, pick your poison, but I would hate to see us have to start over on, on all these different dimensions when we could be more intentional about it.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil, yes, the starting point, the primary driver right now is the BIPOC community because of the direction or the goal from the racial justice community or council, but that is part of it too. Look beyond that. We're going to take this as we can incrementally and learn as we go along and figure out how we apply those learnings elsewhere. But yes, the goal is to be much more, much broader. But and obviously how quickly we can move on that depends on how quickly we can learn, how quickly we can stand things up, and how quickly we can get resources moving forward. On the gender diversity, we have done a lot on that. In fact, when we years ago, particularly on our communication side, most of the communication was our customer base and the communication on Facebook and all that was a lot just primarily men, and through Facebook, that's now much closer to 50, or on social media, much closer to 50% distribution of people who are engaging with us via social media. And then on the our podcast, we've also touched on LGBTQ and diversity and other issues as well. So we continue to move that forward. But overall, we will elevate those interests as well, and that focus as well.
Great. Thank you for that. I can see some dovetail efforts with some of the work and moving beyond just hunting and fishing to wildlife viewing and
Yes.
all that. And I would also just mention that gender diversity includes cis, female, and male, but also trans, non-binary, and other identities that have been historically marginalized.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next to Commissioner Labhart, and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Do you still have another question? And we could come back to, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. Shannon and Roger, great presentation. A lot of information covered in a very short period of time. I think what I'll do is, if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, I'll wait to, I have comments on your input on two of the particular POPs, the wildlife coexistence and the OCRF. And then I would like to discuss two what I perceive as gaps that aren't in the POPs, and that's chronic wasting disease and also funding for the beaver work group work. So I'd like to listen to the public testimony first on if there's, I think there's going to be public testimony on those, but I'd like to listen to those before I provide my comments, if that's okay.
That sounds good. And for all of the other commissioners, we will also have another chance to make points or identify gaps or what, and to answer part of Shannon Hearn's question, which was about to make sure that what we're thinking about aligning all of these, where can we provide that and be helpful today? So we will come back to those. So you'll definitely have your chance to do that, Commissioner Labhart. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I just, I have some concerns around the OCRF, but I'm wondering if Commissioner Labhart has similar, so I will not talk about that. Shannon, thanks for goodness, all your work, crazy amount of work. And also thanks to Commissioner King for following this process. I am particularly interested in just a little deeper dive into the Oregon conservation strategy positions, because I think that's a place where we can unite Oregon behind wildlife connectivity. So could you do that a little bit in slow motion one more time, what those positions are doing?
Absolutely, Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. And thanks for the opportunity to compliment staff on all their work that went into this. And also, as Vice Chair Zarnowitz noticed, we have Mike Harrington, Sarah Reif, and Bernadette Graham-Hudson here, who put in significant time on looking at these issues and developing these POPs. So if Bernadette's still on, I'll let her talk about her 4 positions under the Oregon Conservation Strategy that she's recommending.
Thanks, Shannon. Thanks, Chair Wall and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Yeah, so the Oregon Conservation Strategy POP includes 4 positions, like Shannon said. As you all know, the conservation program is a pretty small program within our division, and we really use the staff we have to leverage our partners and other agencies, to try to get as much work done as possible. But we're pretty limited in capacity. So the overall intent here is to just increase the capacity there and expand our ability to cover some of these non-game species that don't get a lot of funding. And as you know, there's many more non-game species out there, and they just have not historically had the same focus. So the 4 positions are, we're proposing a new East region and a new West region conservation biologist. We currently have 3 conservation biologists around the state, 1 in the East region and 1 in the Northwest, 1 in the Southwest. So this would add 2 additional positions and really just to expand our capacity to do some of the field work on the ground for these non-game species. It would include, the package includes a herpetologist position that would be based here in Salem. And that would be, you know, kind of coordinating any work with our reptiles and amphibians across the state, kind of putting tools into the hands of our field staff so they can help with, you know, closing our data gaps for those species. And the reason we targeted a herpetologist is just the number of amphibians and reptiles that are threatened and, you know, in decline. And part of that is due to the changing climate conditions. And then the last position is a wildlife passage biologist. And that would be also a field-based biologist who would work closely with our wildlife connectivity biologist here in Salem, but also work closely with ODOT and local governments on any wildlife passage projects. You know, a little bit more field-based than the position that's here in Salem, so they could work closely on design and siting and that type of thing.
And is that position, will they be able to leverage the OCamp? Am I getting the acronyms right?
Yep.
All the data that we're going to have coming together around, you know, all the conservation strategy species that are trying to whip around the state in a nice, safe way. So that position is the one that would connect mostly with that data, probably.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, yes, definitely that position, and working closely with Rachel Weed, our wildlife connectivity coordinator here in Salem, they would, you know, the intent would be to take that data from the output from OCamp and then put it on the ground into projects. And so, yes, definitely would be building on that and going into the implementation phase, if you will.
Great, thank you so much. I just am so thrilled to see that, because I think that's a place where we can unite Oregon and do great things for our different critters trying to survive in this state. And then the last thing that I guess I would say is just to Shannon, thanks. I appreciate the Klamath pop around salmon. I think that's just going to continue to be really important. So that is all I will say. And thanks again to staff, because good grief, I'm glad I'm not creating all of that budget.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, if I could just do a follow-up question to yours while we have Bernadette here on that conservation strategy pop. In an earlier version, there were 10 positions and now there are 4 positions. Can you talk about that? Did some of those, do I just have an old version, or did some of those get picked up in some of the Forest Accord work and so they're in a different pop? Or is it old news that I have the policy option package with 10 positions listed and now we have 4?
Okay, well, I'm not sure what those 10 positions were.
Okay.
I'd be happy to look into it if you want to pass on information on what they were. We can figure out if they were picked up somewhere else or.
Okay. I can check on that later with you then. Thanks. Then let's go back to Vice Chair Zarnowitz. You had another question, and then I have a few, and then we're going to go to witnesses that want to testify. So go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot this the first time, but I am going to talk about beaver management and ask the question that in looking at the good neighbor positions, I think that and perhaps maybe some of the other pops could be implementing some of the beaver management recommendations and working with the federal government on federal lands. And so I'm just wondering, Shannon, is that something that can be perhaps added as part of the narrative, or somehow, I don't know if it needs to be that specific, but at least I think we need to it maybe is a little late to get a specific beaver up, but we have a lot of opportunities within some of these positions to use that. those positions to implement beaver habitat restoration. So can you address that?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, that's an excellent recommendation of, I see Sarah's hand up too, so Sarah, you're next. Excellent recommendation to add that in there. And part of that, I think Sarah has been working with Department of Forestry and BLM and U.S. Forest Service on these and what they would do. And she has enlightened us that Department of Forestry has like 4 times the amount of positions that we're asking for. So we should also put in there that they're, that we're liaisoning with them and they have this resource too. They should be really focused, as we've talked at the Beaver Management Work Group, on making this beaver habitat available for beavers to populate and utilize. And then Sarah, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission. Other opportunities also to address beaver habitat and restore riparian systems will come to us through the allocations that we're receiving through the private forest accord. If you'll recall from the private forest accord that there will be $10 million going of general fund going into a sub-account of the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, along with annual mitigation contributions from private forests, and that those funds are to be directed toward restoration of aquatic systems and can include, beaver habitat enhancement, and so keep that in mind. We also have 6 stream biologist positions that are coming to us from the private forest accord, who will be doing a mix of landowner consultations, but will also be involved in implementation of restoration, either advising the landowners for application of those mitigation funds or directly doing that work themselves. And so there is opportunity to address beavers and beaver habitat through that, as well as the 2 beaver biologist positions that we were specifically given through the private forest accord as well. So just some additional avenues that are existing that came to us through the private forest accord that are important to keep in mind as you're thinking about gaps.
Okay, those are all to be active on private lands, though, is that correct? Because the beaver
is correct. Okay. Vice Chair Zarnowitz, that is correct, which brings us back also then to Shannon's point that our good neighbor authority positions have the opportunity to work on all lands, federal lands included, as well as our regional habitat biologists.
Okay, it's just that we had a lot of people, and we'll hear more about that, working very hard to get riparian restoration, including beaver habitat, on federal lands. And I'm sure they'd love it on private lands too. So the Forest Court has taken care of that, perhaps. But we need to, I think, use some of these positions for the federal land opportunities.
Thank you. We have a follow-up question from Commissioner King, and then I have a few questions myself. Go ahead.
Hang on, sorry.
Whoops, you're on.
There, now I am. There we go. Sorry, I kept hitting the Alt-A, whatever, it wasn't working. Sorry. Thank you, Chair Wall. I just wanted to thank Roger, actually, and talking about the communication. As you guys all know, communication is one of the 4 parts of my wheel. And listening to all of these incredible things like, OCamp and beavers and, what are we doing in all of these various spaces? One of the things we really need to do is manage the people and communicate to the people. And I think overarching all of this is we've got to make sure we have a better way to communicate to the people all the great things that we're doing. So I think the things that Roger touched on are really quite key about getting a new website, one that has the whatever adaptive, restorative, whatever, so that it flips right on a cellular phone, or all of those things are crucial to moving forward and getting us to some of those diversity goals, because we've got to communicate differently to reach some of those people. And really understanding the importance, like I think when you're showing of the turkey hunt in Spanish, like going to those communities, literally going and communicating with them and finding communication pieces that work for those, and being able to tailor it. Because I think we need to remember, and Roger and I have talked about this a little bit, that sometimes it's with dumb luck, you have the personality of fish biologist merges with the personality of a web designer, and it all comes together in one person. Overwhelmingly, it's not. Usually a fish biologist doesn't know a thing about website marketing. And I think we need to remember that as an agency, where our focus has been obviously with fish and wildlife, but we need to have more of a focus and a completely different personality type, meaning the ones that know how to communicate what we're actually doing. Because I think that's some of the pushback I get in Portland, because I give presentations a lot with people don't know who we are. We're just not communicating that at all. And I think hopefully, one of the pops that hopefully moves to the top in one of the themes that you mentioned, however we thematically present it, is really remembering that we've got to get our messaging out there, and really focus on like what we talked about with the diversity, and with whether we're calling urban ecology, conservation ecology, like getting into new spaces. And I think communications will be one of the things that help us. So thank you, Roger, for bringing that up. And I would like to echo the thanks to all the hard work and these thousands of pages creating all of these budgets.
Thank you, Commissioner King. Like others have said, I also appreciate the focus that we're seeing in this collection on climate change impacts, ocean change impacts, and especially on habitat and climate change resilience. And the connections that people are making are incredibly helpful. When we get to the gaps part, or whatever we want to call it, that will be one that I'll be looking at, is the connections, because it's very helpful to have these things displayed in a few different ways to make the connections both internally and across, both internal to the agency and across with other entities. I have the other piece that I am seeing a lot of that is directly tied to this, and that I appreciate very much, is that we are so focused on water, whether it's habitat or for retention and flow, or the floods and drought and fire, and what water can do to create the resilience. So those things are top of my list in terms of, if we can address those, then we've gone a long way for to protect fish and wildlife. And this connection with habitat, water, and climate change is critical. I appreciated what Commissioner Zarnowitz was saying about the connections with the Beaver Work Group and what they're looking for. I do have a couple detailed questions, and Roger, it was very useful to hear all of the work on how we're communicating, and that is critical. You talked about expanding from the hunters and fishers and viewers, and getting especially more work with the viewers side of that. My question is, are we also thinking about the non-consumptive uses where people are looking for habitat resilience and climate change resilience, and especially looking at water retention and flow and other water characteristics? Even if they're not doing the hunting and fishing and viewing, they're absolutely deeply concerned about these issues and very interested in our work. And so could you just talk a little bit about that whole non-consumptive side, and if that's part of the recruitment and expansion of our audience?
Sure. Well, yes. So some of that expanded work would happen with that habitat communications position that would focus on water. We're already trying to stand up an additional support for the new habitat division and addressing those issues and increasing awareness. One of my public information officers has been over in the eastern part of the state doing video pieces on what we can expect out of drought this year. So for example, so we're standing that up, but we have to expand that effort, and we're looking for ways to do that. And the next agenda item, we'll be talking about a communications effort, specifically focusing on drought and trying to reach beyond our traditional audiences. And that's going to require some different tools and techniques, and what we pilot with that effort will definitely help us in the future as we figure out how we reach out on water and drought issues to reach a broader audience. And we'll apply that learning on our own communication efforts. So I could talk more about that now, or we can save that discussion for later. It's up to you.
That's great. That helps now. And let's save the rest until later. We do have Director Melcher, and it looks like Sarah Reif would like to also make comments. So go ahead, Director, and then Sarah.
Well, thanks, Chair Wall. And what I wanted to say was really not specific to any of these topics, but just to mention that, of course, we are right now at what has been described by others as in the fun part of the funnel. We have a very broad and extensive list of policy option packages, and they're all, I can guarantee you that not only among the 7 of you, but among our constituents out there, every one of them will be someone's priority. And so right now we're at the fun part. And then, of course, we'll have our first, perhaps less fun part when you all get to give us some direction on priorities as we send this budget to the governor. And then, of course, whoever the next governor is will also have a crack at it before the budget is officially submitted to the legislature. Then, as you all know, the legislature actually writes the budget. So that was it. I just wanted to share that comment, and let's have fun while we can.
I was going to say, I'm not sure I want to thank you for that comment, but we needed it, so thanks. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair Wall and Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Just a minor but important correction. When we were talking about private forest accord, biologists and the mitigation funds, the private forest accord biologists can work across all lands. They're not just limited to private forests. And so as we're talking about restoration opportunities, just wanted to clarify that we are looking at all lands and not limited.
That's real helpful. Thank you. Then commissioners, let's go to the people who would like to testify. We have 9 people, and then we will, at the end of that, if there are questions, we can ask them, and then we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back for points and gaps and the other discussions that we need to have. So the first few people are Michelle Jensen, Sally Compton, Kelly Peterson, David Moskowitz. And then just to list out who we'll be hearing from so people can be ready: Sarah Spangler, Joshua Sarapa, and I'm sorry about the pronunciation on that one, Amy Patrick, Mark Stern, and Carl Wenner. So let's go ahead with Michelle Jensen and then Sally Compton. And each person has 3 minutes if you're able to stay within that, please.
Chair Wall, we do not have Michelle Jensen in the meeting at this time.
Then let's go, thank you, Michelle. Let's go to Sally Compton, Kelly Peterson, and then David Moskowitz. Go ahead, Sally.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sally, and I'm the Executive Director of Think Wild. We're a nonprofit wildlife hospital and conservation center here in Bend, Oregon. And I'm testifying in support of the Wildlife Coexistence Program, and specifically the grant funding proposed to support wildlife rehabilitation and our services. Oregon's wildlife rehabilitation centers are providing essential services to both humans and wildlife. We do a lot more than just treat injured and orphaned native wildlife, although that's very important. We're trusted resources that fulfill the key communication goals that I listened to Roger mention, especially combating human-wildlife conflicts in urban areas. And I think our hotline is a really great demonstration of that. So we have a wildlife hotline that we promote extremely heavily throughout Central and Eastern Oregon. We do that on all of our social media pages, all of our communications, our press releases, signage around town. And just last year, Think Wild responded to over 2,200 calls and social media messages from the public relating to wildlife concerns. So we don't just have people call us about wildlife injuries or suspected orphanings, but we also ask them to just call us, really about anything. So nuisance calls, conflicts, just general questions. And we track every single hotline call that comes in. We track where they come from, what the issue is, what was the resolution. And we found that more than 50% of those calls were resolved through individualized education over the phone. These are all calls that we diverted from ODFW requests and all resolutions that ODFW did not have to deal with. Our extensive and diverse partnerships further support the credibility and necessity and importance of Oregon's rehabilitation centers. An example of this is our partnership with Eagle Environmental and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, where we tag and track our released golden eagles to measure post-rehabilitative success. So far, all of our rehabilitated and released eagles are alive and thriving, and one is actually actively nesting in the region where we released it after suffering from severe lead poisoning. We also partner with the Central Oregon Community Veterinary Technician Program. So we provide wildlife veterinary externships. We actually have 5 students rotating through this externship this summer. So we're one of the only resources we are the only resource in Central Oregon providing this wildlife focused veterinary medicine knowledge. We also work with local watershed councils to promote our beaver habitat restoration services, which I heard throughout the discussion. We partner with rural schools and warm springs to promote coexistence strategies. So these are all different examples of our partnerships in ways that we not just rehabilitate native wildlife, but help with education. So despite all these essential services, we do not receive government funding. And so that's why we're really supporting this grant program so that we can spend more time on these services and less time on finding alternative sources of funding.
Thank you, Sally. Commissioners, any questions immediately? I don't see any, Sally, so thank you. Kelly Peterson.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Hi there. Hi, good morning, Chair Wall and Commissioners. I'm Kelly Peterson. I'm the Oregon State Director for the Humane Society of the United States, and I appreciate the chance to testify in support of the proposed wildlife coexistence package. I first want to offer my gratitude to Commissioners Laphard and Khalil for their leadership in the work group, and to ODFW staff for the opportunity to participate on a task force that really was based on a desire for collaboration, which kept our conversations very focused and productive. And second, I've said this personally to Commissioner Laphard, but I want to thank him in particular for his facilitation skills, which I think ultimately helped to create an environment for real open and honest conversations around the core issues that have led to today. HSUS, we've already submitted our formal comments in support of the Wildlife Coexistence Program. However, I wanted to underscore about the timeliness of this proposed package, especially as our population continues to expand. And with the challenges associated with climate change, conflicts with wildlife can be expected to increase. So this is a program that is forward thinking, and it's why we support the priorities outlined within the package that focus on reducing human-wildlife conflicts through education and expanding those community partnerships and training for all stakeholders and agencies involved in wildlife response throughout Oregon. And I'm grateful to be following Think Wild because it is a package that invests in Oregon's wildlife rehabilitation centers. They have the potential to be one of the most valuable and important partners in the field. They're also uniquely situated and they're a trusted voice in their communities. They are addressing wildlife concerns, fielding thousands of calls. They are inspiring wildlife responsibility through outreach and in education, and they are literally caring for sick and injured native wildlife. So HSUS, we look forward to supporting this proposed package in the year ahead, both in the legislature, making it a priority as part of the budget and in its implementation. So thank you for the chance to speak today and for being part of the wildlife response work group. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I don't see hands up, but thank you for being on yet another work group with us and for your comments. So thanks. David Moskowitz, and then Sarah Spangler, and then Joshua Saranpa. Go ahead, David.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, David Moskowitz for the Conservation Angler. And first, we want to start out by saying thank you to Shannon and Roger for the presentation, and to Debbie Colbert for her outreach. As a member of EBAC, we haven't been able to participate as much as we'd like to, but they've made it definitely possible and fairly easy. We're a little concerned about the fact that we haven't seen the priority list yet. And ODFW adds many programs every biennium. Not few have been evaluated, and none have ever been removed as a priority. And that gives us some concern. The program should be rigorously evaluated at some point in time, and to see if they still retain their importance for the agency and for the state of Oregon. And some of this is the problem with managing based on the current service level budgeting process, where it's just always grow, 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 but we should be thinking about getting better, better, better. And that does not mean that we're indicating any support for staff reductions, but hopefully retraining, redirecting skilled staff to priority programs. The department has excellent people in many different programs, and we need to make sure that the programs reflect what Oregon needs now, not necessarily what it needed 10, 20, 30 years ago. The fact that we don't see the priorities yet means that there's going to be no meaningful opportunity to discuss them with the commission. And that concerns us, because our next opportunity is at the June meeting, when you're going to be asked to approve this budget. So that's a concern. One of the things that concerns us is our spending on deferred maintenance. And we don't believe that there has been enough funding to really bring the hatcheries up to snuff, because they're aging. They've got water quality problems, passage problems, disease problems, and those are going to be accelerated by climate change impacts. We don't see a tie between the agency's climate vulnerability assessment of the hatchery system, report that's due to the legislature in 2023. We'd like to see that connection made more strongly. We do support the $5 million for some of the office upgrades. We definitely want to see Tucker Jones and his crew have safe and welcoming offices out in Clackamas. But nevertheless, the whole system is an important investment by the state, and we need to make sure we know how to make it safe for the next 100 years. I'm past 3 minutes, so we'll send some written comments in. We really appreciate the opportunity. There's a lot of work to be done by June 17th. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I don't see hands up now, so we'll save those for later. Sarah Spangler. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall and members of the Commission. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Sarah Spangler. I'm the Executive Director at Chintimini Wildlife Center in Corvallis. We're one of the older and larger rehab centers in the state. We were founded in 1989. We admit about 2,000 animals per year, and we serve many times more animals and people than that through our outreach education programs and our wildlife hotline. I really want to reiterate pretty much every word of the testimony from Sally Compton and from Kelly Peterson. And I wanted to just highlight that Think Wild, they shared some pretty impressive statistics, and they're one of your newest rehab centers. There aren't many new rehab centers. It's difficult to start them, but I think it's really essential that we maintain and that we sustain the existing rehab centers, as well as support these new centers that are starting. I had the privilege of serving on the work group that laid the groundwork for the Wildlife Coexistence funding package, and I want to reiterate my strong support. I also want to touch on just the nature of the conversations we had in that work group. It was a pretty diverse bunch, and I just wanted to mention that I think we had some tense, difficult conversations, and we talked through some complicated topics. It was clear that we didn't all see things, we didn't see eye to eye, and that we were not approaching the issues from exactly the same place. I think that was the strength of the work group. And it's what made me even more encouraged to know that in the end, we had clear consensus on the path forward in the form of this funding package. So I believe this funding package is exactly the right step to move forward, and it'll help all of us across the entire state work together to respond better to wildlife conflicts and emergencies. And I think kind of in response to Roger Furman's great presentation today and a couple of comments from commissioners, I think it's helpful to add, I myself am not a rehabber. I'm kind of just an administrator. I do the paperwork at the rehab center, but I work really closely and I supervise our rehabbers, and I have the chance to observe them as they're working every day. And they're so inspiring. I see them displaying the very same endurance and tenacity and grace that I know so many of us and other Oregonians admire in the wildlife that we want to protect. And much like those animals, your rehabbers are captivating and they're powerful and they're worthy of supporting and conserving. And in turn, I believe they have the ability to connect with and inspire the people in the communities where they live. These are their neighbors. And I think supporting, your friendly neighborhood wildlife center every day, those rehabbers are talking on the phones, they're talking to their neighbors, and they're helping Oregonians across all demographics and geographic areas learn to respect and protect wildlife. And so an investment in your rehabbers, an investment in this package and additional staffing and infrastructure at ODFW is probably the best investment that I think you can make in the state's wildlife. That's all I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. We don't have questions now, so we'll go on to Joshua. Are you here? And will you introduce yourself? Michelle, is Joshua in the room? Why don't we, while we're trying to find Joshua, let's go to Amy Patrick.
Good morning. Chair Wall, Director Melcher, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Amy Patrick, and I'm the Policy Director for the Oregon Hunters Association. And I'd just like to speak for a few moments on some of the policy option packages that we've reviewed and rise to the top for us, as well as one kind of glaring absence that we'd like to call attention to as well. But I'll start with the areas that we support, the POPs that we would really like to see prioritized. Have to do with the mule deer plan. We support the mule deer coordinator and the mule deer research data management proposals. With mule deer populations in such decline, we really feel like this is a priority for the department. We're encouraged to see that these have been put forth, and we support those being prioritized. Additionally, OHA continues to support the Minam River Wildlife Area acquisition and fully support this final phase of acquisition to make that a reality. The one area that I'd like to touch on that we're concerned about is the lack of funding for chronic wasting disease, or CWD. With cases found at the Idaho border, that has severely raised the level of attention that this deserves within the state. We would like to see the department prioritize funding in this budget to establish in-state testing and to also establish a more robust research and sampling outreach framework. It's such of importance to our ungulate population that we feel that funding, even general funds appropriation, should be prioritized to this topic over several of the POPs that have been included in the budget. As an example, it's hard for me to support the wildlife coexistence package with 6 full-time employees and an additional $300,000 in funding when CWD has been left off the budget in its entirety. So we would just like to encourage the commission and the staff to relook at that, to look at what it would take to establish in-state testing and prioritize a POP for funding so that we can move forward with that and not wait another biennium, as that may have dire consequences. And then very quickly, I'll touch on the beaver management work group recommendations that I have when we discuss that later on. I don't want to take up our time here. And I just had one quick comment as well, and this is not necessarily budget related, but just a comment that I'd like to make about the non-consumptive and consumptive use of terminology. It's my belief that all Oregonians are consumptive when it comes to wildlife, and whether that means you harvest an animal or you travel on a highway that bisects a migration corridor. There is consumption that happens there. And I feel that if we could move away perhaps from some of the consumptive versus non-consumptive wording, we may be a little bit more successful in finding what I believe is the key, and that is how do all of us, all the users, contribute to the funding of ODFW for the betterment of the conservation. So just a little side comment there. I appreciate you letting me comment on that.
Great, thank you, Amy. And since I made the comment about consumptive, non-consumptive, I'll come back to it later, but and figure out a better way to say it so that we can actually be looking at some of those things, but not driving people to separate corners. That's absolutely not of use. So thank you. The next three are Mark Stern, Carl Wenner, and then also there's a note in the chat box that Danielle Mosier had signed up, and I didn't have her on my list. So we'll go first to Mark, then Carl, then Danielle. So go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher. My name is Mark Stern, and I'm here today to testify in my capacity as a member of the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund Advisory Committee. I want to express general support for the policy option package that ODF&W has developed for this program. But importantly, I'm here also to ask that ODF&W consider increasing the funding requests for this POP from $1 million to $3 million from the general fund, and authorization to receive and spend another $1 million in private funds that we will raise. You'll also hear from Carl Wenner, Chair of OCRF Advisory Committee, on the same matter. What I'd like to share with you is that I think for ODF&W, OCRF is really a game changer. We've heard the comments about how the Private Forest Accord is bringing $10 million through OCRF to a subaccount. And I think, as a lot of you know, the legislature in the short session directed $4 million in drought relief to another subaccount within OCRF. And those are really big moves that will help OCRF contribute and support ODF&W in the state. But I think it's really important to recognize that those funding packages that come into OCRF are really in different subaccounts for a very specific and prescribed purpose that are aligned with, but are not specifically for OCRF as it was created. OCRF includes the focus on the Oregon Conservation Strategy, which focuses on key habitats, target species. We've funded projects with sea otter reintroduction, wildlife crossings on Highway 97 and down in the Siskiyous, and projects on Lewis woodpeckers and western pond turtles and others. We also have a mandate that intersects with wildlife fishing interests along with wildlife viewing to increase new recreation opportunities. We also have a very intentional mandate to work with underserved and underrepresented audiences and communities. And as part of this effort, we funded projects with people of color outdoors. We funded a project with the Lentz community in Southeast Portland that focused on similar issues. We've also funded projects in Wallowa County that had high school kids out working in the woods. And we funded one down in Douglas County that was working with a local community of vets on trail rehabilitation. So, as I look at natural resources in Oregon, we've all been aware of what OWEB has been able to do as it was created 30 years ago. And I guess I would raise the point, I think OCRF has a similar opportunity in the sense of, as OWEB is for the watershed councils, I think OCRF can be for ODF&W. I want to acknowledge and thank the department for the great work and support by the staff, Charlotte, Regula Whitfield, Sarah Reef, Davia Palmera, and Debbie Colbert. I also want to point out that most of the OCRF dollars that are being requested in this POP, there's one position for an FTE to help run the program, but all of the other dollars being requested are for dollars going out the door to partners to hit the ground. So in closing, I think going forth, OCRF will create some opportunities and synergies to benefit Oregon's fisheries and wildlife, some of which we can't yet envision. It will increase the quality and quantity of recreation opportunities, and importantly, expand ODF&W's constituency to include all Oregonians. I hope you can take our request to heart and work with staff to make this change. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Carl Winner.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Well, thank you, Chair Wall and the rest of the commission. It's an honor to be here talking with you. I'm here today to talk about the OCRF, and I appreciate Mark's comments. We've had a great run at the OCRF from our humble beginnings 2.5 years ago. It's really been gratifying to see how far we've come. But I'm here today to talk about funding for the next biennium through the current POP. Currently, there's $1 million allocated to the OCRF, and unfortunately, if that is the level that we're funding at, that's going to be a major step backwards for us, and we would lose a lot of momentum. I can demonstrate that just by describing our last RFP that we had. We just finished funding a round of projects that we vetted, and in this round, we had allocated $1 million for this RFP. We have 4 RFPs per biennium. And in that round, we had $2.5 million in ask for the $1 million we had to spend with 59 projects. We were only able to fund 23 and had to leave a very high number of really great projects on the table. So the point being is for 1/4 of the biennium, we easily spent $1 million. So I think at a minimum for us to function at the level we've been, we're going to need to have that same level of funding for the OCRF in the upcoming biennium. In fact, we need $4 million. And what we're requesting is that $1 million be increased to $3 million. And we're so confident in our track record and what we've done and the support we've had, we'll raise the other $1 million to get us to $4 million. We've already shown that this biennium, we already have raised around $500 million or $500,000 in private funds. So we're asking for $3 million, and we'll raise the other $1 million. I don't think you have anyone else coming here telling you they're going to get their own money, but we're going to do that. So we're very happy with how things are going, and we really appreciate the support the commission has given us. We've got incredible staff with Charlotte and Davia and Sarah, and Debbie has been just great working with us, and we really appreciate all the support that you've given. And so I just ask you to strongly consider that. And we certainly have, the demand is there and more than what we can cover, even with the funding level we're asking for. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Winter. And we do have a question from Commissioner King, and then we'll go to Danielle. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and thank you, Dr. Winter and Mark, for your clarifications about OCRF and the funding and, you know, all the different pots that it's all being divided up into. This is more really of a comment because when we talked at the event at Show Bar, you had mentioned akin to when you apply for a hunting license with ODFW, you can't get off the site without answering the question, do you want to contribute to the OCRF? Do you want to contribute to the Predator Fund, etc.? Since that time, I've actually met the head of Metro Parks and Recreations, who is a commissioner for the state parks. And I mentioned your idea about putting the same sort of I guess, option at the bottom of state parks. And when you're talking about like generating your own funds and private funds, I would say take that even further. He's not seen that come before him yet as a state commissioner, but you can put it at the bottom of Metro. You could put it at the bottom of county parks, you know, because everywhere you go, like, you know, in Portland Metro, whether you go to a Washington County park or you go to one of the Metro sites, there's a fee required. So you can put those same asks under all of those fees and on all of those websites to generate even more funds for OCRF. And I thought of that because I did a Clackamas River float, like I said, with the head of Metro Parks and Nature. And at least when we were talking about it, he was open to the idea and he said he hadn't heard it yet. So I'm not sure where you guys are in that space.
Commissioner King, thank you so much. That's music to my ears. We'll just make it 2 million that we're going to raise next go around. So we're working on that. I really appreciate you bringing that forward, and we will make sure that that happens. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's go to Danielle. Go ahead.
Thank you. And sorry for that glitch. Not sure what happened, but appreciate you letting me testify. So Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and members of the commission, my name is Danielle Moser. I'm the Wildlife Program Coordinator for Oregon Wild. However, today I'm going to give testimony on behalf of the entire Oregon Wildlife Coalition, which is a group of 8 nonprofit organizations working together to advance wildlife conservation policies in the state. Our members include Oregon Wild, Portland Audubon, Cascadia Wildlands, Center for Biological Diversity, Defenders of Wildlife, Humane Society of the United States, Humane Voters of Oregon, and the Western Environmental Law Center. Our coalition submitted written comments into the record regarding ODFW's budget. A couple of things I would like to highlight. We fully support the added capacity to the Oregon Conservation Strategy. Appreciate that we're expanding those positions. As we all know, that's been woefully underfunded for many years. We also appreciate that there's so much focus on how the agency can protect and restore fish and wildlife in the face of climate change. Obviously, that's a growing threat. And so we appreciate so much focus and sort of overlay about that. And we also just want to acknowledge and appreciate some efforts to try to reach new and more diverse audiences and ensure that the agency's work is inclusive of those perspectives. And then finally, I just want to highlight in particular this coexistence package. We enthusiastically support it and had 2 of our member groups, part of the committee that developed the package, the Humane Society and Portland Audubon. We would like to express our appreciation to Commissioner Labhart for chairing the committee and to Commissioner Khalil, both of them for spending so much time on this committee and just for their thoughtful leadership. Also, thanks to ODFW staff and OSP for their participation as well. We're not only supportive, but excited of this package and happy it's coming to fruition. We think it will do a lot to help engage new and broader audiences across Oregon, promote stewardship, and ultimately reduce human-wildlife conflicts, which I think is a goal all of us can get on board with. And finally, we just appreciate and are supportive of the various pieces included in the package, such as the 5 coexistence biologists and a statewide outreach coordinator, and then funding for grants for these rehab centers. Again, just appreciate that this is comprehensive and it includes so many positions in order to have effective implementation on the ground. So thank you so much, and thank you for letting me testify today.
Thank you. And Danielle, I don't see questions. So that's it on the testimony, commissioners. Let's take a break for 10 minutes, come back at 10:25, and we'll start with commissioner questions, points, and what you need for going forward to the June meeting. So, and we'll get into the other part of the funnel, I think is the way to think about after the break. So see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll give people just a few more seconds to get back on, and we have two commissioners with hands up who would like to speak. Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. So that's, I think nearly everybody is back. So why don't we go ahead, Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. I'd like to start off by talking about the wildlife coexistence POP. As we know, this package contains 6 new positions, funding to support an outreach campaign and funding to support wildlife rehabilitators funded with the general fund. 5 positions would be wildlife coexistence biologists focused on outreach, education, and response around human interactions with wildlife and engaging and supporting Oregon's wildlife rehabbers. 1 communication coordinator would focus on developing and implementing proactive communications and stakeholder engagement aimed at minimizing the human-wildlife conflicts. And then there would be an additional $300,000 in grant funding that would go to wildlife rehabilitation centers. So I want to personally thank I think I counted 107 letters or emails that we got today or yesterday from somebody got the Get Out to Vote campaign in support of this. So I really appreciate that. As you can detect, I'm a strong supporter for this POP, and hopefully it will move forward. It's a good program. Next is the OCRF. I want to agree with Dr. Winter and Mark Stern that OCRF has just done yeoman's work in the last 2.5 years. I have the privilege of sitting as the liaison for the commission on that advisory group. And they're an amazing group of individuals that have done really good work, and as evidenced by the legislature providing additional funding to them in terms of putting other silo funding into the OCRF because they do good work. But we need to make sure that it's adequately funded. So I strongly support moving the POP from 1 million to 3 million, with an additional $1 million being raised privately for a total of 4 million. So hopefully the department would consider that as a priority. And then the beavers. I know we're going to have a beaver presentation here in a little bit, but I'm a little bit concerned. And the analogy that I'll use is with the Wildlife Response Work Group, we developed a set of recommendations, and then we went one step further and developed a POP package to implement those recommendations. And probably because of time constraints, the Beaver Work Group didn't do that. I'm very supportive of the recommendations that are coming out of the Beaver Work Group, but I'm worried that I don't want these recommendations to go into a black hole, and the good recommendations, but where's the funding to implement those? And I fully realize that there's funding from Private Forest Accord, there's funding from the Good Neighbor Authority, there's other federal funds that can access this program, but I want to make sure that we have a POP package for the state funding for that so that we can put money where our mouth is. And so I'm a little bit worried when people say, well, it's kind of hidden in other POPs or other packages, and we'll just take a piece here and we'll fund the beaver from that and that and that. But if we could do something or think about doing something similar to what we did with the Wildlife Response Group and say, we think this is important, and here's the funding, here's the POP for that. And it includes these federal funds, but also includes a package of state funding that we could take to the legislators. If it's too late to do that, then we need to work with our legislators and try to get that POP package to make sure that we in fact implement those recommendations that that group spent a couple years or year and a half working on. Infrastructure, infrastructure is always kind of sits in the background, but I'm a strong supporter for infrastructure, and it's not a sexy issue by any means, but it is really important. I really appreciate Dave Moskowitz and others mentioning about keeping the priority on infrastructure and making sure that our buildings are in good repair and that we have quality facilities that our staff can operate. And then last but not least, the chronic wasting disease. I'm very concerned about that. It's moving in our direction from Idaho. It's on our border right now. It's becoming an issue for a lot of people. And I don't know all the details of it, but we don't have the appropriate funding for testing in Oregon. And if we could figure out a way to work with the OSU Vet School to provide some funding to them so that when we hopefully increase the amount of testing that we do, that we can have a place to test it. We don't have to go to another state to have these samples tested, and we could have it done at OSU at the vet school. And we might be doing some of that now, but in my opinion, it's not enough. And we need to get on top of this issue before it becomes a significant issue. We do not want chronic wasting disease in this state. We have a huge amount of ungulates that would be affected by it. So we got to keep on top of this. And then last but not least, and Dave brought up this prioritization issue. I was kind of thinking out loud as he was talking, but I'm wondering if that would be possible, because all commissioners probably have their priorities of what they would like to see. If we could have the staff take the POP list and prioritize it from the staff perspective, and then send it out to each commissioner, and then we look at it and send back to Michelle a prioritized list from that list that the staff had presented, and then you could capsulize that into a format that we could come to the June meeting where we do approve the budget, and we send it out publicly ahead of time, but we would see, at least from the 7 commissioners' perspective, here's where they prioritize stuff. And then you could probably figure out where the staff priorities are and where the commission priorities are, and where they align, where the commission priorities align. That would be the list of number 1 through whatever the number of POPs are. So it could possibly work. And I'm sorry, Chair Wall, I didn't have a chance to talk to you about it because I just thought about it as Dave was talking, but maybe that would be a way that we could routinely and quickly do that without having another hour and a half discussion about what is the highest priority. So just something to think about. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that idea has promise. So no apologies on that one. I think, it would, so long as we would consider it the start of a conversation, I think it would be really informative to hear what the other people on the commission thought, or see what they thought, and use it as a start rather than an endpoint. We may be able to do a great job or get through them much faster that way, at least. So let's go to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, then Commissioner Spellbrink, and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I just would, and Commissioner Labhart covered it well, as I thought he would, but I also support the 3 million bump for the OCRF. I think that the OCRF is kind of our glitter and spice, and funding that and keeping that going and making sure that we can continue to build energy around that is really important to me. So I want to throw in my support on that one. On the Beaver work group, we're going to have a great presentation here shortly on the Beaver work group. Unfortunately, the timing of that and this POP schedule have been off, unlike the timing on some of the wildlife outreach POP. I support what Commissioner Labhart is saying, but I also think that if we have funding streams that are already available, we don't need to be redundant there. I want to make sure, and I appreciated Sarah talking about the fact that that funding through the Forest Accord, which I think, and I'd like clarification on this from Shannon, I think that funding is assured, right, through the Forest Accord. So that's not funding that I'd like to understand that Forest Accord funding and how that plays into the Beaver work group. So that would be a quick question. I mean, we could do a whole POP for Beaver, but the other thing that you'll hear when we actually get to the Beaver work group presentation today is that we're trying to make sure that Beaver work goes across the agency. And I think Commissioner Zarnowitz is able to communicate this in a really clear way, but we're not trying to isolate that in one place. We're trying to make sure that work is distributed across, into some new places like habitat and other areas. So anyway, I don't know what to do with that one. we want to make beaver a priority for sure, but if we've already got the funding, I'm also mindful of what Kurt said. At some point, we have a budget that we have to live within. All right, those are my thoughts, and also I would concur that we ought to take this chronic wasting disease issue very seriously and not let that just slip out from under us here.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Let's go to Commissioner Spellbrink and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Go ahead.
And thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, a couple of things I want to say. I do agree with the CWD. That's going to be, I don't think that issue is going away. So the more we can be proactive on that, probably the better. And then I want to agree with Commissioner Labhart also on maybe seeing, staff priorities on some of these pops too. I have a hunch, wildlife might have a few different ones than fish, and conservation might be different. So it would be helpful, I think, when we get to the point looking to see where their priorities are, and not that we're going to agree 100%, but I think it would be helpful, because I remember the last time it seemed like you're looking at all these pops and trying to prioritize, and it's like, wow, you put one at the front, and then pretty soon you find another one, and it goes that down the list. And so anyway, I think that would be helpful anyway.
Thank you. Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I pretty much, I'd say I support all the pops. They all sound great. So, and in addition, I also would support asking for the $3 million for the OCRF. I agree with all the other commissioners and the people presenting on it, on how important that has been. And it's been such an exciting program for me to see develop and move ahead with many different avenues, from getting people out into recreating, even in urban parks, on into helping with wildlife passage issues. And I also would support adding maybe into the mule deer effort, although it wouldn't only affect mule deer, but position and funding to really be aggressive about the CWD coming in, potentially coming into Oregon, because there's many places we could get samples from than just hunters bringing them in. So I think that really needs to be worked on. One more thing on the beaver. I think we need to specify within, I don't think we need to have a separate POP, but I think we have some POPs already in this budget that we need to specifically specify that there's going to be management, or let's see, I'm not sure exactly how to say it, but that working on resiliency in climate change, using beavers to reestablish some of the riparian benefits that they provide. So I think there needs to be some sort of thing put in one of these POPs, and I think that we can decide which one or several would be the best to specifically mention that in. And that's, I think that's all I'll say now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I agree with increasing OCRF. I think that takes us to a very important place as a department, in terms of that's in many ways the tip of the spear into some of the changes we need to make. And I would also state that I'm fully supportive of the chronic wasting disease. I think the fact that we don't have it is kind of a miss. You know, I admit I'm on the budget committee and I just looked right past that. But I really want to, and I want to echo a lot of people's concerns. I want to get away from this consumptive versus non-consumptive. And I don't want this to become like, okay, you know, I don't support the wildlife conflict pop because there's no CWD. Like, you know, I think we need to change the preposition to an and, like we need to find a way to fund CWD and the wildlife conflict and not make this some sort of consumptive versus non-consumptive fight, because again, we need to move away from that. So I think we can look at our existing pops very much akin to like what Vice Chair Zarnowitz just said, what I've said, like, where can we stick urban ecology? Can that be in one of the existing ones? Can we stick beaver management in one of the existing ones and get it funded properly, get it named, and et cetera, and not just sort of tear into like, well, you got 6 positions in the other one, like we're going to take one to make this other one. I think we need to, I really hope we don't go down that path. Although I would like to, I guess, emphasize the importance of both. And then kind of, I have more of a procedural question in that we're all going to have a rank order, whether it's staff, whether it's us commissioners. At some stage, I guess, is it at the June meeting when we all have the rank order? Like, how many do we say, hey, we're only going to get 4 and we need to really rank them? I mean, do we have a sense of like where the cutoff line is, or that's what I don't really quite understand. Like, how much jockeying do we have between now and June, and what are we expecting? So.
Let's see if either Shannon or the director would like to speak to that last question, and then we can go back to a couple others. Go ahead, Director. You look like you're about to say something.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair Wall, and thank you, Commissioner King. I think the short answer to the question is we don't have any cutoff line. We don't have any specific budget instructions from the governor's office, you know, that telling us to not ask for more than X% increase, or so right now, truly we're in the fun part of the funnel, and there is no firm cutoff. Having said that, though, I think it would be really important. I mean, it is very important that we prioritize, that the commission prioritizes the ultimate list that we provide to the governor's office, so the governor knows, you know, and the governor may look at the list and the governor could say, well, I'm not funding any of these top 5. I like numbers 17, 18, and 19. Therefore, I'm moving 7. You know, the governor's list could be 17, 18, and 19. You know, that's the governor's prerogative. But so it is important to go beyond whatever your top handful are, because the governor might look somewhere else on the list and decide contextually what is a higher priority for the commission, then may make that a priority. You know, it may change her priority list. So not a firm answer, but we don't have one.
Right. And also, I guess with the different monies that are coming, like this is literally the Oregon legislative budget. Like it goes to the governor, they do whatever. We never get it back again. It goes then to the legislature. But there's the RAWA money and the infrastructure money. So is there a sense like, hey, we don't get the capital construction that we wanted, you know, for Klamath from the state? Is there any way to shift that otherwise? Like how do we move the shells? Or is that we have to wait and see what this outcome is?
Yeah, well, we're always looking to be creative and move the shells whenever we can. So that's what we do when we look at all these different funding opportunities. With regard to you're right. Once we submit this budget to the governor, then the governor will and her staff will review it, and they'll make it the governor's requested budget. Since it's an election year, and there's obviously one way or another, we will have a new governor next year. The new governor is given a little bit of grace in that typically the governor's budget will go to the legislature in January. I think in an election year like this, they move that deadline out to early February, so that the new governor has some latitude, if you will, to adjust the previous governor's budget priorities. And then once the governor submits it to the legislature, then it's entirely in the legislature's hands. And of course, we work the budget along with all of our collaborators in the state capitol. We then work the governor's budget. The governor's budget is our budget. And so once the governor's budget is submitted, that is what we advocate for. We don't advocate for anything that's not in the governor's budget unless it's with permission of the governor.
And what is the timeline for these other funding sources? Like, for example, like if we realize CWD was a flop, say, and we got to ask it for somewhere else, like, do we get that chance to know?
It's of course, many of our, Chair Wall and Commissioner King, many of our, or most of our external funding sources are on their own timelines. So there's, of course, federal fiscal years, and actually some federal agencies have different fiscal years than other federal agencies. The IIJA money, of course, is ongoing for the next 5 years or so. Recovery America's Wildlife Act, of course, it's not even law yet. And then after it becomes law, the Fish and Wildlife Service will have to do rulemaking before we can apply for grants, and they will essentially put the criteria for what we can actually apply for, the restrictions on the grant criteria. So that's a long ways out, I would say, a long ways out in the context of this budget process. Maybe not a long ways out in the course of our lifetimes, but in the course of this budget context, it's quite a ways out.
Okay, and then also, I guess that this is sort of my next question, and I asked it to Shannon before, like, we can ask for 6 charging stations, but there's more than one way we can ask, essentially. So like, we might get 6 from the legislature, and then we get another 6 from ODOT, and another 6 from something. Like, we can just keep, like, again, it's moving the shells. Like, we don't have to just take one answer, is kind of what it's sounding like.
Yeah, we're, Chair Wall and Commissioner King, we're gonna, in the case of the charging stations, we're gonna look for every opportunity to to fund charging stations at not just our headquarters, but at our facilities around the state. And that goes certainly beyond whatever we ask for in a policy option package, assuming that it stays on the Commission's list of asks. And then similarly, I would just say a lot of these policy option packages that I know they won't make it through past the fun part of the funnel, but a lot of the legwork will be done that if the Recovery America's Wildlife Act passes, then we'll look at ways that we can convert those to a federally funded package, of course, looking for the match, but I think we have good leverage to get match if we get the federal funds, but that's down the road. So
sure. And my last question, I see Bernadette has her hand up. When we're talking about infrastructure, because that's one of the things I've pounded, and I know Shannon knows that. One of the things I will also pound, I will just absolutely insist that it needs to be rebuilt green. So we just rebuilt the Ontario office without a single energy efficient entity put into it. Not a solar panel, not a charger, nothing. That was from 2021, just last year. So is there any way, like when we are looking at these, that we can say, like, they must have solar panels, they must have chargers if they're a rebuild? And from what I was told by the real property manager, the Ontario rebuild wasn't big enough, it wasn't required, which that just blew my mind. So if there is a criteria that it must be a certain size before the green mandate comes in, could we please know that, or at least discuss it or something? Because like I said, I was just stunning news. I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, like in many cases, Chair Wall and Commissioner King, like in many cases, we operate, we're an instrument of state government, and we operate under the state Department of Administrative Services rules on property acquisitions and construction. Similarly, there's statutory requirements. I think the reason there's an exception for small construction jobs is that, if you're doing a $250,000 construction job, and there's a requirement for certain, green building codes, if you will, it can literally double the cost of the construction. Whereas when you're looking at a large facility, a very expensive facility, hopefully I'm still on.
Yes.
I started getting strange feedback here, but
Yeah, same.
a large facility, it's easier to, of course, to absorb those expenses into the overall construction cost. So, but we'll look into it. We'll look into it as it relates to any new construction.
Thank you.
Bernadette.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I just wanted to follow up and provide a little bit of information around CWD since there's a lot of interest there. So we are pursuing some federal funding opportunities that are specific to CWD. So we're hoping that those might be a good opportunity for us to help expand some of our work at the districts, sampling both hunter harvested animals as well as roadkill salvage as they come into the offices. And also use that funding to assist with timely submission to a veterinary diagnostic lab. As you guys have mentioned, we currently send those out of state for testing. We're also interested in looking at the potential for in-state testing. We don't yet have a partner that is willing to do that. So we're exploring the options. And so we're not at a point where, we're ready to make a funding request for that. And it's not likely that funding would come to us. It would probably need to go to that partner entity that was willing to do that testing. We also don't know, of course, what it would be hopeful that would increase the timeliness and decrease the cost. But we don't know that yet since it's just a concept at this point. And then I guess I would say that we'd be happy to work with one or two commissioners to further flesh out what some of the gaps might be if you guys have interest in that.
Thank you. Let me just add a few, and then I think we can begin to wrap this one up because we have other items. One of the things, and this goes back to what Commissioner Labhart said about maybe we get the staff prioritization of the POPs to really be able to be ready for June. It would be useful to me, and I think the other commissioners to, as these materials are updated and go to EBAC, if they could be made available to us as well, particularly the POPs, and maybe we could number them just to make it easier to talk about them. And like we had it that way last time and it worked well. The narratives that go with them, of course, the prioritization list that we've had in the past, and the other information that goes to EBAC would be useful to all of us. I think I'd like to go back to the point about the consumptive, non-consumptive, because I'd like to take a shot at saying what would be a better use of words on my part for what I was trying to get at. And it is this: we have groups that we already know about. We also have the urgency that a lot of people are feeling about climate change and habitat resilience, and especially about cold water protection and cold water sources and the use of water to lessen the impacts from climate change in things like drought and fire and flood and storm surge. So to the extent that we're able to incorporate that in how we communicate with our audiences, I think there is enormous value in those resources that we're working with, and people need to know those connections and be able to make them. And I would like that to be part of it. So it isn't I was definitely not trying to create yet another reason for us to have an either or kind of thing. It's just that we need to look at the value of those natural resources that we're working with, especially habitat stuff, for its existence and for what it is providing us in terms of benefits for climate change. Several of the POPs that are in front of us, people have mentioned that they could be game changers. I thought that Dr. Winter's observation of OCRF as this could be for us what some of the OWEB work has been for watersheds, the climate change pieces that are woven together and that will be even more woven together as we go forward. I think those are critical. I agree with what people have said on the beaver management work group. If we need a POP to do that, then I would support that. But if we can do it without it, let's explore that in the next few weeks and sort that down. It seems like we're close with some of the other positions, and I agree with Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde that we wouldn't want to duplicate. But we had a work group that was very effective and came to us with a series of recommendations, and I really support the idea of making sure that that happens and that we don't lose that incredible work and chance to move forward. One other thing that I'd like to say about the OCRF, and I do support work on that one, and the additional funding would be absolutely great with me, both because it would recognize the remarkable success of that group, but also because it does an important public policy thing of helping us shift fees so it's on a broader part of the state. And we've been trying to do that for years. We got an enormous shot in the arm last biennium with our increase in general fund. And this is, I think it's part of the reason. And so I would support that. The wildlife coexistence, I think, is, it just brought in a lot of groups together, and it's a good one, and I support it. I do have questions that I won't go into today, but there are some others in there that we need to just get more detail. But again, back to if we could get the updates from that are going to EBAC and others, I think we'll be much more ready for next time. Let's go to, I have a question to you, Director Melcher. Are there pieces that you specifically, the questions that we need to get more directly into that we haven't, or do you feel like you have the start of the feedback you needed from us?
Well, thanks, Chair Wall, and I was just actually raising my hand, so perfect timing. Well, I think what I've heard here today so far is then what we would do sooner rather than later. And perhaps it would be after our next EBAC meeting, which I think is next week, Shannon. I can't remember when our next EBAC meeting is, but that we will take the POP list. We will, of course, number them as you referenced. We will also number them with essentially with sequencing that lumps them together. So where we have POPs that are in a similar focal area, if for example, if there's 3 POPs, it would be 1-1 and 1-2 and 1-3, area 2. So there'll be a little bit of logic, if you will, to the POP numbering. And then we'll take the feedback we've heard here today, as well as the other feedback, and we'll put it in the priority list that we think reflects at least the discussions we've heard so far. And then I do want to note that, there's, and I want to give you an example too, that some of the policy option packages that we've talked to you about are really about agency infrastructure. And just to give you an example on why this is an issue, if you take, for instance, the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, of course, it started out as a $1 million program. In the first biennium, we had an ad hoc Davia Palmieri coordinator as assigned, and she did a fabulous job. But then it started getting big enough that we decided we needed to have a focused staff person on this. And so we now have Charlotte Regular Whitefield in that position. But it has grown immensely, even beyond where we started when we added the full-time coordinator. And I'll just give you, let's just take, for instance, just the private forest accord mitigation fund piece, which is $20 million in general fund and perhaps some other private funds in the future. $20 million of biennium is equivalent. That's $540,000 grants. You're talking about a lot of workload associated just with grant preparation and contracting. And so you're going to see some of those, what I would refer to as agency infrastructure, pretty high on our priority list, because we just can't get that. We can't get this big without addressing those internal things. And with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I don't, well, there is one other question and then I have one comment. So go ahead, Commissioner King.
Thank you. You can hear me now. Finally. Thank you, Chair Wall. Now, as the one that sits on the EBAC committee, I just wanted to just quickly inform you our next EBAC committee, it's actually in person and it's that Thursday before Memorial Day. So it's the 26th. And so that gives us from the time of that till the commission meeting, 3 weeks essentially. And one of the things I will say in response to Director Melcher, what he just said is actually something I was going to say as well. One of the things I know Shannon and I have discussed many, many, many times is our own infrastructure. And we use the OCRF as an example. And in fact, I think in one of the commission meetings, I asked Debbie just the same question. It's like, we just increased that fund by a factor of 15. Or did we hire any more people? You know, and so that's one of the many things that we're going to be discussing is like with all this money coming at us, you can't just, you know, being a doctor, like the medical system's the poster children of bad management. We just throw money at stuff, but we don't manage it. It's a crap, excuse my language. So that's one of the things that I specifically wanted to avoid in this situation is not just throw money at something, but make sure we have structures, people and processes in place so that some kind of organized chaos, if you will. And so many of that is things like, you know, getting more people to help the likes of people like Charlotte. I will work very hard. I know at that EBAC meeting, that's that Thursday before Memorial Day. And then so hopefully, you know, I will have seen it, but we give everybody else a chance to see what in the world we rank ordered and why, and give enough time for discussion and everybody to have the back and forth before we have to vote at the June meeting. So I'm sure that's top of the list for everybody's goal. And again, that the staff, everybody that works so very hard on all of these presentations and thousands of pages of budgets.
Thank you. I think that we're ready to wrap this one up. I am impressed that the department thinks they can take the last hour of discussion and turn it into good feedback, but I appreciate it. Thank you to the people who have put this together. It's a tremendous amount of work, and especially for making the connections with all of these pieces and helping us get through it. It was a great chance to learn about it. And if we have the material now between now and June, we'll come ready for making the choices. And as the director pointed out accurately, it's not easy to do that. But I think we're ready, and thank you all. So let's move on then, unless anybody has anything to add, and I don't see hands up, so last chance. Let's move then to Exhibit A, which is the Conservation and Recreation Fund project approval. And I think we have Sarah Reif ready to talk about this. Go ahead, Sarah. And
thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Wall.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher. Again, for the record, I am Sarah Reif, the Habitat Division Administrator. With me this morning, I have Dr. Charlotte Regula Whitefield, our Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund Coordinator, and Roger Furman, our Information and Education Division Administrator. And we are bringing to you a special project request from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund Advisory Committee to fund the department's drought outreach campaign proposal. I'd also like to take this moment to just thank the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund Advisory Committee members for their volunteer service and their careful and transparent review of this project and all the projects that pass through their review and selection process. Next slide, please, Charlotte. So this agenda item has to do, again, with our response to Oregon's ongoing drought. Despite the welcome wet weather that we've seen just in April and May, the dry winter and the below normal snowpack have left 80% of Oregon in moderate to exceptional drought conditions. The governor has declared emergency drought status in 11 counties so far in 2022, with pending requests in 4 additional counties. And for some counties, this is the 3rd year in a row in exceptional drought condition, which means that even with this good pulse of rain and snow, the deficits in surface water and soil and vegetation moisture are just very difficult to overcome. Next slide, please. So Deputy Director Colbert would have been here today to provide you with this context, but since she's on the road today, I am pinch hitting for her and wanted to give you some context for this OCRF recommendation. In June, we will be coming to you with a fuller presentation on the agency's drought response plans, with particular focus on the drought funding package we received during the 2022 legislative short session. We are approaching our response to drought in 3 primary ways. The first is increasing available data to understand drought conditions and inform our management responses in real time. Secondly, to adapt our management actions in the short and in the long term, things like adjusting seasons or modifying restoration activity strategies, thinking about further collaboration with our sister agencies. And the third bucket that we're focusing on with our drought response is focused on public outreach and communication. So with our drought planning, we think we've been able to make some great progress so far in those first 2 buckets of data and science and management actions. But where we really still see a gap in our existing capacity is in this sphere of public outreach and communication. And so we see a great opportunity and fit with the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund to help with this drought outreach and communication aspect, especially given the fund's purpose, which Charlotte will describe in the next set of slides. So I'm going to pass it over to Charlotte now.
Great, thank you very much for the opportunity to bring forward this project. So the OCRF received $4 million in the 2022 legislative session, very much focused on drought, particularly really with the funding goals of enhancing ecosystem resiliency, thinking about protecting and enhancing habitats and the species that are impacted by droughts, and also promoting awareness was really why the current project is really of great interest to the OCRF. And it's really to promote awareness of the impacts of drought on our habitats and our species and how that kind of gets into larger climate change issues. So the OCRF really is very excited to be a partner within this drought communications package, and really sees this as one of the many niches that OCRF can help fill for the department and also help fill for the state. So as we kind of discussed already today, the OCRF was really created with the goal of helping ODFW and really to provide recommendations for funding out of the OCRF fund to the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission for consideration. The OCRF really is a granting body in essence, and we have 2 specific ways in which we are able to distribute funds. First is through the competitive granting process. This occurs twice a year. And really these are for monies that are very much for on the ground projects with our partners throughout the state. And these projects tend to be smaller, for about 10 to 50K, and project timelines of about 1 to 3 years. However, in the creation of the OCRF, it was really important for us also to be proactive and to make sure that we can respond very quickly to needs throughout the state. So the OCRF also has the ability to do direct awards outside of this competitive funding process, really to address timely urgency of things that we would like to see addressed throughout the state. So this is a pre-existing process, and the process in which we're bringing forward today's project. And it really goes through a series of very clear and outlined engagement with the OCRF Advisory Committee through having projects brought forward by specific committee members, needing to engage the OCRF Special Projects Subcommittee, and really also then having that subcommittee make recommendations to the full committee for their vote for recommendations of expenditure to then come forward to the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. So the goal of today's project really is to raise awareness, and really to raise awareness in a timely manner because of the inherent impacts and the expected impacts of drought for this year. So we really want to make sure that this project, and draw attention to the fact that it is very much aligned with the OCRF priorities, specifically here with helping Oregonians take voluntary proactive steps to conserve fish and wildlife for future generations, and recognizing the Oregon's diversity and encouraging Oregonians to enjoy the outdoors that they have. It's really important for us to kind of mention that ODFW did present this drought package to the OCRF committee during their April 4th committee meeting. We've worked very intentionally and very hand in hand with the OCRF committee, including the chair and co-chair, to really make sure that this project is in alignment with the OCRF, but is also in alignment with our stakeholder needs. This project was brought forward unanimously out of the OCRF subcommittee and passed unanimously out of the OCRF advisory committee on May 2nd. So with that, I will pass it to Roger to describe a little bit more about what is the vision and purpose of this project.
Thank you, Charlotte. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, Roger Furman, Information Education Division Administrator. The agency saw the challenges with drought coming, and we had already started on a public awareness campaign, or an awareness campaign primarily focused on trying to reach out to our traditional users and using our regular outreach methods that we had available to us. But what we brought to OCRF was the idea for a comprehensive campaign that could reach beyond the traditional user base and reach more Oregonians with this particular messaging, this important messaging. And the idea is we're going to have a statewide focus, but we're also going to be targeting specific areas that have high potential to be impacted by the drought, and those who have the most potential to be impacted by out and recreating in the drought. And that means we're going to be reaching out to the recreation community, because they'll be out and they'll see the impacts, they'll experience the impacts, and they're also likely to be receptive to a message about what they can do to reduce the impacts of drought on fish, wildlife, and habitat. We're going to be making this information available in Spanish as well, and then working with our partners to make these campaign materials available to other agencies and organizations and let them distribute the content as well through their networks, so we get even broader reach on that. As part of this effort, we're going to pull together some resources that can be put online and make people aware of things that they can do. So we'll be reaching out to partners to identify appropriate resources that would be put on a website. Some of that messaging will also include a direction for people on how they can help save water at home or at work, as well as part of this effort. We'll be identifying that material and putting it online. We do see this as a pilot project. We know that drought is going to become a recurring occurrence. And so this is a chance to develop that collaborative approach and develop, refine our messaging and our tactics so that we're prepared for additional outreach in the future, because we know it's going to be a challenge with climate change. Charlotte, next slide, please. So the messaging will focus on three primary areas: the impacts of drought and wildlife on fish, wildlife, and habitat. We'll be targeting and reaching out to the recreation community to talk about the unintended impacts of recreation on fish, wildlife, and habitat during a drought. And we'll also be talking about responsible recreation, things that recreationists can do to recreate responsibly during drought conditions. Things like maybe shifting their recreation to another time period or another location, or pursuing alternatives. We're still working through the messaging, working with our field staff to identify the areas of most concern, and also identifying the messaging that will work and the audiences that we really need to reach with this. And that will be occurring continue to develop over the next several weeks before we get this campaign going. But some of the draft ideas that we have, we're talking about trying to reach campers, hikers, and bikers and ATV users. It might be a message as simple as, when you're out recreating, be careful when you're crossing streams that are dry or water that is low and warm. You can spook fish and wildlife that are there looking for water and cover. You can damage river banks and spawning beds. Or a message to swimmers, which we have heard that people jumping into deep pools, cool deep pools of water in some rivers can disturb and spook fish. So it might be a message about just resist that temptation to jump into the cold, cool water. It's an important area for fish, and you can spook them. The fish love to escape the warm water by hanging out there. And of course, wildfire will be a key message through all of this. So we'll be working with Forest Service, BLM, and others to get that messaging incorporated. Next slide, please, Charlotte. This is going to be a comprehensive effort using a lot of the tools that I mentioned earlier in my earlier presentation, and tools that we've used and tested to get this message out. Radio, social media, something that's called over the top OTT, which you may not be familiar with, but that's video ads that are inserted in streaming services. We're able to target those ads to specific locations and interests. Looking at email marketing and outreach, again, using the tools that we have refined over time. And we will be working to gather additional emails from the outdoor recreation community. There are services that can provide that. So we'll be adding those contacts to our already existing email archive of addresses. And then digital advertising will be key in this. Again, we've seen this work based on keywords that people search for. They'll be seeing information about drought at the top of their search or above their search ads. We'll be using display ads that show up in various websites based on interest. And then we will be using geofencing, which is where you put a virtual boundary around an area. And if someone enters that area with their smartphone, that message or the appropriate message will show up in their feed. And they'll know, they'll get that message from that point on. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of scary, all of these digital tools, but they are very effective. We tried this before on other campaigns and we've seen great response. And all of this will couple or complement the earned media campaign and outreach that we're doing as part of our regular outreach related to drought. Next slide, please. So this is a rough timeline. It's been on a quick timeline from the beginning. We first started talking about this in April when it became apparent that there may be some funding to do this. And if you all approve this today, our intent is to have this advertising campaign going by mid-June at the latest, run through the summer, and would repeat this message repeatedly during the summer months to get this message in front of a broad audience. What I outlined as far as tactics and strategies are going to be have to be flexible because we may make some adjustments based on conditions on the ground. But that's one of the beauties of the approach that we're lining out is we can adhere and absolutely make sure we're meeting those goals and objectives, but we can adjust those tactics as needed to accommodate any changes that we see. Maybe the drought. We have a new issue that comes up that we need to address so we can adjust our strategies accordingly. And with that closes the presentation. So I believe we're ready for questions.
Thank you. Great presentation. We'll look for questions and quick comments, and then we'll go to the people who would like to testify. So Commissioner Labhart, then Commissioner Khalil, King, and Hatfield Hyde. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. Roger and Charlotte and the members of the OCRF Advisory Committee, I want to thank you for getting this thing off in a very quick start. As you mentioned, Roger, you have a short time frame and you guys did a yeoman's job. So this could have been put off for another year, but you saw the value in it and got it going. And so we're going to get something on the ground really quick here. So I very much appreciate it. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil.
Hello. So excited about this tentatively. Have some questions just from just have some questions. So first of all, my first question is, you say this is an awareness campaign, but it seems like there's some behavior aspect to it. And a proper awareness campaign would just be like, here's the information, which is rarely, has very specific uses, but there's definitely some behavior to this as I heard you talking about it. And so I wonder if you've, kind of thought about how that specific behavior is being addressed, measured, all those kinds of things. Because we know that lists like top 10 things you can do to save water don't matter. They don't work. People don't listen to them. They find the things that they already do, pat themselves on the back and move on with their lives. So that's my first question is kind of how are you addressing those behaviors specifically? Or am I reading that wrong? And this is just a general awareness campaign with no behavior goals.
Chair Wall, Commissioner, it is primarily an awareness campaign, but the hope is and the expectation is it would lead to some behavior change. Your question is really solid about how do we measure whether there's been an impact. We don't have baseline information right now to see what people are doing. And so that makes it tough for us to say we anticipate that behavior will change this way and these actions will happen and we can go back and look at it. We have talked about ways to as a follow-up, particularly using like the email addresses that we have, that we can reach back out to folks afterwards and see if it changed their actions or their behavior, or that they even saw the campaign. So we are looking at how we can evaluate the effectiveness. That would be part of the learning, and that would be what we would build into, again, as we step up communications regarding climate change in the future. This is really our first shot at a big effort like this. So we're going to learn I think we're going to learn quite a bit out of it.
Yeah, and so my second question is kind of around that as well. Have you done any front end evaluation with any of your user groups to find out what they already know? Right, because we don't want to duplicate efforts and tell people things that they're already well aware of. And so I'm wondering if you have any sort of information as you're creating these messages to find out what people's general understanding is already.
Chair Wall and Commissioner, because of the quick timeline on this, we have not had that chance to reach out to all the different user groups. We know messages that we have used and what people would have worked, but we are reaching out. We have done a look at what's out there already. There does not appear to be any big, broad advertising campaign content out there. As part of our development of this, we are reaching out to our partner organizations, state agencies and others to see what information they already have out there, what messages they have out there, and how that can be incorporated into that campaign. And that's part of that resources that would be developed. I mean, if the Forest Service already has messaging about fire, which they do, those messages could be incorporated into this. And what we would be trying to do through all of this is basically trying to leverage and amplify existing messaging. And the hope is on all this, with all of this speaking, taking a similar approach, that will benefit. We did see a similar effort when we were working on COVID issues as well, that it seemed like one agency needed to step up in this arena and take the lead, and then others came on board and helped amplify that messaging. Same on wildfire, and that's basically the position that we're in. We're stepping up and taking the lead on this, and then others we know will join in, and there already has been interest in that.
For sure. Thank you. It makes me so nervous whenever we embark on these programs quickly and spend a lot of money on them and don't use the best practices in, educational development. And then we come to next year and we have to do it quickly again, and we still aren't doing the front end evaluation or and so when we have resources like Megan, the social scientist at Oregon State, I would really, really strongly suggest that we use those. And if we're going to have it be a pilot, maybe we adjust the funding, I don't know, but really evaluate the heck out of it so that next time we don't come, because things happen fast, always. And evaluation is the first thing to fall off. And this is exactly what I do for a living. So I'm very passionate about it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a hand up from staff from Sarah. Did you want to respond to that one, Sarah, or do you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil. Great points. And we're very fortunate that on the OCRF Advisory Committee are some members who have deep background in marketing and behavior change, especially in the DEI space. And so we're looking forward to collaborating with them as this moves forward to learn in terms of, what can we do on the front end to launch this in the most thoughtful way that we can, knowing that we are really trying to raise awareness in a very short period of time. But I did also want to mention that the OCRF Advisory Committee is planning a 2-day workshop in July to do some strategic planning. And there's some discussion of a larger, more comprehensive discussion on drought communications, where I would assume more of those best practices and kind of strategic thinking for going forward in a more comprehensive way would be considered, especially with the expertise that'll be in the room. So just wanted to raise your awareness that if we think of this as phase 1, July, the conversation will begin on how to do it, how to learn from this pilot and then expand it in the years going forward with the drought package funding that did come to OCRF.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate knowing that, obviously there's a ton of expertise in this room on these panels. And so thank you for calling out those specific areas, because I think that's so important to have.
Thanks, Dr. King.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and thanks to all of you for all of your hard work, because you did, as Commissioner Lampard said, threw together some stuff really quickly. One of the things it kind of piggybacks to something that Sarah said long ago about what the habitat division is and lots of storytelling. And one of the things that I don't see that maybe is coming, and again, I realize this happened really fast, but in sort of the DEI space, I guess this would live, sort of, but talking about who's most vulnerable, who's going to be affected by this. This is a repeating pattern over and over. Who's the most affected by the heat waves? Who's most affected by the flooding? It's always the most vulnerable, the poorest, the ones most displaced, the ones most marginalized. And, this is going to create things like climate refugees, people running from the drought. It's going to be the ones that don't have the means, the ones that are on the fringes already. And is that anywhere in our messaging? Anywhere we're talking about, this gets into the environmental justice space. I realize this came together fast and, there has to be a focus. You have to get something done. But I think as we're all mentioning, this is going to be recurring. This isn't going anywhere. And we need to start to kind of target the people that are most impacted, because in fact, they might be the ones that are least informed, because those are traditionally the audiences that we aren't reaching. So I would like to know, is there something brewing around that? Hopefully so, because I know OCRF has antenna in those spaces and are probably thinking about these sorts of things.
Thank you. It looks like we have two staff people ready to answer. So I'll let you choose which either Roger or Charlotte go first.
Oh, ladies first. Let's go, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Chair Wall, Commissioner King. I might address this from a larger perspective, and hopefully Roger can get a little bit more into the communications from the ODFW specifically. So ODFW is actually a member of the Climate Adaptation Framework Team. This is a multi-agency group that ODFW has been participating in for roughly about 4 years now, since the beginning. So that group is actually going into a slightly different next phase of their projects this summer, where they're really getting into some of that resiliency of human communities around not larger climate issues, but in addition to drought. So ODFW is still engaging in those, and we are going to be very much learning from that process moving forward. And that kind of secondary process is something that we as an agency can learn from, and also OCRF will have the ability to also learn from and kind of build into some of our content.
Thank you. Go ahead, Roger.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. We will be working to get this information translated and made available in Spanish. So we will be working with communities to try to get that out there. This will be the first step in the first big communication effort along those lines. And so we'll learn from that and again, apply those learnings as we move into the other aspects of drought that you raised. And that would be, in my mind, as we deal with the bigger issue of climate change and that climate communication. Could become part of the messaging and could become part of the focus, the communities that are most vulnerable. But this again is a pilot effort. It'll give us the foundation, some things that we can learn and apply as we move forward.
Thank you. And I would just say, depending on how we rank order the pops and what we talked about, that specific climate and habitat communications position, I really think we need to me, we're not saying it, but it is directly linked to environmental justice, meaning, the people that are going to suffer from these things the most are going to be the one most disenfranchised and the ones with the smallest, if you will, voice. So, we have to be reaching out to those people specifically. And I think many of the ways to get there, and like I said, Sarah's talked about it already with the new habitat division, is storytelling. That, we hopefully having these new communication positions that, I realize it'll be a year out, but at least having them and beginning to talk about that is so essential, because these are not any of our traditional stakeholders. This is, and this is where OCRF can really shine, because these are some of the groups they would be trying to reach anyway with a lot of their BIPOC initiatives. So hopefully, I realize this is a project, and I realize, limited time, limited funds, everybody's running for the gate, but I would echo Commissioner Khalil's concerns, is that we are at least thinking and planning and doing these things going forward, so that we don't just keep spinning and doing the same thing and, you know, having this emergency reactionary stuff. And are we having any effect whatsoever?
Thank you. Roger, did you have your hand up from before, or did you want to speak to this question?
Sorry, I forgot to take it down. I will do that now.
No problem. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, and then we'll go to the three people who'd like to testify.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I lowering my hand. I guess this issue is near and dear to my heart. As someone who is living in the third year running of exceptional drought category, I really appreciate Sarah bringing up the point that even though we have received some very welcome moisture over here on the east side, we are still extremely dry. And I don't think this campaign could come at a better time. And I guess one of the things that I would ask Roger is, you know, there are some things that I think have worked at least in the rural landscape around fire and drought in the past, which would be like, I guess it's the Forest Service that just basically has the monitor that says it's dry, it's not so dry, it's a red bar, it's all the way over. Those are things that I think get posted around that are really easy for people who are driving around in the landscape, maybe camping, visiting our rural forest BLM private lands. But what I would say is with the uptick that we've seen, probably based on COVID, with more people coming in to some of these rural spaces, I'm seeing a lot of, for example, camping out in the forest in places where there's never been campers before. Or I recently had an experience just on some BLM land near where I live, where there was a car camper pulled off with a fire going right out in the desert. And this is important sage grouse habitat, right? And we've watched hundreds of thousands of acres burn in the last several years. And so in this case, I actually just stopped and invited this family to come camp at our ranch headquarters. And then I called the Forest Service and some congressional offices about this, just to say, look, do you guys realize the level of drought we're in, and why are we having open fire right now? And they said, oh, we don't stop campfires until June. And I just want to say that the need to adapt here around drought in general is huge in these places, but around fire especially, right? Like, we are pretty much terrified of fire right now, not good fire, but catastrophic fire. So I don't know, Roger, I'm always like, somebody said to me, Becky, you're always looking for a messiah, right? I'm like, how can you make your drought campaign help inform people who are using our wild spaces that it is really dry out here, and it is potentially dangerous and something our communities are not prepared to handle. So anyway, give me your thoughts.
Chair Wall, Commissioner, just one way we're looking at trying to reach that, there's two audiences for this. There's the areas that the drought is, the impact is there, but the real audience in all of this are where do the people live that are going and camping in those areas? And so that's the other communications component that we're looking at, is that targeting that outreach to where the bulk of those recreationists come from, so that they are armed before they get there. And then again, the idea of the geofencing, if the area that you mentioned is one that's a extreme risk, you put that virtual boundary around, and then if they've entered that area, that's they get those messages in their feed. Hopefully they get it before they get there, or they get it while they're there, depending on the cell phone coverage. That's always the challenge. But we're looking at it from the two standpoints. It's not just where they are, but where they're coming from. And that's where the opportunity to work with the other recreation providers and organizations, they see that same thing. We saw that with COVID. People were coming from Portland metro area and flooding areas. And so the outreach was not just where the impact was occurring, but was where the people originated. So we're working on that same strategy with this approach. I hope that helps and to give you a sense of how that would look.
Yeah, and it would be interesting if you could see, how many are coming from, the Seattle metro area, as well as, California coming up to recreate. I don't know.
Thank you. I think we'll go to the three people who would like to testify: Michelle Jensen, James Frazier, and Danielle Mosier. And to our Michelle Tate, is Michelle Jensen in the room? Because I think she was signed up for the other one, and maybe she meant to sign up for this one.
Chair Wall, Michelle Jensen is not in the room. And also I had Danielle Mosier that she had intended to sign up for the budget piece. So she has already provided her testimony.
Then we have just James Frazier. So go ahead, James.
Yes, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the commission, and Director Melcher. My name is James Fraser, and I'm the Oregon Policy Advisor at Drought Unlimited. TU is one of the 6 groups that advocated for the drought resilience package funding that ODFW received from the 2022 short session. The other advocates being Oregon Environmental Council, Sustainable Northwest, the Nature Conservancy, Water Watch, and Wild Salmon Center. I'm providing public comment today on behalf of Drought Unlimited and the other drought resilience package advocates to support the proposal to spend $150,000 in OCRF funds on an ODFW advertising campaign about drought awareness this summer. Our organizations appreciate the OCRF Advisory Committee for moving so quickly on this effort and now ask the Commission to approve the proposed expenditure. It's incredibly important to conduct public outreach on drought this year with a focus on the ecological effects of drought. The Drought Resilience Package Advocates groups encourage ODFW to use this campaign to address the ecological needs of fish and wildlife during drought, and not just the immediate risks that recreational use can present during drought conditions. Surely our organization supports some targeted messaging to caution recreationists that certain activities can stress fish and wildlife during drought, such as fishing in high water temperatures, building rock dams, and snorkeling through pods of resting salmon. But we urge a broader scope for the bulk of the campaign, focused on educating the general public about the needs of fish and wildlife in drought conditions and how drought amplifies the impact of low stream flow, much of which is caused by human activities such as diversions. The agenda item summary in attachment 1 references this as the first of 3 key drought messages, and the drought outreach request in attachment 2 refers to it as the first of 2 focus areas for message development. So as an example only, looking at the sample conservation messages on page 10 of attachment 2, we encourage the department to add messages that educate the public on the ecological needs of vulnerable fish and wildlife species and how those are then affected by drought conditions. The press has described the effects of drought on human communities and agriculture, and this is a great opportunity to educate Oregonians on how drought affects fish and wildlife too. Agency staff knows the key risks and stressors for the fish, wildlife, and habitat under their management, and we encourage the department to call upon that in-house experience in crafting the messages. We appreciate this chance to provide input on the campaign and would like to continue coordinating with ODFW on its messaging and engagement for this outreach moving forward. Thank you for considering this proposal and for the opportunity to provide input on it.
Thank you, James. And I don't see a commissioner hand up right now, so there aren't questions, but we appreciate your work on this one during the session and your testimony. Commissioners, are there any last comments or questions? Looks like Commissioner Labhart has one.
Well, I'm ready to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And so given that this is the first shot out of 150,000, that still leaves us $3.8 million to, as Commissioner Khalil says, get it right. So we've got some work to do. I appreciate what James was offering. There's some other ideas, not that we're not getting it right now, but we've got 3.8 million that keep the program going. So given that, I move to approve the expenditure from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund of up to $150,000 of the $4 million for the department's special project request drought outreach campaign.
And I second.
Commissioner Labhart moved and Vice Chair Zarnowitz seconded the motion to approve expenditure from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund as Commissioner Labhart read into the record. Michelle, can you call the roll so we can vote?
Khalil? King?
Yes.
Spellbrink?
Yes.
Labhart?
Labhart votes yes.
Hatfield Hyde?
Yes.
Zarnowitz?
Yes.
And Wall?
Yes. Thank you. The motion is unanimously approved with thank you to everybody who put this together. And commissioners, we have two more items. It's 20 to 11. We have people who have been waiting. So with your indulgence, I think we should go ahead with the Beaver Management Work Group. We have the facilitators and the subgroup ready to talk to us. And we owe a lot to these people who have been, to the entire work group who's been working for more than a year, and especially an extra layer to the subgroup who, by all accounts that I have heard, made a great deal of difference in this one and helped move this stuff forward. And to our facilitators, Jamie Damon and Samantha Mason, thank you. And I think what we'll do is let Jamie introduce how we're going to hear this presentation.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Good morning. And good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Commissioners, Director Melcher, and staff. It's just a pleasure to be here today to share with you the outcomes of nearly a year worth of work of your Beaver Work Group. So we have a PowerPoint presentation to share with you, and we have several of us here who will be sharing information. So Sam, do you want to go ahead and put the PowerPoint up? And we'll do a few introductions before we get started. So again, I'm Jamie Damon. I'm a Senior Director, Senior Mediator with Kearns and West, and have just really had the pleasure of supporting you in this work. And joining me is Sam Mason. Sam, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. Samantha Mason. I'm a Senior Associate with Kearns and West.
Great. And then we also have several members of our work group, and I'd like them to introduce themselves to you at this time as well. So I'll call on them. So Amy, you want to go ahead?
Good morning, Commission. Amy Patrick, Policy Director for Oregon Hunters Association.
Welcome, Amy. Jefferson?
Morning, Commission. Jefferson Jacobs with Oregon Natural Desert Association. I'm a riparian restoration coordinator there.
And Chris?
Morning, Commissioners, ODFW staff. I'm Chris Jordan, Research Fisheries Biologist with the National Marine Fisheries Service.
And Leland.
Good morning, Commissioners. Leland Brown, I'm the President of the Oregon chapter of the Wildlife Society.
Great, thank you. And thanks so much for all of you for joining us today. So as you would expect, not only do we have a PowerPoint, but we have a mini agenda for our time together. So we have about 10-12 minutes of presentation to share with you. And then we're going to be, if you want to go to the next slide, Sam, that'd be great. Here's our little mini agenda. So we've got about 10-12 minutes of information to share with you. And then we're going to turn it over to our subgroup members, our work group members. And they'll take about 12 minutes or so to share their reflections and observations. And then we'll turn it over to all of you for your questions and comments for us. And so the agenda that we've got organized here, it follows the flow of the report. So if you have the report in front of you, it might make it a little easier to follow along. So we're going to start with an overview of the group formation and process, just to remind us all, who we are and where we've been, especially for anybody watching the commission meeting today who might not be familiar with the process. We have recommendations to share with you. We're just going to share the highlights. And then you'll hear key messages from work group members. We have some process reflections from Sam and I as well that we wanted to share with you, and then we'll turn it back to you for questions and comments. Does that sound good, Chair Wall?
Yes, it sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and go on to the next slide. So just a little grounding, and this begins in the beginning of the in the report on beginning on page 3. So the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission formed the Beaver Management Work Group. It met from June through April of just 2022. We actually started our work in April of 2021 with individual interviews with all the members of the work group. The commission directed the group to develop recommendations for all of you and for staff regarding the management of beavers in Oregon. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Work group participants, you appointed 19 work group members, including scientists, land managers, environmental conservationists, trappers, and hunters and federal partners. We had stellar participation from our work group members at every work group meeting. We also had quite a few members of the public who watched the meetings live because we live streamed all the meetings. And we had several work group members that rolled off, and they did a wonderful job of bringing new work group members on. And we had a number of alternates who were active participants as well. There was regular participation from several of you, including ODFW staff. We want to make sure we note that ODFW staff did a wonderful job of presenting technical information for the group to consider. They did not provide specific recommendations. There were 12 virtual meetings ranging in length from 2 to 3 hours. And again, they were live streamed and made available to the public. All the meeting materials were posted on the website, and the recordings were posted so that people could follow along with the progress of the work group. In August of last year, we seated a subgroup made up of 4 members with a range of perspectives of the full group. That subgroup met 14 times. The subgroup was self-identified, but we basically asked the work group to identify who these folks should be. And so they were identified for us. And the subgroup, as you'll hear today, was just really helpful in helping to identify technical policy and presentation materials to bring forward to the full work group, as well as synthesizing input from the full work group to bring back to the work group for their consideration. And we also did 2 rounds of what we called affinity group conversations, where we would get together with like-minded members of the work group to work through difficult issues or get a sense of where they were, or to get an understanding of things that they wanted to be part of the conversation. And then we did a number of individual follow-up as needed with individual work group members throughout the entire process, as well as with commissioners and with your staff. I want to go ahead and go to the next slide. The meeting topics included, as you can see here, I mean, I'm not going to go through all of them, but as you're reading those, I do want to just say a word about the charter. In the report, beginning on, I think it's page 22, you can take a look at the work group charter. And one of the important tenets of the work group was to strive for consensus. And I'll talk about that a little bit later when we get close to the recommendations. But these are all the meeting topics that the group went through. If you want to go to the next slide, Sam. And this is how the meeting topics looked on a schedule. And so as you see, the first meeting was in June, the last meeting was in April. All the topics that the work group worked through are down the left axes there. And the little yellow stars represent the subgroup meetings. So you can see how those all meshed together. The work group spent, if you look at towards the last, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows, you'll see where it starts to say recommendations draft 1. The work group began to assemble their recommendations in December of last year and really worked on those diligently from January through April. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And I'm going to hand it over to Sam.
All right, so I'm going to share a little bit about this approach and direction for the work group. So as many of you are well aware, the Commission provided direction for the creation of this work group in a few different Commission meetings in 2020. So in the June one, the Commission directed the Department to convene this work group to address beaver management in Oregon, and in the July meeting the Commission to provide, bring back additional information to direct the Department regarding the work group. And then in the November meeting, Commissioner Zarnowitz moved to direct the staff to analyze and provide recommendations on beaver management in the context of climate change, habitat, benefits of fish and other species, and water flow retention and temperature in close collaboration with the Commission on this issue, and use the newly formed Beaver Management Work Group as a key part of the public engagement on this issue. So it was really important to the Commission and to the work group members to look at beaver management comprehensively and working to understand how beaver can impact things like habitat, climate change, etc. So this is the mission of the work group. The Beaver Management Work Group will develop recommendations to ODFW Commission to consider regarding ODFW policies, practices, and programs relating to beaver management on federally managed public lands in Oregon. The group spent some time making sure everyone involved in the work group was on the same page on how to move forward the direction from the ODFW Commission. And this is the scope of authority that the work group was using. So the work group aligned around this focus. The Beaver Management Work Group will assess current and historical approaches by the ODFW for beaver management on federally managed public lands within the agency's scope of authority. That the work group may include consideration of other local, state, and federal agencies, as well as NGOs' programs and policies, and current and relevant best available science as they relate to greater coordination, communication, and recommendations for the Commission. So the work group really acknowledged that the group needs to be mindful of what ODFW can do and what ODFW could do, also looking to learn from others and from science as it's available. And again, we note here the federally managed public land scope was really an important element for the work group and came out of direction from the Commission. So the work group did not discuss private lands management considerations. So this is the value statement and key question that the group came up with. The value statement was, we recognize that beaver inhabited floodplains can have positive benefits for the people, fish, and wildlife of Oregon. And this value statement was really a watershed moment for the group to coalesce around shared value and recognition of the good things that beaver can do. And the key question the group focused on was, if beaver modified floodplain landscapes are not as prevalent on federally managed land as they could be, why? And what can we or should we do to address this? And the work group didn't necessarily answer this question through the work group process, but the key question helped to drive the development of the recommendations and focus on what information was helpful to bring forward to the group and for ODFW to dig into later. And so it was also important for the work group to consider beavers within this larger context of all that Oregon is facing. And in this acknowledgement that beavers can be beneficial, look at the context in which beavers are modifying landscapes. So Oregon is facing water scarcity, longstanding drought, increased frequency and intensity of wildfires, changes in timing and quantity of available fresh water, non-native invasive species and disease, and biodiversity loss. And we know the Commission recognized this importance, as well as it was a part of the direction that the Commission gave the work group. And also the work group was considering what roles can beaver modified landscapes play to help address all of these concerns and crises. So there's a bunch of science that is out there, and it's still kind of a new field of science, learning all the ways in which beavers can impact landscapes and help to improve resiliency to climate change, water retention, water quality, carbon storage, wildfire resilience, habitat for other species, and high levels of biological diversity. And all of this information, there's some really helpful background information in page 6 of the report. And so the group recognized that beavers can be beneficial, and also that conflicts can arise when beavers are present in some situations. And the focus of this work group was on trying to maximize the positive benefits. and the recommendations that the work group developed are intended to address potential conflicts and negative impacts by making sure that ODFW has the ability to manage and adapt. So ODFW has many supportive policies and programs for broadening beaver management and beaver habitat management, and there are a few listed here and also available to look at in the report. And these policies are listed out because the group recognized that the department has done a lot of good work to create a foundation to support the recommendations outlined in the report. The work is yet to come to bring all of these pieces together into a comprehensive way of managing beaver and using beaver habitat strategically to address some of these issues and looking at how to maximize benefits for all Oregonians. So I'll hand it back over to Jamie.
Great, thank you, Sam. So in addition to being clear on their scope and mission and developing the watershed value statement, that was important to have everybody be on the same page, and understanding the policy framework, the group identified some objectives to help begin to frame the recommendations moving forward. So these are the objectives that they came up with. Maximize beaver modified floodplain landscapes and ecosystem benefits on federally managed public lands. Improve the scale and breadth of data collection to provide for informed management responsiveness. Refine the targeting of management practices through monitoring and research to continue to increase their ability to identify and address limiting factors. And finally, communicate benefits and opportunities, as well as appropriate regulatory and policy parameters to the public. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And then as they began to develop recommendations, they found that collaboration and adaptive management were coming up as a part of nearly every recommendation. And so they lifted those two concepts up as guiding principles because they felt like that collaboration and adaptive management needs to be part of all the recommendations moving forward. Beaver don't stay on federal land, even though this conversation was focused on federal land. And so the group recognized the importance of collaboration among land managers, among jurisdictions, and also among scientists, universities, NGOs, to be able to move forward in a more comprehensive and collective fashion. And adaptive management, I mean, you've heard it today in many of your presentations before ours, you've heard it a little bit here. We're in this time of uncertainty and climate change, and through data gathering and monitoring and identifying actions, we also need to be in that adaptive management cycle of continuing to adapt and inform our management approaches and make sure that they're reflective of the current conditions and changing conditions. And you can find these objectives and the guiding principles on pages 10 and 11 of your report. And so that brings us to the recommendations. So the recommendations are on pages 12 through 20, and they're organized in 6 areas. We're not going to go through the recommendations in detail. You can read those. There's quite a lot there, but I do want to give you some highlights. In general, the recommendations focus on habitat. They focus on understanding what beaver habitat needs are, what the current conditions are, what the limiting factors might be, and the management actions to address these. It's a very comprehensive and holistic approach at managing beaver, and I'll just walk through the categories for you. So the first is, and also I want to say, these aren't necessarily in a priority order. The work group participated in a whiteboard exercise in the fall of last year where they put out ideas that began to frame the recommendations, and habitat and beaver modified floodplain landscapes ended up coming up again and again and again. And so if there was a priority order, this is probably, would be the first one, but they didn't do a prioritization exercise to say, this is the most important. So I just wanted to put that out there. So management of beaver modified floodplain landscapes is the first category, and these include developing priority areas, priority area criteria and considerations, identifying management approaches, monitoring for effectiveness, periodic review, and program management. And you'll see specific recommendations within each one of these. The second category is improvement of data collection and management responsiveness, which includes harvest reporting, beaver monitoring, understanding impacts of trapping and hunting closures on the population and ecosystem health. There was a lot of very interesting conversations here. You'll see this on page 26 of the report in issues that don't have recommendations. I would say that there were work group members who wanted to see more of an emphasis on harvest closures or changes to harvest, and work group members who wanted to understand more about current harvest closures and how harvest closures, how they fit within the whole scheme of limiting factors, sort of where are they in understanding all the limiting factors to beaver's persistence on the landscape. And so you'll see a lot of recommendations under each one of these categories around improvements to data collection and management responsiveness. The other thing I want to say about this category too, is there also was a lot of conversation about, this, and you'll see this in the report, that the group did not want to just say, hey, we need to keep studying. We need more information, we need to keep studying before we can take any action. There are actions identified in the report. The group understands that there's urgency around doing something, but they also understand that management actions need to be informed by good data. And so there was a lot of conversation in the work group around how you balance that. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Sam. The other 4 categories are understanding and implementing best management practices through monitoring and researching limiting factors. I mentioned that, and how harvest closures fit within that, and what are all the limiting factors that are contributing to whether or not beavers are persistent on the landscape. There was conversation about the role the Oregon Conservation Strategy could play. Section 5 on federal, state, and collaboration there's a whole page on page 18 that we worked with your federal partners and your staff to identify a number of ways that the state and your federal partners could improve collaboration and working together to advance mutual goals. So that's an interesting read there. Page 6 is focused, or not page 6, section 6 is focused on communication, outreach, and education. And you'll see a couple of recommendations there. And I do want to highlight that there was a lot of conversation in the work group about the need to get to share with the broader public the role that beavers can play on the landscape, and to get that information out, and the role that ODFW can play to be that messenger. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So process reflections and recommendations. These are from Sam and I. We thought it would be helpful just to share with you some of the things that we observed that you can take away, that helped to, that contributed to the report that you have in front of you, and contributed to the work group success, but also are important lessons learned as you move forward. So, this is a work group of very diverse opinions, and they have been on opposite sides of natural resource issues. In the past, they were on opposite sides of natural resource issues during the time of the work group on other work groups and other processes. It was challenging sometimes for participants to compartmentalize this work group from other processes at times. And I just think that just goes to show the range of natural resource issues that the state is facing, and that you do have this constituency and community that's involved in these conversations over and over and over again. In-person meetings, including field visits, would have been really helpful. We were so helpful that we could have done a field meeting in the summer of last year. We were we had it planned, we were ready to go. It really would have gone a long way to building relationships and building understanding of the issues on the ground. So next time. Greater involvement from ODFW staff through sharing technical expertise would have been beneficial. The monthly staff check-ins were very helpful. Staff did a great job of responding to our requests and sharing information, but they were a little bit held back. They really wanted this to be the work group's process. And so, having a greater collaboration with the staff in the future, I think would have been helpful. The subgroup is very important to vet agendas and identify resources to bring forward to the full work group. As I mentioned, synthesizing full work group conversations. It was challenging to pace the full group subgroup work to bring everybody along. At times, the subgroup felt like they were getting ahead, and at times the work group members felt like they were like, hey, where did we talk about that? And so we had to make sure that we were constantly balancing what forums discussions were happening in, and making sure all that information was rolled up to the full work group. Affinity work groups, affinity conversations were really helpful. We probably could have done a couple more of those. It was really useful to get like-minded folks together. So like we had a couple conversations with all the scientists, just talking through what more information needs to be brought forward. What's the best available science that the group needs to avail themselves of. We had meetings with just land managers talking about land management issues. And those were very, very helpful. The last thing I want to share before we hear from our work group members, and we do have some key messages from the broader work group that Sam's going to share, is just the work group landed. We did it. We strove for consensus, as I said, and that's what you'll see in the charter. And so the outcome of this report is that the group, there's about half the group had a thumbs up. We did a kind of a straw poll of a thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down to gauge level of support on the recommendations and the full report. And about half the work group was a thumbs up, meaning we support this, full on, move forward. And about half the work group was a thumbs sideways, which meant that they could live with it. We had nobody that was a thumbs down. In our last full group meeting, we had one person with a thumbs down, and the work group spent a lot of time trying to help address that person's concerns, and eventually they were a thumb sideways. So I just wanted to share with you kind of I don't want to overstate the level of support for the report that we have here for you today, but I just wanted to share with you the level of consensus that the group reached around the report. So Sam, I'm going to turn it over to you to share key messages from the rest of the work group before we hear from our subgroup.
All right, thank you, Jamie. So as Jamie was mentioning, the recommendations that we have here are a product of a collaborative process, and no one group or interest got everything they were looking for. And the work group worked really hard to find common ground and really grapple with some really sticky, tricky, contentious issues. And so the group was able to all live with the product that we have presented to the commission, and no one objected to the final report. The recommendations strive to balance work group interests, and so everything in that report was carefully crafted and considered and discussed at length over several iterations to try to balance that language and interests. The full work group did not meet to discuss the final draft edits, so we did compile comments and feedback we received, circulated a draft to try to integrate all of those comments to the final work group or to the work group as the final draft, but the group didn't actually have a chance to discuss the final document, and maybe some of those discussions would have tweaked words here and there, and again, no one opposed the draft as it landed, and so that was some missed opportunity to really dig into every issue to the fullest extent. And that's kind of the next bullet point we have here, key message, that there were some issues that the work group spent a lot of time around, and others that the work group really acknowledged that folks only scratched the surface or didn't get to dig in as much as they would have liked to on some of the issues. And again, this is a starting point for more work on beaver management. These are sets of recommendations that will need to be taken, and then some form of implementation plan will need to be developed. So this is really just the beginning, first step towards more work to be done on beaver management. And the work group, this was a really important key message we heard from several work group members, that it's really important that the work group expects the commission to ensure accountability, transparency, and urgency about implementation. So they've worked really hard for the past year to develop these recommendations, and now handing the torch over to the commission and making sure that all of this work will lead to some real changes on the ground. So with that, I'll hand over the microphone to our subgroup. We have Amy Patrick, Chris Jordan, Jefferson Jacobs, and Leland Brown, and they'll introduce themselves and share a little bit about their reflections and hopes for the future. So Amy, take it away.
Perfect. So, pardon me, I get to be the first one out of the gate here. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the presentation today. I think I can speak for the other subgroup folks and say that that's an important piece for us to be able to bring this all the way to you folks after the last year. In thinking about what I would like to say about the process in the last year, I kind of broke down my thoughts into 3 different buckets. One about the process that the work group went through, some key takeaways for myself, and then perhaps some next steps. And so I'd like to just talk to the process of the work group first. And this is an area where, if you'll forgive me, I'm going to be a little bit critical in some areas, just because this was a very unique process in the establishment of the work groups and the establishment of the interaction of the commission leads also being full participants within the work group. That is something that I don't believe we've ever worked with before in that kind of a setup. And also the relegation of ODFW staff's involvement. I think we could have had a much more straightforward path to our recommendations had we been able to include more staff discussion and interaction. I think there in several of the work groups that I worked on in the past, that's just been a difference that I've seen here with this work group. One of the things I think was a hindrance for us, unfortunately, obviously, was the virtual setting. It is difficult to have a full work group meeting with 20 plus people on the screen and then be able to have robust conversations that follow the same thread of logic. So one of the things that we found that happened a lot is somebody would say something, you'd want to respond, so you'd raise your hand, but there are already 4 people in the queue ahead of you, and so 20 minutes later, when it's your turn to speak, that moment has passed. And so that's a hindrance for some of those conversations that I think it just would have been very different had we been able to physically be across the table from each other and had those conversations. As Jamie and Sam mentioned, there was some issue in, I think the subgroup felt sometimes like, because we were a smaller group of people and could have those easier conversations, we were afraid we were getting ahead a little bit of the full work group. And so we were very cognitive of the fact that we needed to go into each of the full work group meetings in an effort to bring everybody along to where maybe we had the opportunity to get. And so there was a little bit of a step forward, step back kind of feel to it at times. And I would concur with what Sam just mentioned as far as, we didn't have a chance to edit as a work group at the very end or to review those edits. I do feel like it was just a little bit rushed when we did get to the editing. And I say rushed, knowing the irony of saying that after a year of work. But when we did get to this hammering out of the recommendations and getting to the edits, I do think it would have been great if we'd had another chance, enough time to have another meeting just to go through those edits one more time. The only, piece I would say that I'm a little bit concerned about really in the process, and I mentioned this in one of the full work group meetings before, is just a lack of full public process. That aspect of this work group seemed a bit tenuous at times. We did live stream, obviously, the full work group meetings. But there was a lot that went into formulating the recommendations and to use Jamie's words, the synergizing of the topics that was done outside of public view of the public process, whether that was in our subgroup meetings or whether that was in the the individual or affinity group meetings with the facilitators. And so there was a lot that happened, and some of that is because of the virtual setting, but I am a little bit concerned just about the level of public engagement process with this work group process. But all that said, some of the key takeaways for me as we walked through this process, what you have in front of you with the recommendations is really, in my mind, I look at it as the center of the Venn diagram. We had a lot of folks come to the table with a lot of different perspectives and a lot of different outcomes that they really wanted out of this. And so for me, that's how I started looking at it. Everybody's interests were like a circle, and we were trying to get to the middle. And if you want to see how many things we didn't touch on or didn't have the opportunity to fully delve into, I recommend that you look at that appendices at the end that has that list of topics that we did not reach recommendation on. And that just gives you a little bit of a hint of all the continuing conversations that I believe will come even beyond the wrapping up of this work group. So we did try to focus on that centerpiece, where we could find collaboration, and then how do we make that work, and how do we explain what we want to get done. And so that was really where we were at in trying to formulate these recommendations. I think, I'm sorry, I lost my spot in my notes, but we really did try to delve into where there was agreement there. And habitat obviously rose to the top. That is something that I think everybody understands is the underpinning to success for beavers, but for all species, is the need for that habitat piece. And that's really, particularly in the subgroup, that's really what I think we coalesced around and then tried to build around. And then finally, for me, it was, what do we do now? Honestly, after the last year, my schedule looks so different now without having to have work group meetings and subgroup meetings scheduled into it. It's like I found another couple hours in my week. But where do we go from here? Because this isn't a topic that's going to end with this presentation to you folks. This is going to be an ongoing conversation for many of us who have worked on the work group. And so I'm encouraged by the conversation that I heard this morning, listening to the budget piece. And what I would just offer up and maybe suggest to the commission is the development of a POP, or the identification of what we can pull from several POPs. I'm not sure how that would work for the commission based on the conversation that you all had this morning about which is the right path. Is there a development of a specific beaver POP, or can we at least identify that these specific areas are going to be coalesced, so to speak, to look at what it would take to implement the habitat changes needed on federally managed lands, and where can we identify perhaps so that people know when they look at this and they can say, okay, the commission looked at what we did here, and this is an action that they chose to do. And so I like Commissioner Labhart's perspective on having something identified specific to it, but I also understand Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and Zarnowitz both said that, if there's already POPs that would address this, maybe we don't need to be redundant. But I do think it would be beneficial to at least identify then within those myriad of POPs where we would be pulling from and how that would look, so that the folks who spent the last year working on this have a very clear picture. And it's not a nebulous idea that, oh yeah, we're going to get to that, but have a clear picture of what we might expect going forward. And for me, as long as, we are focused in on this piece of habitat and the need to improve the habitat, it gets support. The final report gets support from me on this. And it's been a long journey to get here, and I'm hopeful that we can move forward with the recommendations in a way that's very meaningful after this point. I have no idea if that was 5 minutes or not, so I'm gonna wrap up and let the others talk.
Thanks, Amy. Chris, you're up next.
Great, thanks. Let's make sure I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, commission members, ODFW staff, thanks for the opportunity to reflect on the Beaver Management Work Group process and the report that's before you. I'm Chris Jordan. I'm a research fisheries biologist with NOAA's Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and I'd like to provide some reflections on how I think we can move forward from this starting point. And as Jamie and Samantha's presentation indicated, we think of this as the first step. We've spent a year taking the first step in a long journey. in that last year, we in the Beaver Management Work Group have talked about how beaver modified floodplains on federally managed public lands in Oregon can provide a wide range of ecosystem and economic benefits to Oregonians. We talked about how they bolster fish and wildlife populations, how they improve water quality, how they store water and carbon, that they can mitigate flood and fire risk, and that they can even offer economic returns on these broad-scale ecosystem services. We debated the overlapping and non-overlapping values of our various affinity groups. We disagreed greatly in some areas, and we aligned well in others. And at the end of the day, after that year, I think we agreed on something really important, that ODFW should manage beaver on federally managed lands to maximize the benefits that they provide to all Oregonians. However, Oregonians are only going to benefit from this opportunity if ODFW chooses to act on these recommendations, act on the framework that's presented in this working group report. At their most basic, the work group reports urge ODFW to adopt a climate change informed ecosystem-based management framework for beaver, one that balances those 7 fundamental agency objectives and does so by maximizing the potential for beaver-modified floodplains on Oregon's federally managed public lands. This recommendation sounds simple, but it's not. That's because it's new to the agency, and doing anything new can be hard. Climate change-driven multi-factor management is not something that ODFW knows how to do. You don't. But that's okay, because no one really knows how to do it yet. I can think of one example, North Atlantic right whales and the lobster fishery in the Gulf of Maine. But that means that you can learn. That means we all can learn. But in order to do that, ODFW is going to have to ask for help. ODFW has to be really clear that it doesn't know how to solve this problem on its own, but that it wants to, that it needs to solve the problem. I think you're going to need to form an external advisory group. You're going to need to get help in the form of recruiting new specialized staff, as Amy was just pointing to. And as Samantha and Jamie pointed to in the recommendations, you're going to need help in the form of regional partnerships with other state, federal, and tribal natural resource management entities that are all facing the same basic problem. The immediacy of shifting away from our traditional, outdated, single species, stationarity-driven management paradigms. So beaver might seem like a really unlikely entrance point for the state to engage in climate adaptation and mitigation management. But these are the new realities of managing these public trust resources in this climate change world. And as the Beaver Management Work Group report points out, the keystone role that beaver play in aquatic habitats actually makes them the perfect opportunity for doing this. It's an efficient, value-adding, sort of insightful place to start. Using beaver modified floodplains as an indicator for watershed health, for ecosystem resilience, for robust and functioning riverscapes, it ends up being a win really for every sector of ODFW's diverse constituency. So I urge, as in my response for this last year, that you do it, that you have in front of you this opportunity to help or not the future well-being of every Oregonian. But in order to do it, it's perfectly okay to admit that what you don't know, that what you need to learn, to ask for help, and to get that help. Because that's what it means to lead, and to lead with courage in this situation, and that's what the people of Oregon deserve. And I think as the last point of the presentation that Jamie and Sam gave, it's that response. It's after all of this effort from the work group, what's the follow through? And I think that the first step has been well completed, and a roadmap for the future has been laid out. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks, Chris. Jefferson, you're up.
Hi, thanks. And I'm setting myself a timer out of respect for the commission and the group. Commissioners, ODFW staff, all of you, thank you so much, not only for the opportunity to just speak today and kind of talk about what we've come up with here a little bit as a team, but just the opportunity to be part of this entire process, which was incredibly educational and kind of fundamental to where I think the state needs to go moving forward. And so with that, I'm already 20 seconds down, get into it. The consensus recommendations generated in the report are an inherent compromise, and their value should be interpreted in that context. There'll be folks that feel that the recommendations go too far and others that feel that they don't go anywhere near far enough. But what this also means, and this is obvious, but still bears repeating, is that the recommendations that actually made it into the report represent all the things that such a diverse group of stakeholders actually agreed on. And that's actually a really big deal. It means that these are the ideas and actions that literally get the working group green light. And that green light is authorization to just literally take these ideas and run with them. Also, because the recommendations were vetted by ODFW and the federal partners, and the recommendations line out the statutory and policy justifications and mandates, they've already cleared all those procedural and policy obstacles, and therefore hopefully give the commission even more courage to take bold action. But it still isn't that simple. It now rests on the commission's shoulders to turn these recommendations into ODFW actions. And that means it falls to the commission to provide mechanisms and processes and resources to ensure actions are actually taken. And it was so refreshing to already hear those discussions taking place earlier today. Thank you so much. And that those actions are as impactful and timely and widespread and lasting as possible. Otherwise, this process is as useless as people keep trying to convince me that it is. And we will just reinforce the same old polarized confrontational system that wasn't working before. I instead am convinced that working groups such as this are a model for democratic and fairer management of natural resources belonging to all Oregonians. To ensure the value of the work continues, to ensure meaningful action and accountability happens on the scale and timeline Oregon's people and wildlife need, the commission needs to build in safeguards and provide ODFW with the means to accomplish the goals set before them. The staffing position that Amy proposes is key to providing centralized coordination for the collaboration and oversight of all that these tasks require. And institutionalizing the scientific guidance Chris mentioned in the advisory board that the recommendations call for are other ways of cementing recommendations into lasting, resilient, and meaningful action. But even then, the commission isn't off the hook. Because the recommendations are not just off-on switches to choose from, they're a bunch of nuanced dials that will require the commission to make decisions beyond the detail that the recommendations can provide. Where those dials are set determines if an action makes an impact or is a useless ripple. One such dial that the commission needs to set is in regards to changes to harvest. I've used the metaphor before. If you're trying to build a house, it helps if you don't shoot the contractor. And what I hope that the commissioners can see now is that to make a dent in the problems we're hoping to address, we're going to need our beaver contractors to build more than just a few token ecological houses. What's required and what Oregonians and Oregon wildlife deserve are entire ecological neighborhoods and ecological cities. It's not enough to provide beaver with only the tools to restore our floodplains for us. Habitat alone doesn't maintain beaver modified floodplains. Beavers do. You have to have you can have a construction site set up for a contractor with all the lumber in the world, but nothing happens without the contractor. If you want to truly capitalize on beaver's ability to repair and manage riparian habitat and we are truly in agreement that beaver managed floodplains should no longer be the exception, but the rule, then those priorities need to define our starting point. Water bodies on federally managed public lands that are too large for beavers to build dams on should remain open to carefully managed and monitored harvest opportunities. But to maximize beaver benefits, the streams that are small enough for dam building on federally managed public lands should be, by default, closed for harvest until justification can be shown how harvest could be accomplished without impeding beaver activities at a given location, or until it can be shown why beaver benefits are not needed in that particular location. ODFW has already stated explicitly that there's nothing keeping them from operating harvest this way, and clearly a proportional amount of harvest opportunity would still exist on public lands. The reason I harp on this detail is that it is an example of boldly setting a dial of action within the agreed framework of recommendations that is fully authorized and justified by policy and supported by the best available science. Recommendations based on consensus are great. They allow for meeting in the middle, but meeting in the middle also results in half measures. Oregonians and the wildlife of Oregon need more than just half measures to deal with the challenges we are all facing. Thank you.
Thanks, Jefferson. Leland, you're up. Take us home.
Thank you, Chair Wall, commissioners, Director Melcher, staff, and the rest. Sorry, I'm processing for a moment. This is an interesting process. The development of the working group was slightly outside of the norm, as I understood it. I believe that we were able to get to a good collaborative result. The focus on attaining the actual objectives of recovery and changing the management structure is something that all wildlife professionals are dealing with right now. We have a continuously evolving profession of wildlife management. It's one where people are continuing to learn how to apply different management tools to reach the ecosystem benefits that we're looking for. And I think we have to be fair to ODFW that staff has been doing the job that was expected of them. With this report, with this work, we are changing those expectations. And that's a very important thing to recognize in this process, is that the expectations of management are being changed. And that's going to require, as stated several times by the other members, that's going to require substantial resources and capacity within the agency. And whether that's done through a POP process, through an individual POP, through evaluating POPs that are currently in place and applying some of these recommendations and tools as part of that, is really your prerogative as the leaders of the agency. So as a working group, I'm sure everyone is anxiously watching and waiting to see the results. The development of these recommendations, we heard some already. We're seeing some of the debate, right? I mean, you're hearing from Jefferson the requirement for different management decisions than what are outlined in the report. That being said, those tools are all on the table in the report. It just requires the appropriate information for application and the flexibility in management decisions by the agency to address. The discussion around priority areas was one where we're looking both to maximize benefit from beaver, but also to maximize the ability of the agency to apply management tools for responsible use of public funding, to make sure that when they're spending time, effort, and public funds, return on investment is what is being asked for. It's being done in a way that it can be monitored, reviewed, adjusted, and create the solution that we're looking for, rather than expecting a change and not having that adaptive ability. This is one of the arguments that you've seen across the working group, is where the data is, where we have. And this change in expectation is heavily influenced by the expectation of improving data for the agency, for the professionals to apply the appropriate management tools within the framework that they have available, within their policies, within their authority. And I think that that's pretty well laid out, although the specifics are not always there in this recommendation. The expectation is there. And you as the commission, in your work reviewing and applying and asking staff to come back with more concrete and detailed recommendations, is really going to be that next step, along with, of course, the funding that goes along with all of that. So I hope that you take the way these recommendations are written and understand the nuance in there, the ability to leave the agency some leeway to apply the tools appropriately. Obviously, we don't have complete agreement on every aspect, but making sure that the tools exist and are in place, the framework exists, for me, both as representative of the wildlife professional and as a wildlife professional myself, those are really the critical aspects for management, is to make sure that those tools and expectations are in place so that they can be applied, so you can get to the objectives, to the recovery of those different areas as they need, or change management if there is a negative outcome, because as we all know, there's no such thing as 100% positive across the board. You see variations in all sorts of circumstances, and the department will have to be able to manage all of that. It will require a massive amount of collaboration across a wide variety of partners, NGOs, federal agencies, sister agencies within the state. This is not going to be easy work, but as I said at the very beginning, it's something that every wildlife management agency is attempting to deal with now as we increase our understanding of ecology and the influence of individual species on one another. So I think I'll leave it at that. I don't want to drag things out much further, and I appreciate, as always, the opportunity to present to the commission, to share our perspective, and hope that you take these recommendations as they are, which I believe is a good framework for adaptive management across the landscape and providing benefits of beaver to both Oregonians, but maybe more importantly to the ecosystem and the variety of species that can benefit from beaver modified floodplains. Thank you.
Thank you, Leland. Chair Wall, I'm going to hand it back to you for any questions, comments that you have for us.
Thank you. And with enormous thanks to staff, to the consultants who worked with us, to the work group, and especially to the subgroup for this, I would like to first turn to the two commissioners who worked on this along with everybody else for the last year. And at the start, it was Commissioner Woolley and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and then it was just the latter two. So let's start with them. Vice Chair Zarnowitz, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. And thank you everybody who worked on this and for all your presentations. I really appreciate that. And that you hung in there, and that all of you were put in the extra effort for that presented here for the subgroup work, which I think, as was said, carried the group along, really. I don't have any questions because I participated in it, so I'm pretty familiar with it. I do have a statement for the department, but I don't know if I should do that now or after everybody has questions.
Commissioners, would you like to just keep moving and hear the statement from Vice Chair Zarnowitz and anything that Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde would like to add, and then we could ask questions if you still have them? Go ahead, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Okay.
Wait.
Sorry.
I do want to say a few things first before we get to recommendations. I wish Chris would come back to life on screen for us too. I just want to thank all of this subgroup that is here today. You guys have stuck with this so diligently for months and months and months under really absolute duress, really, to be in the virtual environment, trying to hack through these sort of issues in little Zoom boxes, which is very unnatural. And I thank Jamie and Sam as well for facilitating this process. And I mean, on one hand, we can talk about how we haven't gone far enough, right? But on the other hand, you guys are an example of what I hope we can do more of in Oregon, which is take that time to listen to one another across very, very deep differences and try to come up with something. So middle ground may not be good enough, but I also would say, how many other examples do we have of this right now today in Oregon? Maybe the forced accord process. It's a very big deal what you did. And I hope that those relationships can bear some fruit in other forums in Oregon. So I just need to say thank you so much. And I also need to say that the subgroup also bore the brunt, I think, based on watching a lot of these meetings play out, where the larger group maybe wasn't there, wasn't quite there, or wanted to just quickly run back to whatever trench they were coming from and stay there and lob some grenades. We saw a little bit of that happen over time, but you guys kind of stayed firm. So I think it's our job now as a commission to take this seriously and try to figure out. I think you all saw it this morning as we were trying to talk through the POP process. And one thing that we have here is we're a little bit cart before horse because we are currently in the POP process for this year, right? Going into next year for next year's funding. But your recommendations are coming to us right now in the middle of that process. So we're preemptively needing to figure out what to do. Should we, create, something now when we haven't run this through until August, when there's recommendations actually coming back from the department based on what we recommend today that the department dig deeper in. So I think that's something we may want to shift on immediately right now to make sure. But mostly what I want to say is thank you for caring about the future of Oregon and restoring our floodplains and beavers. So that's my thought. That's my piece.
Thank you very much. Well said. And let's go back to Commissioner or to Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good point, that we need to prove that we can follow through on all the work that that everybody's done on this, which included the department staff, besides many different members of the public. So here's what I recommend. That because the department's going to need to bring us, go through these recommendations and bring us something to act on in August. What I'd like to see is that ODFW support the recommendations of the Beaver Management Work Group, support asking subgroup members, and hopefully you all might want to keep going, because we're interested. One thing that the report mentions is having something along the lines of a advisory group. But the subgroup members that we see here, Amy Patrick, Jefferson Jacobs, Chris Jordan, Leland Brown, to continue as an advisory group and to recommend 3 to 5 more members of the ongoing work group. That the department focus, and again, this is not all Wildlife Division and not all the fur bearer program. This should involve at least some of the Habitat Division, one of the new proposed people that would be working with on federal lands to focus on landscape management for beaver modified habitat. The objective of increased beaver modified habitat is the focus because of the water flow, retention, and quality, biodiversity, habitat resiliency, and other benefits it produces. To provide for management options for increased beaver modified habitat that recognize the focus on habitat benefits to water flow, retention, quality, to other species, and to resilience of climate change impacts on federal lands. Outline how programs in wildlife fur bearer in the wildlife fur bearer program, habitat programs, and fish programs can collaborate to implement the recommendations on federal lands by working with Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service, and BLM, and to report to the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission annually on actions taken, recommendations implemented, and adaptive management changes. So the focus is on landscape rather than solely on or primarily on trap or no trap, which often came up in the meetings. And we need that additional advisory group to be an action group, recommending actions that the department can take based on this work group. And that would be actions that the department could get going quickly, to at least begin to generate outcomes, and also serve as a source of ongoing adaptive management and data feedback, and allow the fur bearer program to focus on management of fur bearer harvest and related work, allow Habitat Division to in close collaboration with Fish Division of Wildlife's fur bearer program to manage the effort to increase beaver modified habitat. And I guess that's the main thing. With the fur bearer program has a great duty to collect the data and to monitor the populations and to set the seasons, and but in coordination with the other actions that are happening on the landscape. So those are my recommendations of how to take this report and all the actions that people put together and start to move it forward. If we can get that implemented into one of the existing POPs, that would be great. If we need to form additional POP, now is the time to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz. And let's go to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Sorry, I would just like to echo what Commissioner Zarnowitz put forward there. And I would also like to ask in a direct way as well that the department make sure that the scope of work that we are looking towards requesting from the department can be covered either in existing POPs that we have or in considering development, as Commissioner Labhart mentioned, of a new POP, and if we need to be doing that for this funding cycle. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart.
I'd like to, with respect, to ask Director Melcher if he has an opinion on this moving forward.
An opinion on, I just want to clarify, Chair Wall and Commissioner Lappart, an opinion on the description that Commissioner Zarnowitz just laid out, or the opinion on the POP piece?
Both.
Okay. Well, I guess I have a few thoughts. I just will admit that I wasn't tracking entirely the description that Commissioner Zarnowitz laid out. I got the part about developing recommendations for August, and then beyond that, I lost a little traction, if you will. I think the one question I would ask is that, and I guess I would just ask this hypothetically, is, and what if the POP is not ultimately funded? So, I mean, that is a consideration. After it leaves your and our desk in late June, we have no, we won't know ultimately until a year from then whether ultimately a new POP is funded. And so it just leaves a big question in my mind about, lining up a whole bunch of work that then is ultimately not funded. So.
Can I just interject here? I feel personally that at least some of these actions could be taken by existing staff. It might mean rearranging some duties. We already have a good neighbor position. I know that person is covering the whole state, so that, we could refocus some staff. And I don't have the wherewithal to say who that would be. I'm looking out my window right now, and there's a Bullock's Oriole trying to get in this room. It's kind of distracting me, but I don't know why. But anyway, that's what I have to say.
Take a picture so you can share it with us.
I think in conversations I've had, Kurt, with Shannon in particular, there was a sense that that some of be accomplished within some of the positions that we have already, which is why I've been so vague about it today in terms of like us trying to put forth a new POP right now. So that's, I think that this issue is clearly not going away, that this is a priority, that we have a working group that's worked really hard here for well over a year. And, maybe it's something that would require legislative funding in the future under, bill or something that happens. But I just think that this is pretty important that we not just let this fall.
And my response to your hypothetical question is, I think that would be the same question we could answer for all the POPs. What happens if we don't fund infrastructure? What happens if we don't fund OCRF? What happens if we don't fund chronic wasting? I think that's the same question, but I would challenge the stakeholders who are watching this meeting today that that's part of your role if you care about fish and wildlife that are of concern to you, to step up with your legislators, to step up with your federal partners, to step up with other non-governmental organizations to maybe help the department to provide the funding to implement some of these recommendations that are coming out of this. So we just look for opportunities as they arise, and I tend to be a Pollyanna, I know, but I'm optimistic that the Renewable for America's Wildlife Act will pass, and that there could be some significant funding to maybe implement some of these recommendations. And I think there's some strong advocates in the legislature that would help us move this forward. So, but you have a valid question. What happens if it doesn't get funded? So we try to scrape and scrawl and scratch and try to do what we can to implement what we can with the funding that we have, and might be volunteers on some of this stuff. So that'd be my thoughts. So.
Well, and Dr. Jordan made good points, I think. And so did Leland Brown. Like to Dr. Jordan, I would say, this is a place where we need help. Where are other resources available out there? Because as Leland said, we are asking the department to do something very different here. We're treading into new ground. And as you can see, we're trying. I know Commissioner Zarnowitz and I have had many conversations around, how, this goes far beyond what we can ask our talented and capable fur bearer department within ODFW to do. It's not fair when we are asking them to stretch themselves in these other ways. It's asking ODFW to take on work that is not normally in our purview and maybe fits underneath the habitat division, but exactly where. So there's what I think Dr. Jordan saying, maybe we don't know how to exactly make this work makes more sense to me than maybe anything that was said today. We're asking the department to implement the recommendations of this working group, and that's not an easy thing. So I know we're supposed to be more perfect and decisive and have our act together. Know how to do this, right? Like create the magic wand.
We have one more commissioner, and then I would like to mention a couple things, and then I think we can take a sense of the commission or a vote on the recommendations that Vice Chair Zarnowitz put out in front of us. So Commissioner King and then Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, actually, Chair Wall, thank you. I was going to mention it's 1 o'clock and I have other commitments today. So what exactly are we voting on? Do you need my presence in this executive session? Like, I was going to ask more logistic things because my time is largely up. I have commitments this afternoon.
It would be very helpful to have your input on this one. And I don't know the answer on what the executive session will be because we haven't heard it yet. So let's see if we can, do you have just a few minutes? We can try to finish this one and then.
I guess it's the question of what is the finish? Like how much longer is this all going on?
I think it will be, I think this item will be over within a maximum of 10 minutes. And I think that the other presentation on southern resident killer whales will take us a half hour, and probably the executive session will take the same. And if we take a break for lunch, that'll be even more. So this one should be over in no more than 10 minutes.
I can do that, but the rest I think I'll have to move on. Like I said, I have commitments this afternoon.
Got it. Appreciate that. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you, Chair Wall. Just maybe a question for Commissioner Zarnowitz or both her and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde on the in the beaver working group, was the role of predation examined very much on as far as affecting beaver populations?
Yes, it was. Derek Broman gave, with ODFW, gave a presentation on that, and there was other science presentations. One of the main predators of beaver is the cougar. So but right, I don't believe that ODFW really tracks, beaver populations closely enough to see how predation affects beaver versus harvest. And they do also have information from the wildlife services for damage, the harvest that they take through damage. So basically, that's how the department manages the beaver population, or understands it.
Right. I just had I think I might have shared this before. I had a response from one of the large private timber and landowners in the Siletz area here, which is LC and Stott game management units. And his statement was that he has no or very few beavers anymore on his properties. The cougars have eaten them all. That was his exact statement. So anyway, just thought I'd throw that out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, and then we'll try to wrap up.
I'd just like to say, Chair Wall, that I think Commissioner Zarnowitz had suggested that we support the recommendations of the beaver management group and forward those to the department to look at. And there is support, I think, for this concept of the existing subgroup, and I would add a little modification to that, moving forward or replacing themselves with individuals that they feel are appropriate, and that they add 3 to 5 more people to that subgroup, and that is basically the nut of what we're trying to get the department to look at and bring back as recommendations in August. And it's my understanding that we did not have to have a motion for this. We just kind of have to have a consensus agreement among the commissioners that that's a good idea. So that's what I would throw out there one more time in the interest of time.
Terrific. And we can have Commissioner Zarnowitz go through the 6 or 7 points she made again, or if people are comfortable with it, we can take a sense of the commission that those are the recommendations that we make to staff for bringing to us in August. And if I could get a thumbs up that the recommendations as discussed by Vice Chair Zarnowitz are the direction to staff for August, if we could just have a thumbs up or down on that. It looks like it's, let's see, yes, okay, it's all 7 thumbs up. So I think that we have that direction for moving forward. I bet we could get Commissioner Zarnowitz to forward that in writing afterwards to staff, and with enormous thanks to everybody involved and for sticking with this for so long. We will end this one, and I think it's a remarkable situation that we've gotten to. There's enough leadership to go around on this one, with looking at a very difficult issue in an entirely different way. This, I think it was Chris Jordan that said this was a great start, and I think he's right. The hard work is still to come, a lot of it, but this is a great shot at trying to take that next step, recognize that we have adaptive management available to us, but we're ready to try to do landscape management for the benefits it brings to this state and to the people in it and to the landscape, or to the ecology of it. So Thank you all. Let's stop there. And commissioners, we have one more item, and then we have an executive session. I would like you to say, we have two choices. We can just keep rolling, or we can take a half-hour break and you can eat or whatever you want to do for the half hour and come back for those two, or we can keep going. So those who would like to take a 5-minute break and then keep going, give me a thumbs up. And your other choice will be, we take a, looks like everybody wants to do that. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will go to Southern Resident Killer Whales, and then we will do executive session.
And again, Chair Wall, I'm going to have to exit. So,
and I'm sorry it ran late. It would be great to have you for the rest of it, but I do absolutely recognize that you have commitments.
right. This is all being recorded. I guess not the executive session, but the rest, like the killer whale bit, right?
It absolutely will be. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can take a look at it later. But if there's anything else I need to know from session or something, I guess you can let me know. But
Yeah.
there's nothing that we're voting on or anything like that. So
There is not. We are through with that part of it. Thank you. And I'm sorry you have to miss this part.
okay, thank you.
Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the very, very short break. And to Dr. Giles and to Chris Kern, thank you so much for wading through this and sticking with us and being ready to make this presentation. The next item on the agenda is Southern Resident Killer Whales, and this will be a briefing from Chris Kern and from Dr. Giles, whom we're all just, or most of us are just meeting. So I think we'll turn first to Chris, and he will introduce the topic and then the invited speaker. So go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm working on sharing my screen here.
Okay.
And it's unfortunately not doing what it normally does.
Of course, when it needs to.
Of course it is.
It gives everyone a minute more to get back, Chris, so take your time getting it going.
Yeah. Michelle Tate, am I set up correctly to be presenting? Because I don't see a.
The share screen button should be along the bottom.
Yeah,
there.
I get that. I'm just not getting the tabs that I normally get to show a presentation. That's what I get for not doing the practice run on Monday with you, because I got familiar with this.
Are you in the office here?
No, I'm in Adair. Let me shoot. Can I send the file to you, Michelle?
Yes.
I apologize, everyone. I know this is the last thing you need after a already long day.
It gives us a chance to breathe. Don't worry.
Okay.
This
Michelle will
isn't
be on the shortly.
We've had long commission meetings. This is fun.
Hopefully, Dr. Giles, we've got two, just for your reference, we've got two, and I'm trying to get an introductory one going. But Michelle, I'd sent you a file, but let me go ahead and do the introduction before you open that, and we'll start with Dr. Giles' presentation instead, because I only had one lead-in slide. We can skip that while we get going, and maybe by some miracle I'll figure out what's wrong with it between now and then on my own slideshow. So with that, good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, Chris Kern, Acting West Region Manager for ODFW. With me today is Dr. Deborah Giles. She goes by her last name, Giles, and she has a PhD from University of California, Davis from 2014 with a dissertation focused on the southern resident killer whales. Dr. Giles is the Science and Research Director with Wild Orca, where she oversees their whale health assessment program. And she's also a resident scientist and lecturer at the University of Washington's Friday Harbor Labs. For myself, while I'm currently the acting West Region Manager, why am I here talking about killer whales? In my prior roles with ODFW, I've attended several processes related to southern resident killer whales. So while my training is as a fisheries biologist, I've managed to absorb some information about southern residents over the last 10 years or so, and that's kind of why I'm here for the ODFW side. We are here at the request of the Commission to give you, with the objective of providing you with a high-level overview of the southern resident killer whale population, their biology, limiting factors, and then also where Oregon fits in. As I think you're all aware, salmon play a big role in the health of the southern residents. And so this is an opportunity to show some of the linkages between salmon, which we talk about an awful lot in Commission, and the southern residents, which we haven't done more than just a few conversations on. So as I mentioned, we'll have this in two parts. After I'm done with the introduction, I'll turn it over to Dr. Giles for her presentation on the whales. And then I'll go through some of the linkages to Oregon where they relate to salmon and the interactions with the whales and things we're doing for salmon. They'll probably take a little less than half an hour in total for both, assuming I don't have any more technical problems. And I think we're happy to handle questions whichever way seems most appropriate to you, Chair Wall, whether that be during or we'll wait till after. With that, unless your immediate questions, I'll turn it over to Dr. Giles.
I don't see any hands up, so why don't you go right ahead and thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Michelle, this is going to be, can you go ahead and exit out of this one? This will be the second presentation, and we'll see if Dr. Giles can share hers.
How does that look?
It shows up. Yes, it's showing up.
Okay, great.
There you go.
First off, thank you so much for allowing me to come and speak with you about the southern resident killer whales. And I'm happy to stick around after Chris's talk as well and answer any questions if you have any. So I'm Deborah Giles. I go by Giles. I'm, as Chris said, the Science and Research Director at a nonprofit called Orca. And we've just taken over the Whale Health Monitoring Program, which is an ongoing project that's been in existence since 2008. We utilize an interesting way of collecting samples non-invasively by using a scat detection dog on the front of our boat to help us sniff out killer whale feces from a long distance away, so we don't have to get close to them in order to collect those samples. We're lucky on the west coast of the United States to have 3 different ecotypes of killer whales, fish-eating so-called resident killer whales, which the southern residents are, Biggs killer whales, formerly called transient killer whales, although they're just not that transient anymore in the inland waters of the Salish Sea anyway. And then occasionally, very, very rarely, we'll have offshore killer whales, which by like their name, they do occur mostly on the outer coast along the continental shelf. And those guys are known to eat sharks. And now we know they do eat some salmon at Swiftsure Bank, just off the coast of Washington and Nia Bay. So who are the southern resident killer whales that everybody's talking about? It's a very unique population of animals. There are only 75, possibly as many as 75, but possibly as few as 73. And the reason that it's a little bit up in the air right now is because there's one adult male who may be missing from the population. Our colleagues at the Center for Whale Research need one more encounter with the group to see whether or not he's in fact gone. And then we do have a brand new K-pod baby, which was discovered off the Oregon coast. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And then sadly, we do have one young K-pod, or pardon me, J-pod animal that is not doing well. So we're hopeful for her, but we have our eyes out for watching her, how her health is doing. So as you probably know, the southern resident killer whales are obligate fish eaters. They are only known to eat fish. They do eat some variety of fish, but by far the vast majority of fish that they do consume and are certainly looking for are the fatty, rich Chinook salmon. The whales each speak an independent language within their pod, but then they've got shared calls within the whole clan. So the southern resident clan is one clan with 3 pods in it. When the whales were listed in 2005, we knew that they used to spend an amount of time, a significant amount of time in the inland waters of the Salish Sea. And so it was rather quick that the critical habitat for the summer and fall territory was designated in 2006. It took a number of years, many, many years after that to designate the outer coast critical habitat. And that finally went into effect late last year, 2021, and that territory goes all the way down to Point Sur, California, so just south of Monterey, California. So obviously encompassing all the Oregon waters off the coast of Oregon. This population of animals is incredibly interesting. They've got characteristics that are not really shared with other populations of animals. They do have obviously some characteristics that are shared with other fish-eating groups, but one of the most endearing ones that they do, and I just tell you this to give you a sense of who they are, they engage in this behavior called kelping. And we actually believe that it's just probably feels good. We know from captive studies that killer whale skin is very, very sensitive. They can feel you just rubbing a finger across their skin. So rolling around in bull kelp probably just feels fantastic. If you've ever had a chance to do it yourself, I highly encourage you. If you haven't, do it yourself. Try to make that happen because it is pretty spectacular. So they're just an incredibly interesting population of animals that are very, very tightly bonded. Both males and females stay with their mom her entire life, and it makes them unique in the mammalian world. They are, as I mentioned, obligate fish eaters, mostly wanting that very fatty, rich Chinook salmon. This picture on the right is both an endearing and very heartbreaking picture. This shows our oldest female, oldest known killer whale on the planet, actually, at the time of her death in late 2016 or early 2017. Her name was Granny, otherwise known as J2. And this is a picture of her. You can kind of see it here where my cursor is. She's actually foraging for and herding that Chinook salmon towards her great grandson, J45, trying to teach him how to hunt. He lost his mother earlier that year, and so it was very most likely high on J2's list of things to make sure that he knew how to forage. And certainly she was starving herself at this time, and yet she's actively, this went on for quite a long time, her actively pushing that fish towards her grandson. He did successfully forage for that fish, and then he actually left a little bit for her and shared that meal with her. That is something else that they are known to do, is cooperatively hunt and share their food. So the southern residents are the only population of killer whales on the endangered species list, and sadly, so are many of their prey, many of the runs of prey that they would be foraging for. When they were listed in 2005, there were many identified threats, but the main three identified threats are the lack of quality and quantity salmon, specifically Chinook salmon, vessel presence and associated noise, and exposure to toxicants, so human-made chemicals, meaning that's what I mean by toxicants. So these are toxicants from industry, agriculture, pretty much everything you can imagine makes its way into the marine realm and up and through the food web. And by far the biggest problem facing these whales is the lack of prey. This is actually a picture of the turn of the last century of sockeye salmon, but the same thing happened with all species of salmon along the Pacific coast, especially Chinook salmon being the fattiest, biggest, most lipid-rich salmon. And of course, that's the one that humans want as well. So not only are the quantity of salmon shrinking, but the quantity, but the quality of them is less as well. So here we see two pictures. The one on the right is a picture of actually Astoria, Oregon, Astoria in Oregon at the just in 1910, showing these massive salmon. These are over 100-pound salmon. Most assuredly, these would have been fish that were bound for the Snake River. These are fish that had to be incredibly hardy in order to make it up 900 plus miles to their spawning grounds in the Snake River. And these are really the fish that we seek to restore when we talk about recovering salmon in the Snake River. So as I mentioned, the quality and the quantity are declining over time. This is my next two slides are two slides from Linda Mape's recent book, Orca Shared Water, Shared Homes, where she went where the whales went, basically through Washington, Oregon, and California, looking at their historic hunting ranges. And data compiled by, I noticed that this was referenced earlier today. Olberger was referenced earlier today in your previous talk, I think. Anyway, it's just very clear that the quantity and quality of salmon is declining. In Washington state, the current average of Chinook salmon is 12.5 pounds. And so when you're talking about a large-bodied, long-lived animal like a killer whale that needs about 300 to 450 pounds of salmon or food per day per whale to maintain optimal health, for these whales to be having to forage on 12 to 20 pound Chinook salmon is a lot of energy expended in order to get those daily caloric calories met. So this graph here is also from Linda Mape's book, showing the different runs of salmon that the whales co-evolved with. So these are runs of salmon that have been around for millennia that the whales expect to find at different times of the year in different regions. And as you can see, many of these are endangered or threatened. And just really is incumbent upon us to try and recover these salmon, not only for the salmon's sake, which is important enough, but for the human fishers that are looking for these salmon, especially tribes that rely on salmon for cultural reasons and for basic health, but also obviously for these southern resident killer whales, which co-evolved with them. So there was a period of time when our federal government was satellite tagging these southern resident killer whales. And these images here show some tracks of the whale's use of the area. And you can see here, the most important thing to see is that the whales disproportionately utilize this area right off the coast of coast of the mouth of the Columbia. In fact, 50 times higher, more times, 50% more times are they in that area than one would expect by chance alone. And they are staging at that area around the time when the late winter, early spring runs of Chinook salmon would be staging and waiting to go into the mouth of the Columbia and up into their natal waters. So it just really highlights the fact that the Columbia and the tributaries of the Columbia, especially the Snake, are incredibly important for this population of whales. So I did want to mention also that we were really surprised and thrilled to find some images, some video that was sent in by some folks fishing off the coast of Oregon on the 28th of April. And this shows a baby calf here nestled along its mother. We don't know if it's a male or a female calf yet, but this is K20. And it's very important to note who this mom is, because our studies alone, as well as some drone imagery from our colleagues, show that this female has been pregnant multiple times since she last successfully gave birth to her male son in 2004. This is K20, also known as Spock. She happens to be my favorite whale. She's just an incredible animal, an amazing mom. And I just could not be more pleased to see that she's got this brand new baby. And you can see from the shape of this baby's head that it's pretty filled out. And so looking pretty darn good right now. So really helpful for this calf to make it. We also, that same day, Pod documented 95 miles south of where Cape Cod was, also heading northbound. This is off Little Creek Cove in Oregon. And this image shows L25, also known as Ocean Sun. And she is the oldest known killer whale at this time, certainly oldest known in the southern resident population. She's in her 90s. And she too looks really fabulous in this photo. And so these are a unique population of animals on the planet as a species. They do go through menopause, which shows the really importance, the big importance of these older females for their family well-being. So just very quickly, I'll wrap up. We do utilize, as I mentioned, a scat detection dog on the front of our boat. This is our dog, Eva. She allows us to stay really far away from the animals, up to a nautical mile away from where these whales have just occupied an area. And she'll be able to cue in and notify us and essentially drive us by where her nose moves. We follow her, literally follow her nose to the scat samples. And when we do that, we're able to collect the scat samples off the water. We're able to say who the whale was that left us the sample, if it's a female, if she's pregnant, and not only if she's pregnant, but how pregnant. We can tell how healthy they are, how much food are they getting. We're even moving into an era where we can tell the fish that they are, that meal made up. So we can track the actual fish DNA to the river of origin, which is very exciting. As well as all of these other things we can tell by analyzing just one fecal sample. And so what our findings show today is that these whales are certainly able to get pregnant. They're just not being very successful in being able to bring these pregnancies to term. In fact, 69.8, almost 70% of these females in this population who get pregnant are not able to bring their calf to bear. And the reason for that is because the females are not getting enough to eat. So a natural behavior of the body is just to abort or miscarry that pregnancy in order to hopefully save the life of the mother. And so when we see these pregnancy failures, we're also seeing an amplification of toxicants in the fecal samples, as well as increased stress hormones. And then this is leading to early death and disease, both in the breeding age females, but also sadly in the breeding age males. And I just want to end with this picture, showing this lovely picture of these family members. This looks like a mom and calf pair, but it's actually brothers. This is J27 and his little brother J39, Blackberry and Mako. A couple of hours, a couple of years after their mom, Blossom, J11 passed away. And it was because of this adult male that he was able to save his brother, young brother and sister, and help forage for them. And they are an amazing family. In fact, their sister, who's in between them in age, has recently given birth to a calf. And so we're very happy about this family. When we lose individual members of this population, we really are losing incredibly important parts of the fabric of this population. So thank you very much. That was very fast. I'm happy to answer questions later. And I'll turn it over to you, Chris.
Thank you. I'm going to try one more time. Oh, I may have, let's see here. I may have cracked the issue, but let me just try it. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. So what I'm going to try and do now is kind of cross-reference some of the content Dr. Giles covered and walk you through a little bit where Oregon fits in on some of those things. And to do that, I'm going to use a framework that I'm borrowing from the process the state of Washington used a few years ago, 2018, 2019. It was really and I'll go through it a little bit more here in a second, but a very pretty much a Washington-centric effort because it was sponsored by the state of Washington and the governor. But it also provides a pretty good outline for a lot of the issues, and I think it gives me a decent framework to kind of outline where Oregon is in the mix here. I will just reiterate, as Dr. Giles pointed out, one of the key points I think I want to leave you with today is that recovery of salmon is highly important, critical for recovery of southern residents as well. And there we go. All right. So as I said, I'm going to use the Washington Task Force as a bit of a framework. So I think you need a little background on what that was. This was a task force formed by Governor Inslee from Washington in 2018 through executive order, directing state agencies to take some immediate actions and also establishing this task force. As I said, it was a Washington process, but we participated, ODFW did. The task force used a series of working groups to provide advice to the task force, which actually Dr. Giles, myself, and Dr. Sean Clements were all in that prey working group. And so the final task force report included actually 48 recommendations, and a lot of those had multiple parts. So clearly I'm not going to do all of those, but I'll hit a few. And I'll add here as a bit of a placeholder that in February 2020, Governor Kate Brown sent a letter to Governor Inslee regarding Oregon's shared interest in salmon recovery as well as southern resident recovery. And in that letter, she identified a couple of key areas where Oregon could provide, where she thought Oregon could provide some strong value on both of those. And so I'll hit those a little bit as we go along as well. Okay, just organizationally, the task force organized their report into 5 main goals, and each of those had recommendations under them. I'm not intending that you try and read this list, but I think you'll notice the top 3 are directly related to the limiting factors that Dr. Giles discussed. The 4th is really structural sort of recommendation to talk about how to fund and implement those actions down the road. And then the fifth was a large one that we've talked about a lot, climate change. I'll go into that just a little bit, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. And so the first two, while they may have some, we may have some disturbance off the Oregon coast, and there's certainly pollution issues coastwide. The recommendations had a lot to do with things going on in the Salish Sea directly. As I said, the fourth had a lot to do with long-term sort of governance and planning for implementing actions in the state of Washington. So it had a lot to do with setting up funding and mechanisms. I'll note the governor did include a number of funding recommendations in the budgets following this task force, and many of those were funded by the Washington legislature. I wasn't planning on going into too much detail on what those were. And then goal 5, of course, climate change, a huge concern for all of us across all of the things we continually talk about, and not one that's confined to Washington. But within the task force, they were really digging into some recommendations for how the state of Washington could do some regulatory actions and things related to climate change. And since those are so Washington specific, I'm really not going to go into those. But given that, as Dr. Giles pointed out, the whales are migrating through Oregon waters, and that we a number of the Oregon stocks of salmon, or stocks that Oregon has shared interest in, like say the Columbia, are contributing to the diet. We have a pretty clear linkage to that prey situation, and I think we have a lot to gain or a lot to provide in terms of helping increase Chinook abundance, and they dovetail quite well with our own goals for broad sense salmon recovery in Oregon and Oregon shared interest waters such as the Snake River and other areas. And I'll point out that, again, I mentioned the governor's letter, Governor Brown's letter. This is the main area that Governor Brown identified for Oregon to participate in. I'll give you a little more specifics in a bit. 4-H's, and I'll get into a little bit more. I think most commissioners are now quite familiar with what we've typically called the 4-H's, particularly in the context of salmon recovery. Those are traditionally habitat, hatcheries, hydropower, and harvest. The task force used a similar framework, but after significant input in the working groups, as well as the public, they also added a couple of more, and that's what these pluses are for. And those two would be predation and forage fish for Chinook. About a third of the recommendations the task force made were focused on this category, increasing Chinook abundance. So on the next few slides, I'll just kind of step through these. There is an asterisk on the hatchery ones, and I'll talk about what that means in a bit, so don't worry about it just yet. First one's habitat, and this is restoration and protection to support increased salmon abundance. In addition to supporting increased work on restoration and acquisition, the task force looked into and recommended that the importance of the stock of concern, Chinook stock of concern, to killer whales be considered when prioritizing habitat actions. In Oregon, of course, we've got a number of recovery plans and other guiding documents that clearly lay out needed habitat actions for salmon recovery. All of our federal and state recovery plans lay out limiting factors, and habitat is one of those. And our plans help identify and prioritize those actions and how they relate to recovering salmon. There's a number of examples. Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board's a large contributor in the state. And of course, the commission got an excellent presentation from OWEB on their focused investment partnership last year in March. In addition, we've got watershed councils, non-governmental organizations, other groups frequently involved in this. We've talked, I heard Good Neighbor mentioned, Good Neighbor agreements mentioned a few times earlier today. And of course, we do as an agency quite a bit of habitat restoration work in various places, and you know, the Habitat Division now is in place, and a couple of places in La Grande as well as the Umpqua. We've got, you know, quite a bit of work going on. Also point out that the benefits from habitat improvements can often take quite a bit of time to accrue. So while it's hugely important, it takes a while to mature, and so it's a dial that gets turned, but reacts sometimes relatively slowly or over a long period of time. This picture happens to be from a really large habitat project on the Mackenzie River that was just completed at the Finn Rock site. This is just a small portion of that area. It's actually really huge, and if you get a chance to go there, I recommend it. The other one, hatcheries, and here I want to follow up a little bit on the asterisk, and I'll get to that in a second, but the task force recommended that significant increases in hatchery productions could be very useful to benefit killer whales. But unlike other actions, they can be done relatively quickly. But the asterisk there is just to remind us that first part of the sentence is that it was fully recognized that those hatchery increases need to be carefully considered and planned, and particularly in light of any effects they might have on recovery of wild salmon stocks. So very clear, the task force and working group were clear that the hatcheries can play a good role here, but that they are necessary in addition to other actions and not as a replacement for other actions. We have some really concrete examples here in Oregon of some ways to effectively use hatcheries and still maintain the ability to be good neighbors to the wild fish. One is the SAFE programs, and an example of that's the Young's Bay program that the commission toured last month. These have been noted in past reviews, including by the congressionally appointed Hatchery Science Review Group, as being a pretty good approach to managing high production and the benefits that accrue, but maintaining a very low impact to wild populations. This particular item, the use of safe hatchery programs in Oregon as a tool to aid the southern residents, was one of the key points Governor Brown included in that letter I mentioned earlier. And we actually had, ODFW had recommended some specific reference to the value of not necessarily Oregon's safe programs, but the approach itself, the off-channel in an area where low impacts to wild fish programs, that be at least referenced somewhere in the task force recommendations in the hatchery section, and they opted not to do that. We do have some other areas where we've got relatively small numbers of additional fish that were added. And the little short list at the bottom there is kind of what we've got going on right now on behalf of increasing forage for southern residents. Hydropower is another area where Oregon has, I think, as most of you are aware, we've been extremely active. And so I'll take a little more time on this slide. This hydropower action area is the other section or the other action area that Governor Brown highlighted. One of the recommendations to from the task force was essentially reintroduction of salmon, or at least examination of it. And mostly they were looking at places like the Upper Columbia, where we used to see the large June hogs prior to dam building, as well as some Salish Sea tributaries. But we've got in Oregon some examples of these kinds of efforts. In particular, in the Willamette Basin, there are reintroductions upstream of high head dams within the basin that are underway now. So that's one we've got. Another aspect that ODFW and a few others helped introduce to the working group was related to the use of spill to increase survival of salmon through the Columbia hydro system. I think several of you are familiar with this through some prior talks. It's a pretty complex topic, so I'm not going to get too deep into it. But at the time the task force was in session, Oregon was working, leading the charge sort of on getting this flex spill agreement in place. And so the task force had some recommendations on the regulatory issues that were needing to be addressed to make that happen, and those did occur. Since the completion of the task force, this is an issue that's continued to evolve. And as of today, we're currently in a place where the system can actually be managed for a higher amount of spill than was afforded by the flex spill agreement. And that is a direct result of Oregon leading on this issue. Snake River dams were also a topic that received a lot of discussion in the task force process. And included in that discussion, in addition to the potential benefits for salmon, was the recognition that the dams do provide beneficial public uses for power, irrigation, and other purposes. So the task force recommended implementing a stakeholder group to discuss potential breaching or removal of those dams. That process did wrap up, Washington sponsored process. And so that's done, but there are still ongoing discussions about this issue, in particularly including ways to address the issue itself, but also account for the needs of river-based communities. And as with the other items, Oregon's been in the lead on a lot of those regional discussions for quite some time. Okay, moving along on the harvest side, one of the task force recommendations was related to implementing the 2019 Pacific Salmon Treaty Chinook chapter. That's had just been completed about the time the task force was in session or was near completion. It included several aspects that have a bearing here on Southern residents. One of the big lifts after the agreement was to get funding for a number of the actions in there. The treaty includes reductions in Chinook harvest out of Southeast Alaska and British Columbia. It sought to add funds to improve Chinook habitat in some key Washington areas. Added support for improved fishery science, which would bear directly on managing our fisheries and the populations of salmon, as well as supporting some of the proposed increased hatchery production that could benefit Southern residents. That came along, as I mentioned, with a need for significant funding for a lot of this. And so part of the ask for the task force was to support the congressional appropriation needs to fund it. And we were able to secure funding from Congress to support that implementation. Okay, just a couple left. I mentioned the other sort of pluses on top of the 4-H. One of those was predation. The task force had a section on predation as well. Specific recommendations were mostly related to predation on adult salmonids in the Columbia and predation on juvenile salmonids by non-native predatory fish. There were also some discussions of predation on juvenile salmonids in the Salish Sea by harbor seals and other pinnipeds. I'm not going into that at the moment. On the pinniped predation front for adult salmon, there was a change to the Marine Mammal Act, which allowed some more flexibility in managing those predation effects at places like Bonneville and Willamette Falls. Those have been implemented and also expanded to address stellar sea lion issues as well. And as a direct result of this task force recommendation, I think the Washington legislature actually funded WDFW to assist ODFW with the pinniped work at Bonneville Dam. Prior to that point, they had very limited funding to assist us with that project. On the non-native fish species front, there were several comments and recommendations from the task force related to managing non-native predatory species such as bass. I think Oregon was actually ahead of Washington in some of that. And as most of you are familiar, we've removed bag limits on several species of these non-native game fish in many areas, including the Columbia. There were in the task force and work group areas, there were discussions regarding avian predation, particularly in the Columbia estuary. The task force opted not to include recommendations in that area. ODFW, in our last set of comments to the task force, had suggested that they reconsider that. And a lot of the recommendations that we would have liked to have seen were related to encouraging different sets of funding and authorizations for the Army Corps, specifically to address issues at the Astoria-Megler Bridge, which we got a chance to see a little bit of in June. The task force didn't go and reinsert those recommendations, though, so they are not in part of the final. And then the last of the pluses, the forage. This is forage species for salmon. The task force discussed it quite a bit, and a lot of that was focused on forage fish species in the Salish Sea, but there are, of course, some parallels in other areas. I'd just point out for Oregon, you've heard a couple of agenda items on market squid as well as sardines. We do have a state fishery management plan for forage fish, as well as so does Pacific Fishery Council. And the council also has an ecosystem-based fishery management plan. And so those have a bearing on the management of forage fish species and to some extent a bit of the monitoring. So that's the wrap up of where Oregon is currently at a pretty high level. Again, the message I'm trying to leave you with is that there is a strong linkage between salmon recovery and killer and southern resident recovery. The actions we take to aid on salmon recovery will mostly, particularly where they're related to Chinook, will provide benefit to southern residents. Oregon as a state and ODFW as an agency, we've been, have been and will continue to be strong leaders in salmon recovery. So even the work that may have been going on for decades, directed mostly at salmon, are and will provide benefit to southern residents as well. And so we'll continue to do that. And you know, with things like habitat and a lot of the additions we're being able to make, I think that'll increase into the future. I'll leave you with also that a lot of these issues, large scale habitat, climate change, of course, hydrosystem issues, habitat, I already mentioned habitat, are pretty big lift issues. And so a lot of ways, they really are going to require a societal effort to really turn the dial on those, so to speak. And so they were implemented as a result of societal desires in many cases, and that's kind of what it'll take to get the ball moving and continue progress down the road. And with that, that's all I have.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much to both of you. And again, for waiting through the day with us. And also, just as a side note, thank you to the three commissioners who requested this. If I remember right, it was Commissioner Khalil, Commissioner Labhart, and Vice Chair Zarnowitz. So let's go to questions from any of the commissioners. And while I don't see any yet, so while they're thinking of it, I do have a couple that I'd like to ask. Dr. Giles, are there trends or, oh, we do have some hands up. Are there trends or actions that give you reason for confidence or at least hope for the future? What do you point to right now?
So I think that the most important thing to remember is that this population is incredibly resilient. The whale population is incredibly resilient. They bounced back from just 71 individuals when the capture era ended in 1976. So this population was highly targeted, in fact, almost exclusively targeted by the captive industry through 1976, when it became essentially illegal to take whales out of the wild and put them into concrete tanks. The population census was a little bit better then. There were more potential for breeding age males and females, specifically females back then, but the population still has enough of those types of individuals in order to recover. What they need, the limiting factor is fish. So if they had enough fish, as I mentioned before, they don't have a problem getting pregnant. They just have a problem staying pregnant. So those are the things that give me hope. I would be very disturbed if they weren't getting pregnant, but we know that they are. We can see that from the fecal hormones, and we can see that from the drone imagery as well.
Thank you. Let's go to Vice Chair Zarnowitz, then Commissioner Labhart, then Commissioner Khalil.
Yeah, thank you both. This has been very informative for me and very helpful. So it's great to hear how Oregon's participating, as well as the latest information on the orca. So I thank you both. I have a question about the forage fish for Chinook. I've read that herring are particularly important for Chinook, and then you said anchovies, and there was another one that you said, but I'm wondering how ODFW is, what seasons do we have on the forage fish, or do we have any? What is the federal government doing in their management?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I can take a crack at it, but it's going to be a very shallow dive. We probably need to follow up with some of the marine folks. There are federal management plans for things like sardines, which I think you've seen a presentation on, anchovy as well, and of course market squid. Herring, I believe, are predominantly caught inside the state waters lines, and so they're more of a state managed thing, at least in Oregon. And I know we have had herring surveys in Newport, in Yaquina Bay. I don't know much more about the other areas, but I'm sure we could find out a little more information for you. Troy Buell would be a good one out of Marine, or Carr and Bravey, and I can try and set something up to follow up with you on that if that's helpful.
Yeah, I guess that we need to feed the Chinook to make them bigger, I guess, and maybe look at maintaining their forage base so that we can have better success out in the ocean too. So thank you. Yeah, I'd appreciate finding out more.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioners Arnowitz, one thing I should have mentioned is also the forage fish local to Oregon are certainly going to have some effect, but reminder that many of these Chinook are traveling a long ways to like Alaska and through British Columbia. And so, forage fish populations along that journey may be even more important than locally to Oregon. Point is well taken anyway.
Thank you. Commissioner Laphart.
Just a ditto from Jill. Thank you both for the presentation. Chris and Dr. Giles, thank you for making the time to bring us up to speed. I learned a lot and very much appreciate it.
Commissioner Khalil, go ahead.
Also, thank you. Always great to see a shout out to Blackberry, my very favorite JPod member. So that was great. Yeah, what I love about the orca whale stuff is all the possibility for collaboration and all the different folks across different states that can work on this. I first became, excited and motivated to work on orca whale stuff through the Seattle Aquarium and our outreach and advocacy work there. So, so I think there's a lot of different ways we can pull in maybe some unconventional partners, or maybe just, a group of people who are passionate about this species, because they're such an empathy driver. They're such a charismatic creature. So thank you.
Thank you. I have one. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Giles.
I was just going to say, I couldn't have said that better myself. And Washington Department of Fish and Game and Oregon Department of Fish and Game have such an amazing opportunity to work together to try and solve these problems. You guys are in a leadership role that is really, there's no match for what you guys can I guess your sway in these decisions having to do with fish recovery and therefore killer whale recovery. I think I said it at the beginning, but if I didn't, I just want to say it again that Washingtonians over the course of the last many decades have claimed these southern residents as our whales, and yet they're really not. The southern residents are only here in the even traditionally in the best years. We're here from kind of into the spring through the summer and then into the fall, and then after that, especially K-Pod and L-Pod, they were applying the waters of Oregon much more than they were applying the waters of Washington. And like I mentioned, going all the way down to Monterey Bay. And so having this cross-state collaboration it really is, it's going to take a village of us on the West Coast to recover the salmon and recover the whales. So thanks for your comment.
Thank you. One last question to you, Chris, and then it looks like we have two other hands up. Does our management plan for forage fish right now already speak to this issue, or is this something that we would need to look at in the next round?
Chair Wall, do you mean, does it specifically point out southern residents and the need to feed Chinook on behalf of southern?
And look at the fish that the Chinook eat and that sort of thing. Is it just is it already part of the management plan?
I don't know if it's specifically called out, but I'm confident that it does a lot of discussion of ecosystem needs for forage fish, which wouldn't by default include Chinook and southern residents, but I don't know if they're specifically referenced.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick note, 40 years on the ocean, I think we passed each other quite a few times out there. And I swear a few times they turned towards us and come by and say hi, anyway, yeah, I really enjoyed seeing them. And like I say, I fished California, Oregon, Washington, a little bit in Alaska, and I think we saw them, we passed each other quite a bit. And one on a positive note, I noticed last year on the Sletch River there, where I spent a lot of time sport fishing, that I noticed last year was the first year I actually saw an increase in the size. I saw, a fair number of fall Chinook last year that were over 30 pounds, and I hadn't seen that for quite a while. The size had been going down, so it was encouraging to see some size increase again, some bigger fish.
Yay. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's sometimes my tap on the microphone doesn't work. So so it appears that if the orca are off of the Columbia, I mean, the Columbia is a huge source of Chinook. They must come here regularly then to the mouth of the Columbia to fish for or to hunt for Chinook. Does that include all the different runs of Chinook? Do they hang out there during all the many runs from spring, summer, fall?
We are not satellite, the government is not satellite tagging these whales anymore because we actually lost one. He was probably not a well whale anyway, but the tag was infected, and it ended up infecting one of our L-pod whales. L95 Nigel was an amazing young adult. And so we're not doing that tagging anymore, but there's every reason to believe that they have been going back and forth throughout the millennia. We know that it's a little bit of a sad fact that L-pod has what we call the California signature. So they have more DDT in their feces than K's and L's. And so we know just because of kind of indirectly that they do occur in California waters more than the other two pods do. And this is a legacy chemical that hasn't been produced since the early 70s, and yet it's still leaching into the marine realm, and therefore into us as well, if we're eating things out of the ocean as well. So just a cautionary tale about that is, we need to be thinking about these chemicals, new chemicals that are coming online, and making sure that they're not long-term, having long-term deleterious effects for the food web. So there's every reason to believe that they've been utilizing this habitat all the way down to California since time out of mind. It's part of their range. It's just what they do. And so their L-pod going all the way down to California would have been taking advantage of fish that were in and around San Francisco. Certainly the Sacramento River salmon would have been incredibly important for L-pod. K-pod has been documented regularly down off the mouth of the Russian River and the Eel River and the Smith River and Klamath River, all the way up through Oregon. I can send you my PowerPoint, and if you zoom in on the imagery of where the whales were documented when they were tagged, they are hitting those rivers all the way up through, Northern California, Oregon, and Washington. They do disproportionately spend a larger amount of time at the mouth of the Columbia, as I mentioned in that one slide, 50% higher than one would have guessed by chance alone. It's hard to say exactly because those tags were put on in the wintertime. And so we have not tagged the whales during the summertime. But things are changing for these whales. They're going where they have to find the food. And not even as depleted as the Columbia River is, it's still an important source of food for them.
Thank you.
We have come to the end of the question, so I'll thank you again very much. And if you wouldn't mind sending those slides you just mentioned, that would be terrific. So thank you to both of you and Chris for organizing this and putting it together. It was very informative and appreciated, so thank you.
And I just wanted to end on one invitation. If anybody's interested in coming out and seeing what we do, our boat's going to be back on the water in about a week. And so if you want to make the trek all the way up to the Salish Sea, I'd be happy to take you out and show you what we do and have more of an opportunity to talk about what's happening with these whales. And hopefully maybe see J27.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me.
You bet. Thanks. Okay, commissioners, I'm going to end this part of the commission meeting and we'll go into executive session, and I need to read the executive session information into the record. So the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will meet in executive session. The executive session is authorized by ORS 192.6602F and ORS 192.6602H, which allow the commission to meet in executive session to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection and to consult with legal counsel with respect to litigation filed or likely to be filed against the commission. Representatives of the news media and designated staff are allowed to attend the executive session. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision will be made in executive session. And at the end of the executive session, we'll return to the open public meeting in order to adjourn it. So, Michelle, do we need to sign out of this and go on to a different link?
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yes, I'd like to have you go ahead and leave this Zoom meeting, and I have emailed you a link to a Teams meeting. Please disregard the time. It says 1 o'clock. That doesn't make any difference. Just go ahead and sign into that Teams meeting. And when we return for adjournment, please sign back into the Zoom meeting on the same link that you entered this morning.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay.
Hey, Michelle.
Yes, Bob.
Yeah. Did you send it? I'm over in Newport and I just have I didn't bring my laptop from my commission laptop. Did you send it to my other emails?
You know what, I will take a look, but if I did not, I will include that and you'll have it in just a few moments.
Okay, thanks.
And Michelle or Chair Wall, I am going to just try to call in because Teams has not been loading correctly for me. So I'm just going to make a call in without the Zoom part or thank you.
Thank you. See you all in a couple minutes.
Bob, I did send that too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have? See, we have all. Are we waiting? Is Becky calling in? Do you know?
She did not indicate that she was calling in. Sometimes her connection is slow and requires a few extra minutes to connect.
Okay, we'll just give her a minute then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And Kurt, are there any other staff that you wanted to wait for? Like,
I think, I think if you've got the commissioners all online here, it's fine to proceed.
okay.
And DOJ, of course.
Yes. Then I'll call the May 13th Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting back to order. And
I think you do not have all the commissioners yet. 1, 2.
don't. We need to wait. Commissioner King had to leave, and so we're waiting for one more commissioner. So we'll just give it a couple minutes.
There we go.
Good news. Apparently I can never be locked into the aquarium. I can always get out. So it's a fun piece of information I just learned.
It's good to know that you can break out of there.
Yes, no sleeping in the jelly tube this time.
That's a good thing. So it looks like Becky's on, but no audio.
Oh, Becky is on, and we're working on trying to get her audio.
Perfect. We'll just wait.
Yeah, and Chair Walsh, she did just call me and said that she's on, but has no audio. So
It looks like her audio might have just popped up and it's on mute, or it says mute now.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Now
Wall?
we can, yes.
Oh, can we throw all our computers in what water we have left in the rivers?
I would send you some of our rain. It's been raining here all day long, so.
Oh,
I know. If I could send it over, I would. We're back in session then for the May 13th Fish and Wildlife Commission. And if there is a commissioner who would like the floor.
Chair Wall, I would like to make a motion. I would move to schedule a timely commission meeting to discuss additional information provided by the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua and other tribes regarding recent decisions around the Rock Creek hatchery.
I'll second that.
It's Been moved and seconded, and I may need you to help me with the language, but to schedule a timely meeting to discuss additional information from the Cow Creek Band of the Umpqua tribe and other tribal members about the recent decision
around the Rock Creek hatchery.
related to the Rock Creek hatchery. Is that, could you read the motion one more time?
Yeah, I think you got it. Move to schedule a timely commission meeting to discuss additional information provided by the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua and other tribes regarding recent decisions around the Rock Creek hatchery.
So it's been moved and seconded. Commissioners, are there questions or comments you want to make?
I would say that I will vote for it. I feel like they've expressed some issues that we need to at least hear, and we'll see what happens.
And I find myself wanting very much to meet with and talk with the tribes. I will vote against the motion because I think it's a mistake to make to reopen this in this way. Seeing no other hands up, then Michelle, will you call the roll?
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Labhart,
Labhart votes yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
No. The motion, whoops. Go ahead, Director Melcher. You have your hand up.
Thanks. No, I didn't mean to cut off your statement there. I just wanted to make sure I got a chance to say something before we adjourned. So I apologize.
Oh, that's right. The motion carries, and go ahead, Director Melcher.
Thank you. I was just going to follow up, and I know everybody's probably dying to jump off of the Zoom, and Commissioner Khalil, I'm not under 40, but I'm ready to jump off the Zoom myself. So I think I just wanted to follow up and say that we will then strive to find an appropriate date, and it won't be immediately. It won't be first thing Monday. It will be sometime, perhaps even the week following next week, for this special meeting that you have just ordered. So I wanted that to go on the public record as to what the scheduling situation was. And then just say that, I know this is difficult, and I think that, that it's certainly an honorable decision, I think, as it relates to hearing additionally from the tribes, and you all have heard from them, I know, extensively over the last 2 weeks. So I just wanted to add that editorial comment as well, and hopefully you all will have a good weekend, and we'll be in touch early next week.
Thank you for that. And with that, have a great weekend, everybody, and we will adjourn. So thank you. Thanks.